Recording in progress.
It's probably called Banner.
Oh, it's definitely called Banner.
The House Chairperson.
There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Please be seated. Honorable members, before we proceed with our business, I wish to announce that the vacancy which occurred in the National Assembly, owing to the resignation of Mr. M.K. Cntd, has been filled by the nomination of Ms. L.H. Aris, with effect from 16 July 2025. The member has made and subscribed the oath in the Speaker's office. I wish to welcome the honorable member. Lastly, I also wish to announce that Mr. V.P. Ngaleka has been appointed as the acting Sergeant at Arms with effect from 21 to 25 July 2025. Thank you. The first item on the order paper is a motion in the name of the Chief Whip, the Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Good morning to you and good morning to honorable members who are here in the House, as well as on the virtual platform. House Chair, the draft resolution says that the House notes its resolution approved on the 27th of August 2024, mandating the portfolio committees on social development and basic education, health, justice, and police confer with each other on the development of a joint public participation program to receive submissions on the statutory rape of young girls, review legislation, and if necessary, recommend amendments to enforce mandatory reporting of statutory rape by teachers and nurses, and report to the House on the 31st of March 2025. Further notes that while some preparatory work on this mandate had been initiated, the actual hearings could not be conducted before the deadline of the 31st of March 2025. Acknowledging the importance of this mandate and the need for it to be pursued as initially intended, resolves to revive the original mandate provided to the said committees and to include the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities as a lead committee for reporting to the National Assembly on the 30th of November 2025. That the House notes that's
the second one.
That's the end of the one.
Yeah, that's the end of the first one. Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable members, I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The opportunity to do so, the usual times for declaration of votes will apply. The DA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. If you will forgive me, I can make the declaration here from my seat. I think it is high time that we deal with this issue decisively. It does cut across various departments, and I do think that statutory rape, especially of young girls in this country, has become a crisis that needs to be dealt with decisively by this Parliament. I also appreciate the fact that it has been brought back to Parliament with the deadlines moved on to the 30th of November to ensure that that Parliament deals with this matter decisively. The DA is in full support of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. MK? Switch on the microphone.
Ngiyabonga. Yeah, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Members, fellow South African, ngicabanga ukuthi ene lolu daba lolu ey'ngane lokureyishwa kufanele silithathe very seriously. Asikwazi nje ukuthi singabone sikhulume ngalo sihlezi phansi. Kufanele ukuthi kubonakale ngempela ukuthi silwela iy'ngane la. I rise on behalf of the Umkhonto weSizwe Party, the voice of the voiceless, the defenders of our children, and the conscience of a nation under siege. The motion to revive the investigation into statutory rape should not even be up for debate. It should be a national emergency. Because right now in our township, rural villages, and even in our schools, our children are being raped, groomed, and destroyed. And the system is just looking away. Let's be clear, statutory rape is not a scandal, it's a crisis. It is a crime of power, of manipulation, of betrayal, and it is happening in our watch. Yes, the Sexual Offences Act criminalizes sex with minor under 16, but the law is only as good as its enforcement. How many teachers have we seen walk free after impregnating learners? How many sugar daddies are still driving fancy cars while 15-year-old girls carry their babies and their trauma? And laws are not weak. Our laws are not weak. Our will to implement them, it's weak. Let's not pretend SAPS is equipped or even willing to deal with the cases. Ask any child rights NGO, they will tell you the horror stories. Police officers telling victims to sort it out with their families. Cases disappearing after community negotiations. Dogheads missing, statements altered, perpetrators not protected. We cannot fight crime when some of those tasked with protecting the innocent are busy protecting the guilty. And what happens to the child after the rape? Is she given trauma counseling? Is she moved to a safe place, protected from the perpetrator? No. Most times, she is told to keep quiet. She is blamed, shamed, forced to go back to the same home, the same school, the same community where abusers live, sometimes even in the same house. This is not justice. This is traumatization. We need to stop thinking statutory rape is a mistake or a relationship gone wrong. This is not Romeo and Juliet. This is a child being manipulated, violated, and often impregnated by someone who should know better. We must educate our children about their rights, but also educate adults, especially men, that a school uniform is not a consent, that grooming is a rape, that power imbalance is not love, it's an abuse. Honorable Speaker, this motion must pass, not because it is politically convenient, but because our children are not safe, not under this government, not in these communities, not with these systems. The MKP calls for a revival of the investigation because we owe it to our children who cried and were not heard, to every mother who saw her daughter disappear into trauma, to every survivor who now walks with a scar and still sees their abusers living free. If we are to be
Remember, your time is now expired. Thank you.
Let it be. Finally draw the line. Enough is enough. Thank you.
The EFF.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. On the 26th of July, we are celebrating our 12 years of existence. So therefore, I'm inviting all progressive ground forces. Chairperson, year after year, the country gets reports of teenage pregnancies and premature sexual debates for many of our girl children, which seems to have been normalized in society. Just on a Christmas day alone in 2024, we had a report of 30 teenage girls who gave birth at the country's public hospital. There is 30 cases of rape in just one day. In September 2024, the economic freedom fighters tabled a motion without notice in this house, which motion was adopted, which called for Parliament to pay specific attention to the problem of statutory rape in the country. The motion brought to the attention of the House the alarming crisis statutory rape, highlighting the distressing reality where young girls are coerced into premature motherhood and adulthood. These victims often are unaware that they are being violated, are in urgent need of protection and justice. In that motion, we highlighted to centrality of the role of teachers and nurses who are in direct contact with these young victims and who often fail to report these crimes to law enforcement. This signifies the profound lapses in the social responsibility to protect our children. We also highlighted the ineffectiveness of the current oversight mechanisms by responsible authorities. It is imperative that these lapses are addressed to prevent further violation and ensure justice for victims. As a consequence of our motion, the National Assembly mandated the portfolio committees of social development, education, health, justice, and police to undertake comprehensive measures to address this issue. These committees were tasked to develop a joint public participation program together to review and incorporate public submissions on statutory rape. The committees are now expected to review existing legislation and recommend necessary amendments. A critical area of focus is the enforcement of mandatory reporting of this statutory rape by teachers and nurses, which is essentially in bringing the gap in current protective measures. We are delighted that Parliament has now decided to overlook narrow partisan approaches to dealing with these problems and acknowledge the critical work done by the EFF to bring to attention to these grave societal problems. The Economic Freedom Fighters is in full support of the revival of this committee to have a look at the critical importance area of the work. These committees, they must not sleep in their job as they did. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The IFP rises in support of the motion to revive the mandate of investigate the deeply troubling problem of statutory rape in our country. This is not merely a legislative matter. It is a moral imperative and a test of our nation's commitment to protecting the most vulnerable members of society, our children. The IFP has long sounded the alarm about the rising cases of children's sexual exploitation, abuse, and sexual rape, as we have also previously supported the National Register for Sex Offenders. Furthermore, we call for stronger interdepartmental coordination and for the criminal justice system to act decisively against offenders without fear or favor. We have also emphasized the urgent need to ensure that cases of statutory rape are not trivialized or silenced due to social stigma, police inaction, or failure of institutions meant to protect children. We cannot allow a culture of impunity to continue while the lives of young girls and boys are permanently altered by trauma and shame. The IFP supports the revival of the mandate. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Patriotic Alliance.
No declaration, we support.
The FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chair. The fight against our girl children and GBV should be fought on all fronts, and therefore the Freedom Front Plus supports this motion, and we will vote in favour. Thank you.
Thank you. Action SA.
Thank you, Chair, and to the Chief Whip. The fact that we are now resuscitating this bill is a sign of indifference from this House. A matter like this should be a matter that should have been concluded. We are indifferent to the challenges of girl children and women. There should be a lead department to be held accountable. Interministerial task teams are elaborate delaying mechanisms. When no department is held accountable, there can be no consequence management to multiple departments. We have been saying that we have government that is too big, that is inefficient. There are matters that should just rely in one department and one ministry, but we've fragmented, we've delayed decision-making, and we've delayed effectiveness. And we have a government that is too big for the resources that we have. This House should consider coming up with a policy of no bail for people accused of statutory rape. Part of the challenge is the delaying mechanisms. Part of the challenge is families that are complicit because of enabling customs and circumstances. When I grew up, if a teacher so much as touched a child, they'll be lucky to leave that community with their lives, but they would be excommunicated. Now they are tolerated, they are promoted, they continue to work, they intimidate others, and we seem to be a nation that promotes violence to girls, women, and children. It is time we rise to protect our women.
The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, South Africa faces a sobering reality. Rape and sexual violence remain rampant despite laws meant to protect victims, and our legal system continues to struggle with enforcing justice, and societal stigma often silences survivors. The issue of child and adolescent pregnancy is becoming increasingly alarming in South Africa, with over 122,000 teenage births reported in 2023-24, including girls as young as 10. That is more than 10,000 per month, which the ACDP finds staggering and very alarming. And this does not include pregnancies where there are babies that were aborted, home births, miscarriages, and babies whose births were not even registered. Statutory rape is a severe form of child sexual abuse in the country and contributes to high levels of gender-based violence and femicide taking place in the nation. And let's be very clear, sex with a child under the age of 12 is rape. It's not even statutory rape, as children under the age of 12 cannot in circumstances consent to have sex. We also believe that the provisions of statutory rape are there to protect children as they do not understand the consequences of having sex. Whilst we have these good laws on the books, it is still not reducing the incidence of statutory rape. And we believe that this investigation should build on the existing reports to improve the application of these laws. In view of this, the ACDP supports the motion, and we trust that Parliament will come up with solutions. Survivors need more than laws. They need support, belief, and swift justice. Teachers and nurses play a key role where mandatory reporting is necessary. As a society, we must refuse to stay silent. The ACDP supports the motion. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The UDM. Rise.
Thank you, House Chair. The UDM rise in support of the motion to resuscitate the bill. We call on the justice system to tighten the laws of this country, because if somebody violates one's rights, those people should forfeit their rights. There should be no bail for those who commit these heinous crimes. We call on all the law enforcement agencies to work together and make sure that this is implemented. The UDM supports this motion. Thank you.
Rise.
As I rise like other members, to support this motion. I think, Chairperson, whilst the work of the committee continues, there are aspects that don't have to wait for those recommendations, especially where we know that rape might have occurred in instances where a girl child younger than the age of 16 is pregnant. The laws must not wait for the joint committee to do its work. I think where it is known that the alleged father has committed rape, because that's what it is. It can't be consensual or anything, and there's a proof because there's a pregnancy, the laws must act. I think one of the frustration is that even when it's known that older men are having are raping children, then the law takes time to act. I think as this work continues, we expect the police and the Justice Department to work swiftly to get those that are raping the children, impregnating them, to get them in jail. So we will participate fully. We support, as the others who did rise to support this report.
Thank you. Bosa?
Thank you very much, House Chair. BOSA rises in support of this motion. Every single year, particularly towards the end of the year or the start of the school year, we have reports on the rising numbers of teenage pregnancies in this country. What we often don't define clearly enough is the fact that these teenage pregnancies are in the most part statutory rape. We look at young girl children and we are in shock at the number of them that are pregnant in school, pregnant as teenagers, pregnant as children as young as 10-year-olds. But what we don't do is enforce in the legislative system and in the law enforcement system and even in other related departments, social development, basic education, the means to be able to deal with this issue of statutory rape in our country. And so we are fully in support of this, and furthermore, call for a broader, in the nation, a broader approach to the issue of statutory rape, understanding and education on consent and what consent is from young boys, from young men, from family members, and understanding for young girl children themselves of what consent is and of the need for consent. And so we are fully in support of the resuscitation of this bill, as Build One South Africa, and actually call for more to be done to protect our young people, to protect girls, to protect children from statutory rape in our country. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. ATM?
Thank you, Chair. As the ATM, we support the motion. We wish that the work does go as far as ensuring that even in the most poor, vulnerable communities where statutory rape is prevalent, the work will be done there. Moreover, we hope that the work will include the issue of education and informing people about the law, because you find that in some communities, they do not know what the law permits and what the law does not permit. So we hope that it is not only going to focus on after the fact, which is after the rape has occurred, but before, by educating the people to understand what is permissible in the law and what is not permissible in the law. We support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Al-Jamaa? The NCC? The PAC? UAT? Good? The ANC? Is there a declaration from the ANC?
House Chair, if you allow me, can I please take the motion?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you very much. Former President Nelson Mandela once described children as our greatest treasure and future. He said that those abuse them tear the fabric of our society and weaken our nation. Statutory rape is one of the harshest abuses to our children. It strips them of their right to being children. In 2024, the World Health Organization estimated that 21 million girls aged 15 to 19 in developing regions fall pregnant each year, of whom approximately 12 million give birth. Research shows that South Africa has an extremely high rate of teenage pregnancies, where it is estimated that nearly 1 in 4 girls fall pregnant before the age of 20. In September 2023, the Department of Health revealed that girls aged as young as 10 were giving birth. In response to a parliamentary question, the Minister of Health reported that of the 122,302 adolescent girls who gave birth during the 2023-24 financial year, 2,616 were aged between 10 and 14 years. Chapter 3 of the Criminal Law, Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Act addresses sexual offences against children. In terms of the law, a child under the age of 12 cannot give consent to sexual activity. The provisions of the law and statistics alluded to earlier show a disjuncture. Early pregnancy causes many girls to drop out of school, often trapping them in a cycle of poverty and hopelessness. In some instances, they are forced into early marriages. Many of teen mothers may have suffered abuse or coercion. In some cases, young teenage girls become pregnant because of relationship with so-called blessers. Girls between the ages of 10 and 12 years will fall pregnant, are considered victims of sexual abuse, and their cases should be reported and investigated. Statutory rape does not only apply to girls, but to boys too. It is crucial that the perpetrators are brought to justice to prevent further harm to other potential victims. In December 2021, the Department of Basic Education introduced a policy that prohibits schools from expelling or excluding pregnant learners. It also mandates that cases of statutory rape must be reported to the police. According to the policy, if a pregnant girl is younger than 16 years and the father of the girl is older than 16, the case must be reported to the police to initiate criminal procedures. Unfortunately, many mothers younger than 16 years do not disclose the identity of the father because they could result in criminal cases for statutory rape. One of the major factors driving teenage pregnancy is the lack of comprehensive sexual education in both schools and communities. Many young people lack the necessary knowledge and resources to make informed decisions about their sexual health. There is a need for a collective effort to address teenage pregnancies. Families must be involved. Parents and guardians need to know how to say to sexual advances. They have a duty to report to authorities. The times of mediatory discussions among perpetrators and their families with the family members of victims cannot continue. Issues of statutory rape and underage pregnancy cannot be discussed using Isikaya approach, yet children continue to be harmed. Educators who bear the responsibilities to report should also be trained on the department's policy. Coordination among government departments is important for effectiveness. This year, the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development had various departments and entities before it, reporting on the implementation of the Child Justice Amendment Act and Criminal Law Sexual Offences and Related Matters Act. There was much value in bringing different stakeholders under one roof. Likewise, there should be coordination in dealing with statutory rape. Public participation will be valuable. The ANC support the motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections agreed to. The second item on the order paper is also a motion in the name of the Chief Whip. The Honourable Chief Whip.
Thank you, Chair. That the House notes the resolution of the House on the 25th of July 2024, electing 4 members as trustees and 4 as alternatives to serve on the Political Office Bearers Pension Fund Board of Trustees. Further notes the recent changes in representation of the minority parties and accordingly elects Mr. E.K. Madlala, MP, to replace Mr. E.M. Njingila, MP, as a trustees. B, elects Mr. S.G. Mwali, MP, to replace Mr. Ndlela, MP, as an alternate trustee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. The Secretary will read the first and second orders together.
Consideration of request for approval by Parliament of Protocol on Women and Youth in Trade to the Agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area in terms of Section 2312 of the Constitution 1996. Consideration of request for approval by Parliament of Protocol on Competition to the Agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area in terms of Section 2312 of Constitution 1996.
I now recognize the Honorable Messina, the chairperson of the committee, who will introduce the reports.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The Portfolio Committee on Trade, Industry and Competition considered the protocol to the agreement of establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area on women and youth in trade, and secondly, competition policy on the 10th and 17th of June 2025. The protocol are broadly aimed at establishing fair trade practices and facilitate participation and inclusion within the African Continental Free Trade Area. The protocol on women and youth in trade aims at ensuring the inclusion of women and youth in intra-Africa trade. In addition, it seeks to maximize the opportunity presented by AFCFTA to women and youth by addressing some of the challenges they specifically face when involved in informal trading, such as lack of access to finance, safety concern on borders, as well as the protection from harassment. The protocol can be used to expand opportunities in labor-intensive sectors, as well as sectors with strong rural and women employment, amongst many other things. In terms of the provision of the protocol, it aims at eliminating the non-tariff barriers affecting women and youth in trade. In this regard, there is a need for key government departments to jointly develop, strengthen, and implement national policies and programs to target participation of women and youth in trade opportunities offered by the establishment of the AFCFTA. These include the incentive, export promotion, the activities and trade-related technical assistance, amongst others, to women and youth. The protocol on competition policy establishes a continental competition regime to enhance the competition, thus facilitating market access, efficiency, inclusion, growth, structural economic transformation, amongst others. It also addresses the anti-competitive practices that cannot effectively be regulated at national or regional level, such as cross-border cartels, mergers and acquisition, and abuse of dominance by large multinational firms in key sectors. It is important to address these competition issues to ensure that companies located within the continent can compete fairly and for new entrants to enter the market and to take advantage of opportunities within the continent, as well as to protect consumers against unfair pricing practices, amongst others. The protocol will set rules regulating the conduct of firms within the AFCFTA and not that of African governments. It specifically excludes competition matters that only affect individual countries. Thus, it does not encroach on South Africa's jurisdiction. Rather, it reinforces South Africa's ability to combat international anti-competitive practice and align to policy objective and the existing national legislation related to competition matters. In terms of Section 2132 of the Constitution, the Portfolio Committee on Trade, Industry, Competition recommends that the House approve the protocol on to the agreement of establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area, firstly on youth and women, and secondly on competition policy. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The DA.
House Chairperson, Honourable Members, Cabinet approved and recommended to Parliament for ratification of the protocols on the competition policy and women and youth in trade related to the African Continental Free Trade Agreements in February 2025. The Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, in its presentation to the Portfolio Committee on the 10th of June on the status of the trade relations and ongoing trade negotiations and ratification of the AFCFTA protocols, provided details on these protocols. The committee approved both protocols in its meeting on the 17th of June. Section 231(2) of the Constitution on International Agreements states that an international agreement binds the Republic only after it has been approved by resolution in both the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. In this way, Parliament is fulfilling its constitutional role of executive oversight. These protocols are further steps towards the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement since it came into force on the 30th of May 2019, after 22 national ratifications, including South Africa's. Intra-African trade has risen to the top of South Africa's trade agenda since President Donald Trump turned international trade relations upside down with his Liberation Day tariffs announced on the 2nd of April. Africa has a lot of catching up to do to match Europe's intra-member trade rate of 60% of total trade, or Asia's 22 rate of 57%. In 2023, Africa's intracontinental trade rate was a meager 15%. Additionally, a significant portion of Africa's trade volumes is with Europe, exceeding the amount of trade that occurs between African nations themselves. This is mainly because most Africa's imports are primary goods, unprocessed minerals, and agricultural products, while most of its imports are manufactured goods and services. The primary goods are sent to other countries outside of Africa, while Africa's manufacturing and services sectors are underdeveloped and so hardly feature in the stats. The African Continental Free Trade Agreement is the first big step in changing these unequal trade relations and moving forward to the goal of achieving a single market that reduces tariff and non-tariff barriers and enables Africa to negotiate a better trade agreements as a single bloc. To quote from the DTIC's explanatory memorandum, the protocol on trade policy, on competition policy provides for an integrated and unified African continental competition regime. The protocol has also enhances a competition in the AFCFTA for improved market efficiency, inclusive growth, and the structural transformation of African economies. The protocol is intended to address the anti-competitive practices at a continental level that existing national and regional competition authorities may not adequately address. The protocol will ensure that competition policy is central in promoting trade, supporting industrialization and innovation and sustainable economic development, and enhancing the overall welfare of the people of Africa. South Africa's competition regime has come under fire for some time due to its often heavy-handed approach to mergers and acquisitions. Investors, both local and international, take a dim view of the Competition Commission and the Competition Tribunal snail pace in taking decisions. The Democratic Alliance will be watching the work of the implementation committee closely to ensure that it meets its targets. Protocols such as those we are discussing today cannot be left to the whims of bureaucrats ticking boxes. For South Africa and the continent at large to emerge from centuries of dependency on external forces and instead foster a culture of interdependency and mutual benefits, the AFCFTA has to have real meaning. The DA supports. Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Member. MK?
Honourable Speaker, honourable members, we commend the AFCFTA protocols on women and youth in trade and on competition policy for explicitly advancing the inclusion of women and youth towards structural transformation and sustainable development. It is our view that women and youth have been excluded for far too long in the economy of our continent. We applaud its approach towards affirmative action for women and youth in trade, and its progressive strides towards our collective ideal of African solutions for African problems. Women and youth empowerment must be tied to their effective participation in trade, often through formalization, digitalization, and integration into value chains. The protocol frames participation in trade as the route to empowerment, while withholding its challenge towards the structures that produce and perpetuate exploitation of informal traders, most of whom are women. And as it gets implemented, we would like to scrutinize the structural implications to make sure the protocol truly disrupts the existing order. Umkhonto weSizwe Party declares that pushing for formalization without dismantling systemic barriers like corruption, exploitation, border violence, as well as incorrect budget allocations will not deliver justice, but will further expose our most marginalized people to state surveillance, disproportionate taxation, and new forms of exclusion. Genuine transformation would require redistributive economic models that challenge concentrated ownership and wealth, strong radical enforcement mechanisms targeting both foreign and domestic elites, co-creation with grassroots movements, especially informal traders, women and youth, rather than top-down proceduralism. The MK Party supports this protocol on women and youth and will engage in its further enhancement as it gets implemented. Colleagues, I seek your protection, Honorable Speaker.
Order, honorable members. Order. Order, honorable members. We're dealing with a very specific issue, which is a protocol that's on for discussion and decision. May we continue doing so that we can get through the business of this item, at least in any manner that is not disruptive at all. Yes, Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. Can you please order Honorable Dagmore to behave, please? Otherwise, we'll respond.
Honorable Member, the matter has been dealt with. No, the matter has been dealt with. Please continue, Honorable Reddy.
Thank you. Honorable Dagmore is in serious need of political education on the issue of Morocco and other matters. I want to touch quickly on African solutions for African problems. And I want you, and I'm specifically talking to the progressive parties in this House, we came here with a specific mandate to unite Black people in this country, to free them from the shackles of apartheid, and to give them economic opportunities, which they have been systemically deprived of over the years. We know during apartheid, racist whites, the heirs of Honorable Dagmore, these are the ones who divided us. It was their intention to divide the Black people. They did it by creating tribes, by creating different race groups, Indians, Coloreds, Xhosa, Venda, all of that, and they're doing it today. My appeal to the Black parties, our voters gave us 2/3 of a majority. Let's use that vote to advance the battle, to advance the fight, to upgrade Black people and give them hope in this country. Forget about the chirpers. They are agents of white monopoly capital. They are agents of racist whites that are here to divide us from this great mission that we have entrusted to us by the majority of South Africans. I thank you.
The EFF.
House Chair, let me take this opportunity to wish fighters countrywide in the diaspora and the African continent a happy 12th birthday. The Economic Freedom Fighter supports the report of the Portfolio Committee on Trade, Industry and Competition on the protocols to the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area, specifically those on women and youth, as well as on competition policy. We commend the AFCFTA Secretariat for the manner in which it has developed policy within individual work streams.
including these two critical areas. These protocols represent an important step in connecting the work of each member state in a manner aligned with the African Union's agenda of 2063, particularly in the relation to growth, industrialization, and the shift away from raw material dependency. Young people make up the majority of the continent's population, accounting 42% of the world's youth. Women are central to the stability and sustainability of livelihoods across Africa. Unless women and youth are at the forefront of leadership, manufacturing, and decision-making on future of the continent, the goals of the AFCFTA will remain elusive. However, we must express our concern that the work of the AFCFTA is being undermined by persistent regionalism and neo-colonial tendencies. While 55 member states have come together to form this combined market of 1.4 billion people, these gains are being weakened by external forces, particularly the United States, which continuously seeks to divide, manipulate, and dominate. We witness African heads of states running to Washington only to be disrespected and humiliated before the world. Many are treated like beggars, prepared to trade away the future of the continent for mere crumbs of foreign approval. As long as this continues, we will not beneficiate the platinum in Marikana, the oil in Nigeria, the cobalt, copper, and gold in the DRC, or the vast hydrocarbon reserves in Angola. Africa is not poor, it is looted. We are a rich continent with women and young people who represent the future of global markets and global production. It is time to use the only power we have, political power, to transform these resources into economic freedom in our lifetime, not to remain puppets of Donald Trump or any other Western agenda. The EFF supports this report.
The IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Africa is a youthful continent, and any strategy concerning its development must prioritize the inclusion of youth and women. The IFP supports the approval of the Protocol on Women and Youth in Trade under the African Continent Free Trade Area Agreement, as it signals a strong and necessary commitment to inclusive and future-oriented economic growth. However, the IFP remains mindful of the unique spatial realities across Africa. Many rural communities face limited, costly, and often difficult access to major trading hubs. It is therefore essential that this protocol does not only benefit established businesses, but also considers those on the margins, ensuring that rural and remote communities are not left behind in this transformative trading framework. The IFP welcomes the inclusion of competition policy as a central pillar in promoting trade, supporting industrialization, innovation, advancing sustainability, economic development, and alternately enhancing the welfare of the people of South Africa. However, competition must not come at an expense of local industries or jobs. Open markets should serve as engines of job creation and contribute meaningfully to improving the standard of living for all African citizens. In consideration of the issues we have raised, the IFP accepts the report. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Patriotic Alliance.
Thank you, House Chair, honourable members, members of the public. Today I rise on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance, not only to fulfill our constitutional mandate under Section 2312, but to affirm a vision of Africa that is inclusive, equitable, and economically transformative. This protocol is not merely a legal instrument. It seeks to correct historical disparities and unlock the full potential of the continent's most dynamic demographic groups. Women and youth are not just beneficiaries of development, they are architects By adopting this protocol, we institutionalize the right to participate in intra-African trade with dignity, protection, and opportunity. This protocol provides for targeted support, capacity building, and harmonized policies across member states to dismantle those barriers. It aligns with South Africa's constitutional values of equality, non-discrimination, and socio-economic justice. It complements our own national agenda to foster entrepreneurship, reduce youth unemployment, and close gender gaps in economic participation. The Patriotic Alliance supports.
The FF Plus.
Dankie, agbare huisvoorsitter. Ek is baie spyt ons het nie vandag iets om oor te stem nie, want dit lyk vir my of die oppositie vandag die ANC baie ver gaan wen. Maar wat die protokol oor vrye handel in Afrika betref, wil ek daarom sê dat die hele idee met 'n vrye handelsgebied is om handel vry te maak. Met ander woorde, om dit makliker te maak om beperkings op te hef. Nou in daardie opsig is 'n protokol wat gaan rondom kompetisie heeltemal anderster as 'n protokol wat gaan rondom regstellende aksie, of die beter vertaling vir affirmative action is eintlik bevestigende aksie, om dit te versterk wat reeds in die regering staan. Kompetisie is natuurlik belangrik in 'n vrye mark, en dit moet voorkom word dat 'n dominante markspeler sy dominante posisie misbruik. En in 'n kontinent soos Afrika, waar Suid-Afrika byvoorbeeld vervaardigings en handels expertise het en kapasiteit het wat ander lande ver oortref, is dit verstaanbaar dat ander lande ook teenoor Suid-Afrikaanse kompetisie beskerm sal wil word om 'n verwringde mark te voorkom. Wat die hele kwessie betref van vrouens en jong mense om hulle in die handel in te trek, wil ek nou regtig waar sê, elkeen van ons wat al ernstiger probeer het om iemand te beïnvloed, soos om kinders groot te maak of skool te of so, sal weet, dit werk baie beter om goeie gedrag te erken, as om dit te probeer afdwing. Sodra jy iets probeer afdwing, kry mense paaie daar rondom. Dit is baie beter om erkenning te gee aan jong mense en vrouens wat suksesvol is in besigheid, as om 'n verdrag wat in die eerste plek op vrye mark gerig is, op vrye kompetisie gerig is, nou te probeer verwring deur regstellende aksie af te dwing. Ek dink dis een van die slegste idees wat in die laaste tyd uit Afrika gekom het. Baie dankie.
Action SA.
Chair, as Action SA, we fully support the creation of an enabling trade environment that allows women and youth to seize the opportunities presented by the African Continental Free Trade Area. The greater inclusion of women and youth is not only a moral imperative, it is an urgent economic necessity. In South Africa, nearly 2/3 of young people remain unemployed, and women continue to be confined to informal, insecure work across the continent. Structural and financial barriers have long kept them out of mainstream intra-Africa trade. That must change. Empowering women and youth would catalyze inclusive growth across Africa. By unlocking this vast resource of talent and entrepreneurship, we lay the foundation for sustainable economic progress. Chair, in today's shifting geopolitical landscape, trade is increasingly weaponized. South Africa cannot afford to become collateral damage. We must diversify partnerships within Africa and across the global South. When Africa trade thrives, South Africa's economy will finally thrive. And when our economy thrives, trade across the continent will flourish. On the protocol on competition, anti-competitive practices are not just barriers to growth. They enable the illicit economy to flourish. South Africa loses an estimated 100 billion annually to illicit trade and counterfeit markets, costing jobs, draining tax revenue, and empowering criminal syndicates. These networks infiltrate trade, spreading like a sickness that displaces law-abiding South Africans. Action SA supports the protocol because it restores fairness to our markets and dismantles the structures that holds our economies back. Chair, Action SA supports both protocols. I thank you.
The ACDP.
Honorable House Chairperson, the ACDP believes that this AFCFTA
AFCFTA Protocol on Women and Youth in Trade offers protections and opportunities. Simultaneously, bureaucratic inefficiencies, a lack of trust in governments, and logistical barriers must be overcome. The UN report on UN trade barriers advocates for targeted interventions continent-wide, including youth-focused trade hubs and digital-friendly platforms. The ACDP is cognizant that informal cross-border traders are predominantly women who face harassment and extortion, often at the hands of border officials and criminal groups. We support targeted protections to strengthen women participation, as they are often the sole providers for their families. The establishment of the AFCFTA Competition Authority and Tribunal is a step in the right direction. However, merger thresholds must be monitored, and abuse of dominance, especially by digital gatekeepers, the large platforms controlling access to digital services and markets, must be avoided. These entities can stifle innovation and restrict consumer choice if left unchecked. We commend the progress made by South Africa in closing gaps and aligning regulation, but note also that only 36 African countries have enacted data protection laws and many lack enforcement capacity. Protocols must not be ratified without domestic preparedness, because a failure to align laws, institutions, and enforcement capacity could result in the dilution of promises made and undermine the trust of the AFCFTA. The ACDP supports continental cohesion. South Africa must offer technical support, accelerating cross-Africa alignment and beneficiation processes. We support these protocols. I thank you.
Thank you. The UDM.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. In a country with one of the highest and most persistent inequality rates in the world, the ratification of the African Continental Free Trade Area protocols is indeed a necessary step towards promoting equal opportunities. However, we must recognize that young entrepreneurs and women-led SMEs face real and pressing barriers, not only in accessing markets, but in simply staying afloat. Poor infrastructure and limited access to finance make it nearly impossible for them to trade competitively, let alone at a continental level. What is the meaning of inclusive trade when township vendors, rural cooperatives, and digital youth-run enterprises cannot even afford the cost of compliance or certification, which begs a question about the role of the NYDA. The UTM stresses that these protocols must not become another shelved ideal, gathering dust in a certain office. The department must present clear implementation timelines, introduce well-funded support programs, and facilitate cross-border partnerships that lift informal and small-scale traders. These vulnerable groups must not be left behind. This is a call to action. The department must invest in domestic manufacturing, skills development, and local procurement, particularly in sectors such as agro-processing, green energy, and ICT, which hold immense potential for job creation and intra-African trade expansion. Finally, the UTM calls on the department to report quarterly to Parliament on the impact of these protocols, not just their ratification. We cannot
Honourable Member, your
afford
time
to
has
have-
expired. Thank you.
The UTM supports this report.
Rice.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. Rise Mzansi supports the report and the protocol, and I will allow Bosa to advance the reasons of our support. Thanks very much.
Bosa? Is there a speaker from Bosa?
There is. Thank you very much, Chairperson. As I'm a member of this committee, and so I understand the importance of the protocol and the work that has gone into it. And so as Build Run South Africa, we do support the ratification of the protocol on women and youth in trade. But I do have to state, and state it quite clearly, that ratification without reform domestically becomes meaningless, because for the many women who may be watching this, women in South Africa who own businesses, who are informal traders, or young people who are unemployed, a protocol like this doesn't necessarily immediately change their reality. And this is not because we lack capacity, but it's because we often lack political will. And so for too long, women and youth become excluded from meaningful economic participation, and the government fails to respond with urgency. We can't right now talk about integrating continental markets or into continental markets what we've shut out of our domestic economy. Because right now, as I speak to you, women struggle to access procurement due to rigid compliance and red tape. Young people are unemployed. We are at crisis level. And informal traders, of which up to 70% of them are women, face harassment, they face exclusion from value chains and from aspects of the formal economy. So this protocol does commit us and compel us to remove these barriers locally, to expand access to finance, to develop national strategies. And these aren't new obligations. They just are not implemented enough at the pace that we need to see. So to make this protocol more than a paper promise, as Build One South Africa, we've recommended that there be a gender-responsive national Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement strategy, which has measurable targets, real red tape reduction, and expanded access to finance and institutional support for informal traders. And lastly, the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability really has to rise to the moment.
Remember, your
They need
time
to
is
not
now
be
expired.
spectators and become drivers of economic inclusion. We support the protocol.
The ATM. Al-Jama, NCC, PAC, UAT, Good, the ANC. Is the declaration
Thank you.
from the ANC?
Thank you, House Chair. The African Continental Free Trade Area Protocol on Women and Youth in Trade and the African Continental Free Trade Area Protocol on Competition are interrelated and will be spread across African countries that have ratified them. The ANC welcomes both protocols since they are crucial for competition in Africa's highly concentrated markets and for inclusive economic growth in African economies in which ownership patterns are skewed by race, ethnicity, and gender. It is important to bear in mind that the African Continental Free Trade Area is explicitly geared towards ease of trade in the African continent. This free trade area should not be confused with South Africa's ratification of the Uruguay round of general agreement on trade and tariffs under the dictates of Washington Consensus, which has made the South African economy more open and internationalized, resulting in massive capital outflows, both legal and illegal, and the high market capitalization of the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. Even while investment rates of gross fixed capital formation in the economy remain poor, while South Africa is signatory to the GATT increases exports and imports, it is the deeper cause of the economy's premature industrialization, because South Africa's integration into the international trade system reinforced the static comparative advantages of South Africa's mineral energy complex at the expense of exports of diversified manufactured value-added goods. More importantly, this signatory of the GATT is responsible for South Africa's vulnerable to exogenous shocks, widely fluctuating exchange rates, and boom and bust cycles that have had socially and economically disruptive effects on the domestic economy. The African Continent Free Trade Area is different from the current neoliberal paradigm of the GATT in the sense that it integrates the South African economy into the continental market in a manner that reconciles trade liberalization with the national development goals, including economic growth, job creation, and the sharing of opportunities and rewards of trade liberalization. The sharing of opportunities and the rewards of trade liberalization has received ever more focused attention in the continental free trade area. To be sure, the objectives of trade of the continental free trade area include, other things equal, the maximization of opportunities and benefits to support and enhance the effective participation of women and youth in intra-Africa trade, to strengthen the capacity of and access to opportunities for women and youth in trade, and to improve inclusion of women and youth in trade in the implementation of this free trade area to achieve sustainable economic development at the national, regional, and continental levels. In this context, Chair of South Africa, the objectives of this protocol will not be pursued for their own sake. National government departments, according to the DTIC, will coordinate jointly to explore and enhance the implementation of national policies to privilege women and youth. For example, through incentives and export promotion activities and trade-related technical assistance to women and youth-owned enterprises, safety and border posts, and so on. While the Continental Free Trade Area unlocks and shapes a viable industrialization path that South Africa can pursue, it must be coordinated within the competition policy. This is important because the Continental Free Trade Area enables transnational, national companies to operate continentally, and therefore there is a need for competition regulation so that African countries can be capacitated to regulate the scope and activities of these TNCs, as well as their anti-competitive practices. Also building on skills, Chair, to ensure that we are able to participate meaningfully within the value chains. Crucially, Chair, this protocol reinforces South Africa's ability to combat international anti-competitive practices and aligns to South Africa's policy objectives and existing national legislation. Moreover, South Africa's competition policy continues to serve as a role model to other competition legislative frameworks across the continent and the region due to its potential efficiencies. The ANC supports the tabling and adoption of this committee report. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, are there any objections to the approval of the Protocol on Women and Youth in Trade to the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area as it appears on the order paper? FF Plus?
Please note the objection of the FF Plus.
Objection is noted. Are there any further objections? No further objections. Agreed to. Honourable Members, are there any objections to the approval of Protocol on competition to the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area as it appears on the order paper? Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the third order.
Chair,
Yes, Honourable Member.
there are members who are stuck, who are not accommodated on the Zoom.
May I request the NA table to attend to that, please? Thank you, Honourable Member. The Secretary will read the third order.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Auditor-General on draft 2025 to 2028 strategic plan and budget of Auditor-General of South Africa and 2025 audit directives.
I now recognize the Honourable Wessels, the Chairperson of the committee, who will introduce the report.
Honourable House Chairperson, the Standing Committee on the Auditor-General considered the 2025-2028 draft strategic plan and budgets of the Auditor-General of South Africa and the 2025 audit directives. A pivotal focus of this plan is the Culture Shift 2030. And with that, it aspires to stronger, more direct and consistent impact on the daily lives of South Africans through the work of the AGSA. This is a shift away from audit reports that only reflect debits and credits and do not translate to the improvement of tangible service delivery. This strategy aims to move auditees towards organizational cultures that promotes performance, accountability, transparency, and institutional integrity. It aims to provide, through audit information, insights into these areas to yield results and move stakeholders, including Parliament and provincial legislatures, to take effective action on these areas where departments and entities do harm. It also entails the AGSA's application of its powers in terms of the Public Audit Act to recover resources lost as a result of wrongdoing, and so doing ensuring accountability. This is a shift away from a tick box exercise where everybody just strives towards so-called clean audits, whilst proper record keeping and mere compliance do not necessarily mean value for money, zero corruption, and effective service delivery. The work of the AGSA thus shifts the emphasis from mere accounting terminology to a classification in terms of if a government entity is doing harm or doing good. The performance targets of the AGSA are aligned to this effort. Sufficient budget is obviously needed to obtain these targets. The budget presented is carefully considered in order to balance the financial independence of the AGSA with these needs. The AGSA remains fully self-funded through audit fees, but outstanding and non-payment of these audit fees by especially municipalities remain of concern. The income through audit fees for 2025-26 is projected at 5.5 billion, yielding a net surplus of 322 million. Over the next 6 years, 1.7 billion will be spent on digital transformation, which is pivotal for the performance targets to be achieved. The 2025 audit directives contains key updates, especially on real-time audits and the process needed to request these real-time audits. The committee chairperson recommends that the draft strat plan and draft budget is tabled without amendments. We further recommend to National Treasury that it supports the budget. The committee also supports the updates to the audit directives. Furthermore, it is recommended that National Treasury should continue and strengthen the efforts to address the challenges concerning municipalities and departments' non-payment of audit fees. The report is hereby presented for consideration by the House. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The DA.
Honourable Chair, members of the National Assembly and fellow South Africans. Accountability is the glue that holds government to its promises. It is a quote that carries immense power. It underscores the critical importance of accountability in governance. And in essence, accountability acts as a binding force that ensures government institutions adhere to commitments, are transparent in their actions, and are answerable to the people they serve. And without that accountability, promises made by government become hollow, leading to a disconnect between the governed and those governing. The draft 2025-28 strategic plan and budget of the Auditor-General of South Africa, alongside the audit directives, underscores the pivotal role of the Auditor-General in upholding accountability, transparency, and integrity in South Africa's public sector. The Auditor-General, as a Chapter 9 institution, operates with constitutional guarantees of independence and impartiality. And as the DA, we emphasize the imperative of this mandate in ensuring rigorous accountability in public institutions, a cornerstone of our democracy. The Auditor-General's culture shift, as mentioned by our chairperson, strategy, the Culture Shift 2030, is ambitious but not impossible, aiming for tangible impact on ordinary South Africans by fostering a culture of performance, accountability, transparency, and integrity in the public sector. The 6 strategic goals are crucial for achieving this vision, and we expect decisive action. As the DA, we note the concern challenging operating environment highlighted in the report. That is leadership instability at local government level, pervasive financial maladministration, slow economic growth, and a strained national fiscus, impacting auditors' ability to pay audit fees. These challenges demand urgent attention and action from all stakeholders to ensure that the Auditor-General can effectively execute its mandate. In this regard, we welcome the joint oversight approach from the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, alongside with the Standing Committee on the Auditor-General and other relevant parliamentary oversight committees. This joint oversight committee will be committed to a coordinated approach to municipal oversight, focusing on issues like repeat disclaimer, audit opinions, and poor financial statement quality. And I am pleased to form part of this joint oversight committee, a first of many such collaborative actions. The Auditor-General's proposed budget strikes a balance between financial independence and fiscal prudence. We therefore welcome the cost optimization initiatives and investments in technology for efficiency. However, as the DA, we emphasize the need for stringent oversight to ensure financial sustainability and accountability in the Auditor-General's operations. As the DA, we fully support the observations on critical challenges like non-payment of audit fees and the necessity of funding and cost optimization plans to safeguard the Auditor-General's financial health. In conclusion, the Auditor-General's strategic plan and budget are the linchpins of accountability and transparency in South Africa's public sector. And as we move forward, honorable members, we demand unrelenting dedication to action and accountability from the Auditor-General and all its stakeholders. And as the National Assembly, we must provide steadfast oversight to empower the Auditor-General to realize its strategic objectives, ultimately serving the nation's best interests. The true test of our commitment, honorable members, to accountability lies not in our plans, but in our actions. And so let us collectively hold ourselves and our institutions accountable for the South Africa we envision. The Democratic Alliance supports this report. I thank you.
Thank you. MK?
Chairperson, honorable members, and the people of South Africa. The MK Party has noted the work done by the Auditor-General of South Africa in line with the Constitution and the Public Audit Act of 2004. And this is one of the foremost institutions supporting constitutional democracy and accountability. The MK Party believes in the independence of the Auditor-General, which stems from the Constitution and is sacrosanct and undertakes to do everything as an official opposition to strengthen the work of the Auditor-General. As MK Party, we are satisfied that the AG, as the supreme audit institution of the country, meets the very high standard it sets for itself. We note that there are instances where there are disputes between AG and the auditees, sometimes leading to delays in the conclusion of the audits and late submission of annual financial reports and audited financial statements. It is important that dispute resolution mechanism is put in place by the Auditor-General. Should be strengthened and continuously reviewed. This should not be way one process, but in our view, the Auditor-General should learn from the experiences of other professionals leading the teams of their auditees. However, we need to emphasize that the Auditor-General strengthens its own internal controls. It is our considered view that the audit committee in the Auditor-General should itself demonstrate a high level of independence and ensure that the Auditor-General is not subscribed to higher standards, but it applies to its auditees, but keep raising these standards as a supreme audit institution of the country. Finally, Chairperson, the biggest test of the Auditor-General it is how it implements its Public Audits Act. As amended in 2018, the amendments to the Public Audit Act came at a time where there was a toxic political environment driven by proponents of the state capture. It is important that the Auditor General protects its constitutional mandate and its independence, and allow the political not allow political and ideological considerations to influence its work of being selective in its investigations. Accountability and protecting our nation's assets should be at the guiding line of the Auditor General. Chair, as I close, this is in simply put, the AG's independent and operational excellency are the backbones of the democracy of our democracy's promises and to its people. Investing in AG is not a cost, but a nation's-based guarantee for public integrity, gender equity, efficiency to poverty eradication, real employment creation. In these times of deep challenges, let us unite as Parliament to safeguard the AG mandate and provide funding necessary for it to drive its transformation agenda. For real hope and for all South Africans, especially for women, for the poor and for the unemployed. As MK Party, we declare our support to the strategic plans of the Auditor General. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. Dear South Africans, the EFF is only 4 days towards celebrating its 12th anniversary. You are all invited, come one, come all. Allow us to first congratulate the Auditor General of South Africa under the capable leadership of Auditor General Tsakani Maluleke. The Auditor General is one of the most important institutions supporting our democracy. Yet, more than 30 years into this democratic dispensation, we still have not resolved the issue of how to fund the AGSA sustainably. What we are dealing with today is the very same issue we encountered upon entering Parliament in 2014, under the leadership of the late Kimi Makwetu, who served as Auditor General from 2013 to 2020. The current Auditor General, who was appointed in December 2020 for a non-renewable term of 7 years, is now left with just 2 years in office, and we are still grappling with the same challenges around billing. If we did not know better, one might conclude that, as with Statistics South Africa, the Office of the Chief Justice, and even this very Parliament, there is a deliberate effort to cripple institutions meant to support our democracy by failing to fund them adequately and timelessly. House Chairperson, this should be the last report submitted to this House in which the Auditor General must appeal for support on this matter. It should not happen again. We must all agree that AGSA must be funded directly from the appropriation bill in accordance with what is owed to it, and that allocation should then be deducted from the annual allocation of the relevant departments or entities. In the case of trading entities, a more decisive approach is required. We welcome the Auditor General's efforts to isolate the worst performing departments and entities, especially municipalities, and we recognize that the responsibility now lies with us as parliamentarians, as this report is submitted to us through the Speaker. We also welcome the full implementation of the material irregularity process across all audits, and we urge the AG to stand firm in the face of any pushback. This process is essential because it allows us to distinguish between the honest mistakes and the outright theft of public funds. For far too long, officials, especially in municipalities, have hidden behind audit outcome.
Honourable Member, your time is now expired.
The EFF supports the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The IFP.
Thank you, Chairperson. As the Chapter 9 institution, the AGSA plays a critical role in safeguarding our democracy by ensuring accountability, transparency, and sound governance in the public sector. The AGSA's independence and integrity must be preserved at all costs, especially at times when public trust in institutions is waning due to rampant mismanagement, corruption, and poor service delivery. We commend the AXA's continued commitment to its Culture Shift 2030 strategy, which focuses on building a culture of performance, accountability, transparency, and institutional integrity, PATI. This aligns closely with the IFP's value of ethical leadership and responsible governance. However, we note with concern the AGSA's continued reliance on its reserves to fund capital expenditure, especially the 331 million rands allocated in 2025-26 for digital transformation projects. While we support the organization's investment in technological advancement and cybersecurity, the drawdown of reserves threatens the AG's long-term financial health and independence. We therefore urge the National Treasury and Parliament to work with the AGSAs to finalize a sustainable funding model. Honourable Chair, one of the persistent challenges flagged in the report is the non-payment of audit fees by auditees, many of whom have the ability to pay but simply choose not to.
Honourable Member, your time is now expired.
Thanks.
Thank you. The PA.
Honourable Chairperson, honourable members of the House, my fellow patriotic South Africans, the Patriotic Alliance affirms its support for the strategic vision set forward by the Auditor-General of South Africa, particularly the goal entitled Influence, which prioritizes accountability within local government structure. We recognize the critical role of the Auditor-General in safeguarding the principles of fairness, equity, and impartiality in governance. It is our shared responsibility to ensure that all South Africans, regardless of region or background, are treated with equal respect and dignity, free from favoritism or exclusion. Service delivery remains the most tangible expression of good governance, where citizens experience efficiency, reliable and responsible public service. There exists true democratic accountability. The AG emphasis on enhancing local accountability directly answers the calls of communities nationwide who have long demanded improvement in public service provision. In alignment with our commitment to inclusive governance, the Patriotic Alliance stands firmly behind the report. It is a step towards restoring public trust and realizing the constitutional promise of equality and dignity for every South African. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The FF Plus.
No declaration, House Chair.
Action Essay.
Chair, the Auditor-General plays a critical role in enabling accountability and promoting good governance in South Africa. As a member serving on both the Standing Committee on the Auditor-General and the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, I have been consistently impressed by the Auditor-General's diligence and competence, qualities in stark contrast to many of the departments and entities whose reports these committees scrutinize. The AG sets a standard that others in government should emulate. Unfortunately, many departments and entities at a national, provincial, and local levels fall well short. The audit outcomes of institutions like the Road Accident Fund, CETAs, Unemployment Insurance Fund, Compensation Fund, DENEL, and the Department of Defense, just to name a few, are nothing short of alarming. In its 2025-2028 strategic plan and budget, the Auditor-General outlines a number of environmental conditions that will shape the public audit landscape. What should concern this Parliament are the political conditions listed that point squarely to a government failing to lead. These include leadership instability, lack of trust in public institutions, and widespread financial maladministration. Chair, in conclusion, the Auditor-General has tabled a credible, well-considered strategic plan and a budget that strengthens accountability in public institutions. The AG is doing its part. It is up to Parliament to play its role in the accountability ecosystem, because if we do not act, there will soon be very little left to govern. Action SA supports the strategic plan and budget of the AG. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the AG office exists to strengthen the country's democracy by enabling oversight, accountability, and governance in the public sector through auditing, thereby building public confidence. Now, as we know, financial administration and corruption challenges continue to plague the nation. They deplete much needed resources for development and put increasing emphasis on the need for the role that the AG's office plays in auditing the public sector in a rigorous, transparent, and ethical manner. Chairperson, many of the other speakers have referred to the challenges that the AG office faces in recovering the fees that it charges auditee clients. This, the ACDP finds deeply concerning, given the need for the AG's independence. We believe that the funding model for the AG must be revised, as its long-term sustainability and effectiveness cannot be dependent on payments from auditee clients. It is also disgraceful that the AG has had to spend unnecessary funds in defending wasteful litigation by the Road Accident Fund, which thankfully Transport Minister Creasy has now put an end to. The question is how much money was spent on this fruitless and wasteful expenditure, given the financial constraints facing both entities. However, the ACDP has closely studied this report, welcomes it, and will support it. I thank you.
Thank you. The UDM.
No declaration. We are in support.
Thank you. Rise Mzansi.
Chairperson, we support the report, and I will allow the Honorable Dr. Maimane. He was graduating yesterday, and we forgot to congratulate him and Honorable Gigaba on making education fashionable. So the reasons for our support of the report, Chair, will be advanced by the Honorable Dr. Musi Maimane. Thank you very much.
I now recognize the Honorable Dr. Maimane on behalf of RISE. Congratulations, Honorable Member.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson, and thank you to the thesis. We will discuss the thesis because it was focused on local government, and in many ways, this is part of our discussion. Let me thank Honorable Makashule Ghana for his kind words. And I rise on behalf of RISE and Build One South Africa to endorse and support this particular report. Honorable members, there can be no debate about the fact that the Auditor General's job is paramount to safeguarding our fiscal sustainability. I want to say to all of us as honorable members, the Auditor General is doing her job. The question is whether we will do ours. And therefore, fundamentally, when you look at this particular report, it does give a sense of oversight and a strengthening of capacity in the work that the Auditor General is doing. The question that we've got to put forward behind us is how do we capacitate local government? Because core to some of the irregularities that the Auditor General raises is the poor work of reporting that that municipalities do. Those irregularities materially range between in quantums of tens of billions of rands. And I've often wondered whether there isn't a mechanism that Parliament can be able to do so that we are able to deploy proper auditors to municipalities so that they comply financially. It is also crucial, as the work of the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts is doing on the Road Accident Fund, that we give better strength to the Auditor-General to prevent the irregularities that are taking place in many state-owned enterprises, not exclusive to the Road Accident Fund. Therefore, honorable members, I commend the report, I support the committee's decision, and we support the report that is tabled here. Now, the job that we have to do is to do our part as legislatures.
Thank you. The ATM. Then we move on. Al-Jamal. Not present. The NCC. The PIC. The UAT. Good. The ANC.
Good morning, honorable members, honorable chairperson. Assalamu alaikum, Sanbonani. Chairperson, as the echoes of Mandela Day still resonate with the spirit of selfless service and unwavering principle, and as we navigate this profound year of the Freedom Charter, it is with a deep sense of humility and purpose that I stand here before you today, representing the African National Congress, to express our unwavering support for the tabling of the report of the Standing Committee on the Auditor-General on the draft 2025-2028 strategic plan and budget of the Auditor-General of South Africa, along with its 2025 audit directives. Chairperson, this report is a vital step in our collective mission to strengthen institutions of accountability, to ensure the prudent management of public resources, and to combat corruption. The AGSA plays a pivotal role in enforcing accountability, transparency, and integrity within the public sector. These principles are fundamental in building a capable and ethical state that serves the people of South Africa. We believe as the ANC that the AGSA strategic plan is a direct response to the call of prioritizing accountability through its material irregularity process, which seeks to recover financial losses, prevent harm to public institutions, and ensure consequences for wrongdoing. Chairperson, we wish to further recognize several key elements in the report that align with our oversight commitment to principles of transparency and accountability. And these elements are as follows. 1, the material irregularity process. The AGSA's full implementation of the MI mechanism ensures that public officials are held accountable for financial mismanagement and the resources lost to the state are recovered. The ANC will also be suggesting to increase this net of irregularity, another category called other irregularities, because we believe every irregularity is a wrongdoing and we must recover those losses. Number 2, the hashtag Cultural Shift 2030 strategy. This strategy aims to transform public sector culture towards performance, accountability, transparency, and institutional integrity, supporting our vision for a professional and ethical public service. Element number 3, auditing for impact. The AGSA's focus on auditing for impact ensures that its work contributes to improving service delivery and ultimately improving the lives of the citizens of our country. 4, digital transformation. Investments in technology such as AI, cybersecurity to modernize audit processes and enhance efficiency reflects our commitment to innovation in strengthening institutions of accountability. The chairperson has already indicated the substantial amount of investment that the committee has approved into IT. Number 5, financial sustainability. The AGSA's emphasis on cost optimization and prudent resource management aligns well with the medium-term development plans focus on financial responsibility. And finally, number 6, addressing non-payment of audit fees. Chairperson, the AGSA's appeal and has been supported by all members in this House, in the committee. Their appeal for support in resolving challenges around non-payment of audit fees is critical to sustaining its financial independence and ability to execute its mandate effectively. We support fellow members in calling upon the National Treasury to find a funding model and an impasse to non-payment of fees. We cannot allow the AG to evolve into a national debt collecting agency. Chairperson, as I conclude, Chapter 9 institutions such as the AGSA are the lifeblood of our democracy, ensuring that public resources are managed responsibly and those entrusted with public funds are held accountable. The ANC commends the AGSA for its proactive approach to addressing systemic challenges and the public sector. Chairperson, we want to appreciate and acknowledge I wish to acknowledge the collegiality of the team in SCOAG and our overall support for the AGSA, and we also wish to support and thank the AGSA for their hard work that they do in ensuring that all institutions are accountable. We therefore urge this august House to adopt this report unreservedly. Let us stand united in ensuring that every public resource is used to improve the lives of our people and ultimately build a better South Africa. Ngiyabonga and thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize the Honourable the Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Chair. I move that the report be adopted. Thank you.
Honourable members, the motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the fourth order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration on update relating to petition of memorandum by former civil servants on unpaid pensions and related benefits.
To introduce the report, I call on the Honourable de Villiers.
Thank you, Chairperson. The report before the House today relates to a petition of former civil servants from the Civil Servants Pension Redress Movement relating to unpaid pensions and related benefits. During the 6th Parliament, the Speaker of the National Assembly received a memorandum of grievances relating to former civil servants of parastatals of the Republic of South Africa, which compromises Transkei, Maputo, Tswana, Venda, and Ciskei pensioners. The grievances were pertaining to pension monies not paid whilst working for the apartheid government due to unfair discrimination based on race. The Speaker referred the matter to the then chairperson of the Committee of the 6th Parliament for further processing and accountability. The issues were, however, not resolved by the committee in the 6th Parliament, and therefore the new and current committee re-engaged with the petition on the 23rd of October 24, just after the start of the 7th Parliament. Our committee could, however, only partially deal with the matter without key stakeholders like the GPAA and the GEPF representatives present in our sitting. Without their crucial input into the matter, our committee was of the view that this petition can only effectively be resolved together with the Finance Committee and the involvement of the GEPF and the GPAA. And so the committee took a resolution to have a joint committee meeting with the Standing Committee on Finance, where both the GPAA and the GEPF were invited to attend and present on the matter. The Joint Committee met in March of this year in an effort to bring resolution to the matter and finally deal with the petition of former government employee pensioners. After presentations and inputs from the GEPF and the GPAA, the Joint Committee made a proposal for the establishment of a task team in the form of an ad hoc committee for pension redress in general. And it was further proposed that the task team should be gazetted and consult with all affected members in provinces to ensure inclusiveness in the process. Our committee will monitor the work of the GEPF and the GPAA in the conclusion of this matter, as it remains important that all qualifying former public service members receive the pension redress that they qualify for. The committee concerns itself with all matters relating to the health, well-being and justice for members of the South African Public Service and Administration.
These officials choose to serve the state and the people of this country, and it is of utmost importance that they do this knowing that their pension fund, the GEPF, is being well administered so that adequate and responsible provision is made for their retirement after their service to the state. It is therefore with great concern that I have received a letter regarding the squandering of state employee savings entrusted to the GEPF and specifically via the PIC, the asset manager's investment and their shareholding in Daybreak Foods. Daybreak Foods was initially purchased by the PIC for 1.19 billion rand, with an additional 215 million rand, a R250 million more loans granted in the last year. A third of the shareholding in Daybreak Foods is held by the GEPF. Despite this massive investment of close to 1.5 billion rand, Daybreak Foods is currently in business rescue, placing serious doubt on the PIC's ability to recover any of the government employment savings that have been invested into it. In recent years, the PIC has appointed a series of boards and executives dogged by corruption and mismanagement allegations to Daybreak Foods, and at least one forensic investigation implicates the company secretary of the PIC in irregular appointments. In addition, it has now come to light that up to 44 of the companies that the PIC has invested in are the focus of the PIC's turnaround and value add department, an indication that Daybreak may be one of many investments using government employee savings that are either in business rescue or struggle to meet their debt obligations. In light of this, as chairperson, I've requested a joint sitting with the Finance Committee, specifically to call PIC senior staff, including the Chief Investment Officer and the Company Secretary, before our committees to account for, one, the highly questionable use of state employee funds in both initial investments and subsequent loans to Daybreak Foods, the lack of responsible shareholder oversight of Daybreak Foods and other unlisted entities, including the appointment of boards and CEOs in these entities, to disclose the names of the companies currently in the turnaround and value add department, as well as an overview of their financial position, and to make available the forensic investigation. We'll also request that the chair of Daybreak Foods and the business rescue practitioner appear in front of the committee. The PIC and the GEPF use and lose public servants' pension money.
Thank you,
to
Honourable
dabble in
Member.
high-risk investment.
Your time is
and
now
it cannot
expired.
continue. I thank you.
Honourable members, there will now be an opportunity for declarations of votes. The ordinary allocation of time will apply. The DA.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. The report before us today represents 3 decades of government attempts to reconcile pension redress for government employees who served in our schools, our hospitals, and our public institutions prior to 1994, many of whom did not live long enough to enjoy what should have been a token of appreciation for their years spent in service. This report is a result of the President having to reopen the entire process and form another task team due to claims of exclusive practices in the original determination. While we welcome the report from the Government Pensions Administration Agency, which states that 99.3% of qualifying pensioners have now been paid, we cannot hide behind statistics if even one qualifying candidate has been left stranded. In our joint meeting, some organizations clearly articulated their frustration in being excluded from consultation and shut out of the National Task Team. This provided the background behind the Joint Committee requesting that the GPF meet with all relevant stakeholders, gather their evidence, and report back in 3 months. Decisions of this magnitude cannot rest on alternative views of a process with no clear presentation of evidence. Evidence which I must point out the GPAA stated could be provided, but was not actually included within the reports for members' consideration. I am sure that we can all agree that as members of Parliament, we are not here to merely listen to representations with the expectation of total and unwavering belief. It is our job to ensure proper oversight is carried out, and that requires full transparency from government departments. As the DA, we believe that redress must be fair, transparent, and inclusive to have any meaning for those affected and to give full expression to our Constitution. This issue also highlights broader concerns, as mentioned by the chairperson, about the governance and oversight of the Government Employees Pension Fund, the GEPF. In a written parliamentary question dated the 23rd of May 2025, I asked the Minister of Public Service and Administration about widespread concerns regarding the underperformance and mismanagement of the GEPF, questionable investments by the Public Investment Corporation to politically connected entities, and the growing dissatisfaction among public service pensioners who have received pension increases that fall way below inflation. The response confirmed that while the GEPF is financially sound on paper, it operates in a vacuum of limited accountability. The fund belongs essentially to the people, not to politicians, not to the PIC, and certainly not to any associated cadres. It is a mechanism that should support the professionalization of the public service through appreciation of the sacrifices and times that our public servants devote to citizens. A failure to protect and empower public servants will always result in governance breakdowns and failures, as we've seen. While the DPSA lacks direct jurisdiction over the GEPF's investment decisions, it is still responsible for protecting the interests of public servants, and the DA supports any inquiry into the GEPF's governance, its relationship with the PIC, and the fairness of its pension increase mechanisms. A view that it appears is shared by the Minister of Public Service and Administration, whose reply clearly stated his support of all mechanisms promoting transparency and accountability, as well as for protecting the pension interests of public servants and ensuring public confidence in the fund. Essentially, what we don't want is for Parliament to be sitting here another 30 years from now, contemplating how they are going to reimburse the pensions of employees yet again due to a failure to properly manage their life savings. Honourable Chairperson, the DA welcomes the report's recommendations, and we urge both the GPF and the GPAA to prioritise the concerns that were raised by members in the joint meeting and to come fully prepared with an evidence-based report that brings closure to this unnecessarily long-standing matter. I thank you.
Thank you, the MKP.
Mhlali ngaphambili indlu yonke ehloniphekile. Njengomkhonto wesizwe, we are celebrating today a member esizamukele ngomgqibelo as 12,000. 12,000 members from Emangozi. We salute Dr. Kehlelezi ngomsebenzi wakho omuhle. We salute Kedla Ihlekisa. Hlanganyelwa Zuma for abantu ukuthi bakuhloniphe. I rise today on behalf of Umkhonto wesizwe, not with politeness or patience, but with deep sorrow and burning anger. There is a silence and injustice tearing through the lives of our people, and it is happening on our watch. Thousands of retired public servants, the very possible people who kept this country running, are being denied their pensions and the retirement benefit. These are not faceless names in files. They are our elders. They are former nurses, clerks, teachers, and cleaners, many of whom serve under extreme hardship during apartheid, during the transition, and during the fragile early years of our democracy. Some helped lay the foundation for these public servants we have today. And now this government repay them with silence, with delays, with death. Yes, Chairperson, some of these elders are dying without ever receiving a cent of what they earned with decades of sweat and sacrifice. Ngingabala nje umama uBusisiwe Sikhakhane oshone ngoSeptember 22, 1994. Till today umndeni wakhe awukazi uyithole ibenefit yakhe. Others are being chased from department to department, lost in a system with no records, no agents, no care. And yet while they brave men and women humiliated in their old age. This is a disgrace, this is a scandal, this is a national shame. We in the NK party say no more. We call for the following immediate action. A national audit of all outstanding pension claims, prioritizing the elders and those who life-threatening conditions. A dedicated pension resolution tax team led by DPSA, GEPF, and national treasure, and crucial, including representation of affected former workers. Monthly report to Parliament and the relevant portfolio committee. So this issue is no longer buried in bureaucracy. Consequences management. Official animal ghost workers or delaying real claim must face the law. This is more than administration. It is constitutional duty. It is a human rights issue, and it is personally. When a government fails to honor its promises to those who built it, it is not just failing to government. It is betrayal, its soul. To the elders watching today, at home, in social media, in any platform, we are not forgotten. You are not alone. The MKN party stand with you. We will not rest until every right pension is paid and every corrupt loopholes is closed. A nation that neglects its servants disrespects its souls. And those who close their eyes to this injustice are complicit in the suffering. Sithike emakhaya njengomkhonto wesizwe simnani imali yenu ayize ungaloko ekukhulunywa gwaza mkhonto gwaza.
Thank you. The EFF.
Let me first take this opportunity to invite domestic workers, petrol attendants, security guards, the youth, the unemployed, and all our people to the Festival of the Poor and the Working Class at Khayelitsha Rugby Stadium on Saturday as the EFF turns 12. The EFF rises to express our rejection of this government's continued betrayal of the poor and the working class. We rise to make this declaration on the ongoing injustice experienced by former civil servants and parastatal employees from the former South African homelands of Transkei, Venda, Bophuthatswana, and Ciskei, whose pension benefits remained unpaid or unresolved nearly 3 decades into democracy. These men and women were the backbone of the public service, many of whom served under the most brutal conditions of apartheid and persisted through decades of democratic transition. Yet today, they are treated like disposable objects by an uncaring and corrupt ANC-led government. In May 2016, some of these elderly and former civil servants came here to Parliament to demand the pension owed to them. Instead of receiving supports, they were manhandled and treated with utter disrespect by the state, arrested and charged under the apartheid-era National Key Point Act. Into ebuhlungu into yokokubana omnye waba bantu badala utata ukholisile ngubombi uye wasweleka engazange ayifumane imali yakhe yomhlalaphantsi. It is disgraceful that elders, many now frail and impoverished, must petition Parliament for what they have legally and morally earned. This government has money for ministerial luxuries, dodgy tenders, useless commissions, and endless bailouts for failing SOEs. But when it comes to legitimate entitlements of the people who built these very states, it drags its feet, hides under red tapes, and expects silence. The EFF will not keep quiet. The EFF demands the immediate payment in full of all outstanding pensions and related benefits with interest for the years stolen by this corrupt administration. We demand immediate disciplinary and criminal action against all state officials and administrators who have contributed to the denial and delayed pensions payments, and we want their names and want to shame them and jail them. It is not a favor, it is a constitutional duty. These elders are not beggars, but liberation workers who built the state. The EFF will not remain silent while their dignity is denied. We will stand with them until justice is served. The EFF supports this recommendation.
Thank you. The IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The past is never really in the past, especially in this country with a history like South Africa. The issue in this report is intrinsically linked to the past. It is unfortunate that many civic servants' pensions funds were withheld due to discriminatory policies under the apartheid government. One thing is certain, resolving this issue does not diminish the hardship these people have endured. We also welcome the participation of civil society movements, such as the pension redress movement, which serves as a powerful reminder of the vital role civic society played in a democracy. The IFP notes and commend the GPAA for reporting that 99.3% of eligible cases, those meeting in the critical established by the Public Service Coordinating Bargaining Council and the DPSA have been paid. Furthermore, we acknowledge and appreciate the ongoing efforts to finalize the remaining cases. However, the IFP notes with concern that leaders of the pension redress movement have raised objections to the process, citing a lack of consultation and exclusion from key decision-making. This is a serious matter that warrants urgent attention and intervention. In consideration of the issues we have raised, the IFP accepts the report. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The PA.
No declaration, we support.
Thank you. The FF Plus.
Chairperson, there is a broader problem here. The squandering of pension fund savings through poor investment choices, poor management, fraud, and corruption. The DPSA's core mandate is to ensure the professionalism of proper service delivery by the public service. Yet, the GPAA and GEPF, through entities such as the PIC, are playing with the retirement savings of these very servants from whom we expect to show up and serve the public with passion and to the best of their abilities, as well as those who have worked for their retirement and are now denied that privilege. This matter we are dealing with today is shining a light on the broader concerns where the GPAA and GEPF are concerned, and we welcome all attempts to bring poor governance and dodgy relationships out of the dark and into the light. We support the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Action essay.
Thank you, Chair. Action SA supports the report, but we're just concerned that those that served a part in the white central government don't have such problems. Those that served in the homelands are treated differently. And I just want you to understand that when you are of a senior age and you can't even get your pension, the issues of how the assets are managed doesn't help you at all, because you don't even have money for survival. When you live in South Africa, you get to a pensionable age, even with your pension, you can't maintain any previous lifestyle. With no pension, you are being treated inhumanely. So we as Section SA are appealing that discrimination for these people cannot be for all their lives. Under a democratic government, let them get relief before they pass away. So Chief Whip, can we ensure that this matter is dealt with urgently? People will say 99.3% of the payouts have been made. But if you're one of the thousands for whom the payout has not been made, your life is miserable. So can we please act with humanity in expediting the payments to the people? This is not charity, it's justice. We must restore the dignity of those whose service was ignored for too long. Remember, where they live, opportunities for work are much less than where the central government operated. We support the report. We ask for people to show some humanity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The ACDP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. The ACGP notes that during the 6th Parliament, the Speaker of the National Assembly referred a memorandum of grievances to the Public Service Administration Portfolio Committee concerning former civil servants and parastatal employees, specifically pensioners from the Transkei, Papua, Venda, and Ciskei who had not received their pension payments. We further note with great concern that the grievances relate to these unpaid pension funds, which were withheld due to discriminatory policies under the apartheid government based on race and gender. The GPAA reported that it had paid some 99.3% of the cases that met the eligibility criteria established. However, the leaders of the pension redress movement dispute this and the process, citing a lack of consultation and exclusivity in the decision-making process. The ACGP House Chairperson supports the recommendations of the Portfolio Committee calling for collaboration of stakeholders in accurately verifying and auditing the records of affected pensioners, the establishment of a fair and transparent procedure for pension payouts to all qualifying members, and the call for a comprehensive report on the developments related to the pensioners' petition to be presented to the Joint Committee within 3 months. In supporting this report, the ACGP asserts that our pensioners who have given the best years of their lives in service to our country must never be abandoned in the twilight years of their lives because of the greed and indifference by some officials in the GPAA and the GEPF. I thank you.
Thank you. UDM.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The UTM rise in support of the recommendations of the Portfolio Committee. We are calling on the GNU to try and speed up this process. There are no timeframes that are attached to this, and we cannot afford to drag it and say in the 7th Parliament, this is what was discussed, and we will be saying that in the 8th or the 9th administration. We need timeframes for this, and people who passed away without getting their pensions must be paid their pensions. We cannot have a situation where we allow this country to be ruined by corruption. We have to root corruption. Thank you.
Thank you. Rise Mzansi.
No declaration, we support the Chair.
Thank you. Bosa.
No declaration from Bosa, we support.
Thank you. The ATM. Al-Jamar. The NCC. The PAC. The UAT. Good. The ANC. Is there no declaration from the ANC? Thank you. I recognize the Honourable the Chief Whip.
Thanks, Chair. I want to move that the report be adopted. Thank you.
Honourable members, the motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? MK?
Honourable Speaker, we are not convinced that these pensioners will be paid tomorrow.
No,
There's still more delays.
Honourable Reddy,
For that reason,
this is not an opportunity for further declarations. Just state whether you object to the report or not.
Speaker, when we have these debates, it's where you convince each other.
No, Honourable Reddy, you are now disregarding my authority. Don't do that.
We reject this report. Thank you.
Thank you. With that objection noted, the report is accordingly agreed to. The Secretary will read the 5th order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Police on petition related to gang violence in northern areas of Nelson Mandela Bay.
To introduce the report, I recognize the Honourable Cameron.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable members, the unrelenting scourge of gang violence continues to devastate communities in the northern areas of Nelson Mandela Bay. Since 2019, over 1,000 people have been brutally murdered in that specific part of the city. More than 200 in just the last 2 years, with some victims as young as 3 years old, and despite years of plans, promises, and so-called interventions, the killings continue unabated. The Portfolio Committee's own oversight and the petition before us laid bare the failings of the South African Police Service and the National Prosecuting Authority in addressing this specific crisis effectively. The response from SAPS in Nelson Mandela Bay has been marked by inadequate planning, poor coordination, and a chronic inability to disrupt the organized syndicates behind the violence that I speak of. And for far too long, South African Police Service's management has hidden behind the excuse of limited resources. But let me say it plainly. This crisis will not be solved by throwing more money at it. No amount of resources can overcome the failure of integrity. To illustrate the depth of this rot, consider this disturbing example. A detective in that very area admitted to having committed an armed robbery using an illicit firearm in the very region he was meant to protect. And his sanction, 2 months of unpaid suspension, and now he's back at work to supposedly protect and serve. Chairperson, you cannot run an intelligence-led, prosecution-driven policing model if the intelligence is compromised at the top. You cannot expect frontline officers to stand up to gangsters if they themselves have no confidence in their leadership. They clearly do not have any confidence if their leadership is clean and whether they are competent to actually stand up against organized crime. The recent chaos and the instability within the South African Police Service management, especially in the recent weeks, speaks volumes about the fractured and ineffective approach used by our current leadership. We have seen in Nelson Mandela Bay how fractured, politicized, and ineffective command structures have become, and this enables gangs to flourish and ordinary citizens to live in fear. And recent public allegations by Lieutenant General Mkonazi about political interference and criminal syndicate infiltration in the South African Police Service at senior levels only confirm that communities already suspect. They cannot trust the South African Police Service to prioritize their safety ahead of self-interest.
Honourable Cameron, just hold on. Honourable members on the virtual platform, please ensure that you are muted until being recognized. Yeah, in the House similarly, please remain muted until you're recognized. Honourable Cameron, please.
It is no surprise that we sit here today and what feels like we have
Honourable
three
Cameron,
ministers
just
of
hold
police.
on. Honourable member.
But it can't be, Chair. The ANC does not have a declaration of important matters. Now they are disturbing the House.
Honourable member. Honourable Cameron, my apologies. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. It's no surprise then that we sit here today with what feels like three ministers of police. We've got one on special leave, another acting, and another one acting for the acting, and yet no clear, decisive leadership taking responsibility. Honourable members, this is a wake-up call. This is not the time for more platitudes about community partnerships or talks about integrated approaches. Those words are hollow if the leadership itself cannot be trusted. In Nelson Mandela Bay, and indeed the entire South African Police Service, desperately needs is credible, urgent integrity intervention. 1, independent vetting of all senior officers. 2, mandatory lifestyle audits. And 3, immediate removal of compromised commanders and managers. Once this integrity intervention is completed, South African Police Service must fully commit to the policing model our country so desperately needs. Intelligence-led, prosecution-driven investigations that focus on dismantling the criminal syndicates behind the violence and delivering successful convictions. Chairperson, if integrity is the cornerstone of policing, then ours is significantly cracked. The people of Nelson Mandela Bay have suffered enough, and they deserve more than just excuses. They deserve a police service they can trust, one that has the courage to dismantle both gangs on the streets and syndicates in its own ranks. It is time we fix the South African Police Service from the top down with integrity, accountability, and an unwavering commitment to justice, and return to a policing model that genuinely protects and serves our communities, one that is intelligence-led and prosecution-driven. As Chair of the Police Portfolio Committee, I table this report and move for its adoption. I thank you.
Thank you. There will now be an opportunity for declarations of votes. The ordinary or usual times will apply. The DA?
Thank you so much, House Chair. The Democratic Alliance rises today in full support of the report by the Police Portfolio Committee regarding the petition submitted by Mr. Yusuf Kasim MPL, addressing the scourge of gang violence in the northern areas of the Nelson Mandela Bay. This is not merely a report on crime statistics or institutional shortcomings, Chairperson. This is a report on the daily terror suffered by innocent families, the shattered futures of children, and the communities living under siege from gangs and drugs, while little to no relief from the state structures meant to protect them. The DA welcomes this report because it confirms what the residents of Nelson Mandela Bay have been telling us for years, that the South African Police Service is failing the people it is sworn to protect, not due to a lack of warning, but due to a lack of will, leadership, and accountability. Between 2019 and 2025, gang-related violence in this area has claimed over 1,000 lives, including some of the youngest victims, children as young as 3 years old. These are not isolated cases.
Honourable Schikkerling, just hold on for a moment. I have a hand to my left. Honourable Member, why do you want to be recognised?
House Chair, I'm checking whether the Minister of Police that is on special leave, is he allowed to participate in this house? He's on a platform virtual.
No, well, I will have to look into that. Remember, honourable members, the
it's on a special leave.
I will look into the matter, but be reminded that the Constitution allows for certain members of the executive not to be members of Parliament necessarily.
But
I will
he's
look
on
into the
special
matter
leave.
and advise
He's
at
on
the end
special
of the
leave.
declaration.
He's on special leave. Why is he part of this sitting?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Are you referring to Member Mkunu?
Yes, Usenzo
Okay.
Mkunu.
Yeah.
Akaphuma.
Honourable members, he has not resigned as a member of Parliament.
On leave. He's on special leave.
Yeah, no, he's on leave as a member of the executive. That was the announcement. I'm not at, I don't have the authority and no one else does to order this member not to be
must
part
be
of our
removed.
proceedings. Thank you. Honourable Schikkerling, please continue.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, we are speaking about children as young as 3 that are losing their lives. These are not isolated cases. They're systems of systemic rot, an anti-gang unit that is critically under-resourced, a broken and ineffective crime intelligence, absent forensic prioritization, and deeply troubling allegations of police complicity with gangs. Facts that have significantly been highlighted over the last 3 weeks in our country. This report vindicates the pleas of community members, the courage of whistleblowers, and the tireless advocacy by Mr. Kasim. What we need is urgent action, tactical deployments, forensic turnarounds, and a functional crime intelligence service, something that is very lacking. The DA particularly welcomes the committee's strong recommendations, including the urgent capacitation of the Eastern Cape Anti-Gang Unit and crime intelligence structures, units that should be urgently capacitated across the whole of the country. The prioritization of drug-related forensic analysis and expanded school-based anti-drug campaigns, the strict enforcement of discipline within the SAPS ranks, ensuring that misconduct such as officers being intoxicated whilst on duty, abuse of state property, or engaging in criminal acts is met with immediate consequences, a thorough review of bail laws in relation to gang and drug crimes, and we cannot continue to see repeat offenders granted bail, Chairperson, while families buried their loved ones all over South Africa. The DA calls on this Parliament to recognize the crisis in the Nelson Mandela Bay for what it is. It's a national emergency. We echo the committee's call for interdepartmental cooperation, particularly in alignment with the Drug Master Plan, and welcome the proposed establishment of a multidisciplinary oversight mechanism to ensure accountability across basic education, social development, and the police. In closing, Chairperson, the DA will continue to fight for every community across South Africa, from urban to rural, affluent or marginalized, to live without fear, fear from bullets, and fear from the suffocating grip of organized crime. We commend the committee for its thorough work and call for immediate implementation of these recommendations, not only in Nelson Mandela Bay, Chairperson, but in every community that suffers under the scourge of gang violence daily. I thank you.
Thank you. The MKP.
Chair. Oh yeah. Before you start there, Chair, I think, no, yeah, it's fine. I think it's very important to say this to you, Chair, that when I was sitting down there, Cameron said something, honorable member. You know, professors, doctors could not understand our president, Ungamalala Jacob Zuma. We had 15% in the last election, and I can tell you now, President Zuma in Umkhonto Sizwe will be going to Sahel, you know, for that issue which we are concerned about, Morocco. You know, the new Africa will be there. You know, he will be there. You still have in this country an embassy, an Israeli embassy up to today. Shame on you. Let me start there now. Chair, abantu base Nelson Mandela Bay, they are tired of all these stories. Yakhulunywa, drug violence, gang violence is all over. And some, they don't even have a shame. They went to America and mislead, you know, as if they are representing somebody called Honorable Powell or whatever. But we know that. Abantu bala ekhaya South Africa bayathaka i-gang violence ikhona la eMitchells Plain ikizo zonke indawo. Umthago lo urara ngokuthi uhulumende okhona nje asazi nokuthi sinabo minister abangaki. Kunabo minister abathathu abongqongqoshe, omunye kuthiwa ku special leave, omunye kuthiwa ulindile usese lecturer some vets. You know, we are so confused as a country. Now, abantu balapha, abantu abadala ngale gang violence eyenzeka lapha in Nelson Mandela Bay is not something different from other provinces in the country. As the MK party, we are saying more than 1,000 people gang-related were killed since 2019. As Umkhonto Sizwe, this is what we are demanding. We are demanding that. Our people need that. An immediate deployment of a well-resourced and vetted anti-gang unit, a clean-up of corrupt officers embedded within South African police structures, direct accountability from the Minister of, I'm not sure which one, and the National Commissioner for the failures to act, a war room strategy to coordinate justice, education, social development, intervention with a parliamentary oversight, emergency interventions to reclaim schools, sport field, and communities as safe zone. Wabantu abethu abasanayo indawo enjalo, laba ngathi khona mabahleli khona, they are safe because South African Police Service is in tatters because of the GNU as well. We say enough is enough. We need emergency intervention now, not tomorrow. The people of Nelson Mandela Bay do not need another paper exercise. They need safety, justice, and government that treats their lives as sacred like anybody else. The MK party will not rubber stamp the failure. We stand with the victims, the families, and the youth who are fighting every day to survive in a war zone ignored by the state. The GNU has failed dismally on this matter. Bayeza la bayakhuluma bathi ye asazi aboministara ukuthi aboministara bangaki. You are in a partnership, you are in the same bed. You are responsible for that. We will be paying aboministara babili in one department. Into enjalo njalo. Umkhonto wesizwe reject this wholeheartedly. Kwaza mkhonto kwaza.
Thank you, the EFF.
Greetings to CIC commissars, fighters. As we celebrate the EFF's 12th anniversary at Khayelitsha Rugby Stadium this coming Saturday, we invite you all, including you, Chairperson. Chairperson, when we debated the police budget vote a few weeks ago, we placed much emphasis on the chronic inability of the police to deal decisively with crime. We attributed much of this to the internal corruption within SAPS, which leads to dysfunctional policing because a number of those with decision-making powers at SAPS are captured in one way or the other by criminal gangs in the country. The petition submitted by the Eastern Cape member of the provincial legislature, a Mr. Y. Kasim, drew attention to the House to escalating levels of gang violence at the northern areas of Nelson Mandela Metropolitan Municipality. It cites statistics, including over 361 shooting incidents between 2021 and 2023, as well as over 180 deaths over the same period. These are issues that should concern all responsible citizens in this country and should trigger action amongst those who lead SAPS if they cared. But members of this House would agree with me when I say that these statistics are pale in comparison to what is happening here in the Western Cape, a province led by the Zionist-loving Democratic Alliance. Cape Town has become a haven for gang-related murders, and hardly a week goes by without incidents of mass shooting being reported. Just on Saturday, 5 people were shot in gang-related shooting in Paro, Cape Town, wherein 2 people died and 2 are fighting for their lives in hospital. This follows an incident in which 6 people were shot dead in one incident in Guguletu, Cape Town. Weekend after weekend, the Cape Flats is a certified battlefield where young and old people are slaughtered by gangs who have become bigger than the law in this country. While we commend the specific recommendations for dealing with the problem in the northern areas of the Nelson Mandela Metro, the country is in an urgent need of a calibrated policing effort. This must include a thoroughgoing process of vetting the police, specifically those who lead the police at various levels across the country. The recommendations of the report in as far as staffing, forensic laboratory work, and issues of bail, while commendable, have little to nothing to do with the local problems faced by the police at Nelson Mandela. These are national problems that must be tackled by a bold national leadership of the police. Sadly, the president and his
Honourable
leadership
Member. Your time is now
have decided to
expired.
play politics. We reject, we support. Sorry, we support.
Thank you. The IFP.
Thank you, as Chairperson. The IFP notes with concern the resourcing of the anti-gang unit and crime intelligence in the Eastern Cape. We remain deeply concerned by the systemic failures in investigation quality, forensic backlogs, and office misconduct that continues to undermine public trust and enable criminal syndicates to flourish. Communities are being held hostage by gang violence and the scourge of drugs, with our young people being sacrificed at the altar of a broken security system. The IFP strongly supports the call for urgent intervention, including improved intelligence capacity, swift forensic processing, discipline within the ranks, and a serious interdepartmental focus on the drug master plan. We further urge that this momentum extends across all provinces, not just the Eastern Cape, because crime knows no geographic boundaries. Let us ensure that the fight against drugs and gangsterism is not delayed by bureaucratic foot dragging, but met with a real political will and targeted impact. The IFA supports the report. We accept the report. Thank you.
Thank you. The PA.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable members, the Patriotic Alliance rises today to confront a deepening crisis. The report tabled on the 21st of May 2025 does not tell us something new. It merely affirms what the communities of the northern areas of Nelson Mandela Bay have been crying out for years. From 2019 to April 2025, over 1,060 lives have been lost to gang-related violence, documented not by the state, but by exhausted and fearful community monitors forced to do the work of SAPS has failed to do. In just the past financial year, 62 people were gunned down, including 17 children. This is not policing, this is abandonment. Despite repeated and formal requests for intervention, beginning as early as October 2023, a memorandum submitted in the wake of the brutal murder of 3-year-old Emilio. The response from authority has been silence, inaction, and neglect. These are steps taken because the state has failed to protect its people. The Patriotic Alliance will not stand in idle while communities are reduced to battlegrounds and children become in damage. We demand not just answers, we demand justice, accountability, and immediate tangible action. Enough is enough. We support the committee's recommendations to double the anti-gang unit and to restore communities policing. The PA supports. Thank you.
Thank you. The FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, let me firstly commend the committee for their swift processing of this petition. I think it should be commended, and that is what Parliament should do to show that we take our oversight role and the fact that we are Parliament of the people serious. Chairperson, this petition highlights a crisis that is not contained to only Nelson Mandela Bay, and the causes of the crisis is also similar in a lot of other places where gang violence and gang activities are prevalent. And those causes are the severe under-resourced local police stations, inadequate crime intelligence, delays in response by the police, also police complicity in gang activities and their association with gang members, and then also the collapse of community policing mechanisms. Chairperson, the recommendations of this report is a step in the right direction in this local community, and the report back should be taken serious, and the committee and Parliament should do everything it can to get regular progress reports from the South African Police Service in this regard, and this and all these solutions that are offered here should also be implemented in other areas where members of communities are suffering due to gang-related criminal activities and also drug-related criminal activities. I thank you.
Thank you. Action SA.
Honourable Speaker, Action SA rises not just in support of this report, but in solidarity with the communities of the northern areas of Nelson Mandela Bay and the many others left to bury their children, live in fear and suffer abandonment from the South African Police Service. This report, prompted by a petition from Mr. Yusuf Kasim MPL, exposes yet again the brutal reality of drug and gang-related violence, which is no longer a crisis, it is a daily norm. Since 2029, over 1,000 gang-related killings have occurred, including 17 children in the last year alone. These are not just numbers, these are stolen lives. We support calls for bold, urgent action once again, but the failures of SAPS go beyond under-resourcing. Community trust has collapsed due to alleged police complicity, intoxication on duty, and unresponsiveness. In what world does a grandmother and a grandson get murdered and no meaningful action follows? We are alarmed by the decline of the anti-gang unit, ineffective crime intelligence, in fact, at this point, non-existent, and collapsed community policing structures. Organized crime cannot be met with indifference. Action SA, for the 100th time, calls for a national crisis declaration, urgent SAPS reform, and a multi-departmental effort to dismantle gang recruitment in schools and in communities. The people of Helenville, the Cape Flats, Eldorado Park, Westbury deserve safety, dignity, and urgency equal to any South African. So kan dit nie aangaan nie. I thank you.
Thank you, the ACDP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. The ACDP stands with the residents of the northern areas of Nelson Mandela Bay who face an escalating crisis of gang violence marked by governance breakdown and criminal infiltration. Crime research reveals that state functions are increasingly usurped by criminal syndicates, with violence spiraling in areas like Bettelsdorp and Galvindale, where homicide rates rivals those in some Central American countries. A disturbing pattern known as gemors gangsterism has emerged, which involves the indiscriminate attacks on civilians simply to instill fear. Allegations persist of gang bosses colluding with politicians, enabling impunity and even access to state contracts for criminal syndicates. Children as young as 9 are recruited with drugs, while firearms, many of them from SAPS itself, fuels cycles of territorial churn, driving killing, recruitment, and fragmentation. The ACDP commends the progress made with over 1,300 arrests made for serious organized crime in 2024-25, 30 drug labs dismantled, and
Honorable String, just hold on. Honorable Legutwe, please remain muted on the virtual platform. Honorable String, please continue.
We also note and welcome the over 324 million rands worth of drugs that have been seized, and commend the Hawks for securing 220 convictions for organized crime, and welcome the expansion of SAPS's anti-gang units to all provinces. The ACDP supports the Portfolios Committee's call for the doubling of anti-gang unit personnel, the expansion of the shot spotter surveillance and drone capacity, and deeper interdepartmental collaboration. No South African, whether in Bettelsdorp, Galvindale, or anywhere else, should fear gangsterism in their communities. Safety is not a privilege. It is a constitutional promise and must be restored with strength and immediacy. I thank you.
Thank you. The UDM.
No declaration, thank you.
Thank you. Rise.
Kosa. Yakulu.
House Chair.
So much to.
House Chair.
Honorable Ghana, just hold on. Honorable Kwankwa on the virtual platform. Why do you want to be recognized?
No, I wanted to talk on behalf of the UDM Chair, but I see there's a speaker on the board. Can accommodate me when you can.
Thank you. I'll return to you after Rise have declared. Thank you. Honorable Ghana, please continue.
Nakenza mthamashitulu mthamashitulu hi ri Rise Mzansi hi seketela xipiko lexa komiti hi seketela ngopfu loko hi langutisa mhaka ya matirhelo ya maphorisa. I fane hi ntiyiso vulavuriwa nkarhi wun'wanyana. Xikulu lexi hi nga na xo kumbe nkingha
Honorable
yikulu leyi hi nga
Ghana.
na yo.
Just hold on for a moment, please. Honorable Reddy, why do you want to be recognized?
Thank you, Honorable House Chair, and my apologies to Honorable Ghana. I want to go back to the rules regarding the leave of Honorable Mkhunu. Because
No,
when I look-
but Honorable Reddy,
rising on a specific.
I have
rule-
dealt with that
No,
matter.
you haven't. I'd like to get an.
No, I have
I'd
dealt
like to
with
get
that
a-
matter. You are disrupting the proceedings. Please don't do that.
I'm following.
And to interrupt Honorable Ghana is specifically bad form in the circumstances. You could have alerted,
to him, but it's an important
asked
point.
for my attention after he has concluded. I have dealt with that matter. Please stand down.
So I will stand down. You.
I have dealt with that matter. Honorable Ghana, my apologies. Please continue.
Mara redubla kurang ngata imanyana 1 minute na eta kuvulavula. Or why fan on disturb loko ndri kuvulavuleni. Loko n'we vulavula hi disturb man. No, lexi a ni la vula xo mutshama xitulu. I ku ri no lexi hi fane hi xi tiyisisa ngopfu. I timhaka ta loko maphorisa va khome kumbe va kume swigevenga. Hikuva swigevenga swa khomiwa. Mara eka ti-investigation a swi helo and leswi kwatisaka ti-community ta ku tala. So the biggest issue, especially with the killings in the northern areas, but also in Mitchell's Plain, in areas like El Dorado Park and other areas, it's how, for instance, as is noted in the report, the police themselves, they are in cahoots with the criminals. And that's one thing that we must confront, because if we don't clean up the police service, we'll not be able to win this kind of wars that are raging on in our communities. So as Rising Suns, we support this and we will work with the portfolio committee, but also hold the police accountable, especially crime intelligence. I hope that the next, the ad hoc committee on police, one of the things that it will look at is the fights within crime intelligence so that it protects or it works to protect the people of this country. Disturb next time, Red.
Thank you, Honorable Reddy. I'm going to recognize you, but before you take the floor, I've already dealt with the issue to say that whilst a member may be put on leave as a member of the executive, that member remains a member of the National Assembly, and it's not within my authority to determine whether that member is to attend sessions of this House or not. If you have something new to raise, please continue.
Thank you. Honorable House Chair. Now, if you look at the rules, right, Appendix A, it specifies the categories of leave. And if you look at categories of leave in page 2 to 8, special leave is 5 days a year, only 5 days in a year. The President announced that Honorable Mkhunu is put on special leave. How can he be on special leave for so long? It's gone past 5 days. How is it possible? So what leave is he on? Because he's getting paid by the state to be a full minister while he's on so-called leave. And then we're talking about bringing another minister.
Thank you. No, we know the circumstances. Thank you. I get the point. Honorable Reddy and honorable members, these are the rules of the National Assembly, not the rules of the executive. It is respectfully also not within the purview of the President to put a member on leave as a member. So I would suggest that you take that matter up with the Presidency, either through a question, a written question, formally in terms of the rules of the National Assembly, or by making an informal inquiry, but I'm not in a position to assist you. Thank you. Bosa? My apologies, Honorable Dr. Maimane. Just hold on. Honorable Kwankwa, I'm returning to you.
Thank you ever so much, House Chair. Well, the UDM supports the report and stands with the communities of the northern areas of Nelson Mandela Bay with the challenges of gangsterism which are prevalent across the country. If we look at gangsterism as a party, we believe that it needs a different type of policing and more focused policing in particular, as it is a widespread problem even in the Western Cape. In various townships around the country, it takes different shapes and different forms, but the impact is the same on all communities. We believe that steps should be taken to strengthen the criminal justice system and to also, in our view, address comprehensively the socio-economic factors that are a major contributing factor to some of these problems, and perhaps to also implement community-based interventions that are going to help us to address these problems. But more particularly and more important for SAPS, there is a need for us to bolster the anti-gang units across the country. I mean, when you go to some of the townships here in the Western Cape, such as Mitchell's Plain, Levis, and many other parts of the country where gangsters actually operate with impunity in those communities, and they wreak havoc in those communities. They make our people to live in fear and to be hopeless, as if there is no SAPS or law enforcement that is supposed to be taking place in our country. So with those few words, we say that there needs to be a mobilization of communities and help the communities with some of the interventions that they put in place. I've seen in some of the townships, especially in Cape Town, such as Guguletu, such as Kaelita, such as to a less extent in Langa, that even because even the problem of extortion took the form of gangsterism, there were various factions that were terrorizing communities. Law enforcement government has to support the initiatives that communities put in place to try and secure their communities and to try and deal with gangsterism. Communities took initiatives, for example, in townships such as
Thank you,
Mtsanane
Honorable
and many
Kwankwa.
parts of the country. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Bosa?
Michelle Ambrai, Emilio Hutchinson, Kirtley Rousseau, and the list goes on. Honorable members, if I took time to go through every name of every child, young person, citizens of the northern areas who have been killed through gang violence, through murder, the 2 minutes allocated for this declaration would not be enough. I think it's important to realize that this discussion is not just about statistics, yet another committee report. It sits at the core of the fact that if you've lived in the northern areas, this could be your child, your brother, your sister. For every name that gets added to the list of those who are killed thanks to gang violence, we, as those who are obligated, who took an oath to say we will defend the Constitution, need to earnestly take that oath seriously and come back to making laws that strengthen policing in the northern areas. In 2018, I went with Honorable Kasim to a family of a young boy who'd been killed in a cross shooting. And the demands still remain the same today in 2025. Citizens are asking for decentralized policing. They're asking for a merit-based leadership where we can choose the best police. They're asking for more police. We need an additional 120,000 police officers. Honorable members, we need to train our police better and ultimately make sure that the specialized crime units are put back into play. So let there be not another report or another think tank. What we need now is to think about the whole of government, add additional resources, and fight the battle. I support the report. Thank you.
Thank you. The ATM.
Thank you, Chair. The root of the problems, Chair, when it comes to drugs and gangsterism and all of the criminality that we see in our society, it is the problem of the lack of political will. There was a lockdown whereby the government did show that if it wanted to, it could deal with the issues of the hijacking of buildings, drug trafficking, gangsterism, etc. Up until we get the political will correct, we'll keep on having these reports, debate, make declarations, and nothing will happen. Critically, Chair, the government needs to decisively deal with these police officers that are embedded with criminals. There's so many police officers that are embedded with criminals, some of them actively aiding drug traffickers to operate, all in exchange of a few hundred rands. There needs to be harsh punishments for the SAPs that are working with criminals. It cannot be that SAPs officers who are working with criminals are going to be just fired and remove their jobs, and they are not going to be adequately punished. In our view as the ATM, without addressing the issue of the political will and the harsh punishment to SAPs officers, this will not be any different. Thank you.
Thank you, Aljamal. The NCC, the PAC, the UAT, good, the ANC.
House Chair and honorable members. Today we stand here as the ANC to welcome the report on the petition brought before the Portfolio Committee of Police on the persistent and escalating levels of gang violence that are fast taking over Nelson Mandela municipality. We stand here as the ANC to support members of the community to reclaim the safety, dignity, peace of our streets, as we have committed in our manifesto. We have received a petition signed by hundreds of concerned citizens.
Honorable Nontenja on the virtual platform, please remain muted.
Calling for urgent, coordinated, and sustained actions against violence in Nelson Mandela. We commend every resident from Gqeberha who signed the petition and those who drove it up to the level of the Portfolio Committee. Your voices are not just a signature on a page, they are a cry for help, a call for justice, and for accountability. It is brave and powerful expression of a civic duty. And today we acknowledge its importance and the seriousness it deserves. House Chair, for too long, the people of our city have lived under the shadow of gang violence. Families are held hostage by fear. Innocent children are caught in the crossfire, abducted, tortured, and killed. Today, community members are afraid to run their businesses because of extortion. Business closed their doors early each day. Parents are doubting to send their kids to schools because they are not sure whether will they come back safe. Communities retreat into silence because they feel helpless against the power of gangs. The petition must be read and received as a desperate cry for help against seemingly non-responsive or reluctant police force. It is a strong message that indicates that we need of high specialized intervention on the crackdown of gangs and criminal operation. It demands strong policing, specialized units, and better coordination between SAPS and the CPF. It demands improved intelligence and investigation resources and deeper support for victims of gang violence. And importantly, it calls for police accountability to ensure that those who are meant to protect our communities are doing so with integrity, professionalism, and urgency. We also recognize that while law enforcement is essential, police alone cannot solve the crisis. Gang violence is not just a security issue, it is a social one. Gangs that are thriving in our communities where poverty is entrenched, where education is underfunded, and where opportunities are scarce. We therefore welcome a petition that not only calls for a police response, but implicitly urge all sectors, from the government departments to NGOs, faith-based organizations, to work together in create a real long-term change. We call on the South African police to receive this petition in the spirit which is offered, not as an accusation, but as an appeal to move visible policing, an appeal to safer schools, an appeal for faster investigation and for real protection for those that testify against gangs. We urge SAPS to take this petition as evidence that the people are willing to work hand in hand with them, but only if the trust between communities and police is actively rebuilt. We want to emphasize that the ANC is committed to win the battle against criminals and lawlessness. We commit to keep our homes, streets, and safe and free of intimidation. We believe that this report is a true reflection of the engagement of the police committee, and the ANC support this report. I thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize what I assume is the acting chief whip.
Thank you, House Chair. I move on behalf of the Chief Whip that the report be adopted.
Honorable members, the motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? MK?
Honorable House Chair, as MK Party, we cannot support talk.
Yes, we
vote
just need,
against. We
thank
vote
you. We
against.
just
We want
need your
action.
declarations, no further engagement.
Thank you.
Any
We
other
vote against.
objections? With the objection of the MK noted, the report is accordingly agreed to. Honorable members, proceedings will now be suspended until 2 o'clock. The bells will be rung to alert members to return to the chamber for the resumption of business. Business is suspended.
Recording stopped.
T, 1, T. One team. Hey,
What is happening? The bell is ringing, that's why. Oh, it's such a big. Yeah.
Just for the chair.
Recording in progress.
Speakers unaware.
The Speaker.
May we be seated? I know we didn't pray now, but we had prayed earlier. Order, honorable members. Before we start with our business, there are two matters that I wish to deal with. Order, honorable members. The secretary will read the sixth order.
Consideration of the report of the Joint Committee on Ethics and Members' Interests on the contravention of the Code of Ethical Conduct and Disclosure of Members' Interests, Honorable Fadil Adams, MP.
Order, honorable members. As is our practice, there will be no declaration taken on this matter. Once we have adopted the report, I will issue the reprimand and the member will enter an apology as recommended. I now recognize the Chief Whip.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker and honorable members. I would like to move that the report be adopted. Thank you.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No. The report has been agreed to. Honorable members, this House has now adopted the report of the Joint Committee on Ethics and Members' Interests concerning the contravention of the Code of the Ethical Conduct and Members' Interests by Honorable Fadil Adams. Amongst the penalties which the House has agreed to is that he be reprimanded for his behavior. Before issuing this reprimand, however, I should explain the purpose of the Code of Ethics. Item 9 of the Code outlines the behavior as expected of members when they engage in communication, particularly in social media platforms. This includes that a member may not bring Parliament into disrepute. A member who is addressing another member or a member of the public on social media platforms must not use derogatory, racist, or sexist language or content. Members, I'm raising this issue for all of us so that we do appreciate that even though when we speak here in the House, we may be protected as members of Parliament, but it is also important to make sure that we do not bring the House into disrepute. But secondly, where we may be communicating on our social media platform, it's important that we guard the language that we use because that also can bring this House into disrepute. So any other member of Parliament may actually bring that matter, even though it might have been an issue that you were using your social media platform, can be brought
into the Ethics Committee. So I just want all of us to be aware so that in future we do appreciate the responsibility that we hold. Honorable members, we are elected to the Assembly by the people of South Africa to champion their interests. Our people expect us to do this with vigor, determination, and dignity. This is important in a democracy, but especially one whose history has been characterized by systemic oppression and inhumanity, attitudes which will continue to haunt us. The Code of Ethics was devised to unambiguously set out the code of conduct standards to which we must adhere to. In this context, I will proceed to address Honorable Adams. Honorable Member, if you can stand. I hope you can understand why I cannot repeat the remarks to which this report refers to. They are simply repugnant, wholly unbefitting of high office and this institution, and therefore it is inexcusable. As a public representative, there are many avenues available to you to raise grievance, to argue your case, both in Parliament and elsewhere, without recourse to vulgarity and sexism. As such, the penalties imposed are entirely justifiable, and you owe this House an unconditional apology. I'll now ask Honorable Adams to apologize to this House. Honorable Adams?
I will apologize, Speaker. I withdraw. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your apology, and I hope that all other members indeed will be able to attend to these matters that have been raised. In addition, the reprimand and the public apology that you have just given, there is also other penalty in respect to the conduct which relates to financial penalty, as you would appreciate. Honorable members, this brings this matter to an end in respect of Honorable Adams. I'll now ask Honorable Marupin Lydia Ramokgopa to stand. Honorable members, Honorable Ramokgopa was not in the House when we gave the report on ethics with regards to late submission on the disclosures. Order, honorable members. This House adopted the committee report concerning members who have contravened the Code of Ethical Conduct and Disclosure of Members' Interest on 26 June 2025. Honorable M.L. Ramokgopa did tender an apology which I announced to the House due to an international engagement that she had to attend. So she wasn't absent without an apology. As you'd appreciate, the report recommended that together with the fines, the members will be reprimanded in the House. A reprimand in the House is aimed at ensuring that discipline is meted out fairly, transparently, and consistently. Honorable Member Ramokgopa, before you began to perform your function as a Member of Parliament, you pledged obedience to the Constitution. You also pledged to obey, respect, and uphold all the law and perform your function to the best of your ability. These undertakings foster both trust between individual parliamentarians and the public, but also the status of Parliament as a preeminent institution of the state. The Code of Ethical Conduct and Disclosure of Members' Interests provides a set of values for members. Among other requirements, the Code obligates members annually to declare their financial interest in a public register. This allows the public to confirm that no member may have been exposed to a conflict of interest. Unfortunately, Honorable Ramokgopa, you have failed to disclose your financial interest for 2024 in due time. It is apparent from the committee report that you were provided fair opportunity to present these and unfortunately, you were not able to do so. I therefore want to indicate that this is not acceptable. Order, Honorable Tsepo. Honorable Tsepo. I also want to appreciate that even if you might have missed the deadline, that you will continue to still fulfill that obligation. I also note, as indicated above, that there are financial penalties that have been imposed on you, and I'm sure you will comply. I trust that this reprimand sends a message not only to you, but to all of us as members to live up to our obligations and ensure that they comply with the code. I've now concluded the reprimand and you may take your seat. Thank you. Honorable members, you are not assisting the speaker. You are not. Because we all know that in respect of this reprimand, we do not ask individual members to apologize. Honorable members, the fact that the honorable member did come to the House, it's serious enough accepting that she is remorseful of her conduct. I will now ask the Secretary to read the seventh order.
Consideration of the report of the Standing Committee on Appropriations on the ESCOM Debt Relief Amendment Bill.
I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Please note the objection of MK Party.
Thank you very much. Honorable Reddy, you were so quick. I was still coming to that, but thank you very much. Are there any other objections? Well, Honorable Paulson.
Thank you, Speaker. Note the objection of the EFF.
Thank you very much. Objection of the EFF is noted. There are no other objections that have been received other than the two parties. I will now ask the Secretary to read the eighth order. Order, honorable members. She had made a request. No, honorable members, all of you, when you write your apologies, you never ask me to read them in public. Honorable members, I am very excited that you actually are trying to hold each other accountable. I'm sure you will do so all the time, regardless of which side of the house. Honorable members, I'm sorry I omitted to indicate that with the two objections, the report have been adopted. I now ask the Secretary to read this eighth order.
First reading debate, ESCOM Debt Relief Amendment Bill.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maimane.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Honorable members, Bagaetsho dumelang. It is a great privilege to be able to table this ESCOM Debt Relief Amendment Bill. It takes place well within a context where ESCOM used to be a site for state capture, where in fact for many instances we used to live in a world of load shedding, whilst many South Africans still face load reduction. But none of us members can deny the fact that the crippling years of load shedding, the closing of factories, the hollowing out of townships, and suffocating small businesses is something that we are fast moving away from. ESCOM indeed can become that energy provider that is able to demonstrate to the people of South Africa that the reforms that we make are able to in fact turn a corner. The ESCOM Debt Relief Amendment Bill is more than just a funding instrument. It is indeed a commitment to recovery, to structured oversight, and irreversible reform. And as Parliament, we must continue to act as constitutional guardians of public money, ensuring that no cent is spent without consequence or no intervention is made without reform. I want to affirm that there's been incredible progress since 2023 when this act was put forward. The original ESCOM debt in 2023 committed 254 billion rands over 3 years, but with fairly strict conditions. For that there would be no new borrowing, no misuse of funds, and a focus on transmission and distribution investment. I want to affirm that as ESCOM have carried the work, revenue has increased by 16%, diesel spending has decreased, ultimately profit before tax has reached 34 billion rands, and the debt at ESCOM is something that is starting to decline when you look at their cash revenues. These gains are not accidental. They take an incredible leadership and a team that is committed at ESCOM. And so when we look at this bill, honorable members, our considerations is the fact that the allocation that was done for 2025-2026 be adjusted from 40 billion rands to 80.2 billion rands and introduce 10 billion rands additional in 2028-2029. It effectively means that ESCOM will be sending less money back, and ultimately demonstrating the fact that it is beginning to manage its own finances. This is an important issue. It demonstrates that this is not about technicalities. It is about us hardening our fiscal responsibilities. I do want to caution, in the better space of financial space that ESCOM is in, let's not deny the fact that municipalities still pose a significant risk to ESCOM. As municipal debt has now moved to 94.6 billion rands, with cities like Johannesburg and Tshwane failing to be able to fulfill their financial obligations. As a portfolio committee, this matter was debated deeply. And some of the issues that we want to raise is the fact that ESCOM needs to explore prepaid bulk electricity supply. It needs to ensure that DAA agreements are entered into, and we need to ensure that ESCOM's financial viability is not crippled by municipalities. We're also clear that as we table this ESCOM debt amendment bill, that the unbundling of ESCOM into generation, transmission, and distribution, the three entities, must be accelerated and must be put forward in transparency, so that members of the South Africa are able to get a clear and enforceable unbundling timeline, so we understand how the assets will be split going forward. That equally so, ESCOM needs to be committed to a process of the just energy transition, ensuring energy moves not just to green, but also equitable, job-creating, and developmental-driven objectives. As a committee, we'd like to make a number of recommendations, honorable members. That at first, Treasury and the Department of Electricity monitor and enforce compliance with all conditions under the 2023 Act. That ESCOM submit quarterly reports to this Parliament as they usually do. That clarity be provided on how loan-to-equity conversions will be handled. That ESCOM table a clear plan, costed plan, and financing for the just energy transition. And where some of the conditions that were put forward, such as selling non-core assets, be fulfilled, certainly before the maturation of the debt. And so, honorable members, as I bring this debate to a close, this input to a close, this is not just about another financing bill. It's about the early signs of improving ESCOM. It's about the beginnings of saying to ourselves, can we then take energy supply in South Africa and make it something available to all citizens? That no citizen will live in the township and ultimately not have electricity, and that we keep a grid that is stable. And as chair of SCOPA, I'd like to clearly set out that our job is not just to bail out ESCOM, but to hold it to account, to make sure it gets better, to make sure energy is secure. And therefore, I commit this report to be adopted by this House. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Secretary.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Electricity, like water and logistics, are key inputs and drivers of the country's economy. Our point of departure for ESCOM Debt Relief Amendment Bill remains to ensure that the utility is able to ensure a reliable supply of electricity for the country to end load shedding and improve generation capacity to ensure inclusive economic development and job creation. This is in the national economic interest for the development and transformation of the country. The ESCOM Debt Relief and ESCOM Relief Debt Amendment Bill are an attempt by the government to resolve South Africa's risk premium and the crisis of the inadequate electricity supply, which have led to load shedding, and to ensure that the entity is a going concern to enable it to carry out its mandate to the nation, that is security of electricity supply. ESCOM credit rating is assessed under government-related entity criteria, which considers the strong links between ESCOM and South African government. Therefore, ESCOM credit ratings are directly linked to sovereign debt ratings of the country, as government guarantees the debt of ESCOM due to its status as a state-owned entity. Government support, including guarantees, plays a significant role in determining ESCOM creditworthiness and rating by agencies like Standard & Poor and Fitch. The government guarantees assist in the reduction of ESCOM's borrowing costs and improve the financial stability, which positively impact the credit ratings of the entity. Almost 350 billion of ESCOM's debt liabilities were government guaranteed debt, which was at risk of default due to the fact that ESCOM's liability exceeded revenue. This would have had a negative impact on the sovereign credit ratings of the country. Therefore, failure to introduce this bill could have created a sovereign debt crisis for the country. This would have also negatively impact on the sovereign credit ratings of the country and increase the cost of borrowing, ultimately affecting cost of capital to the country. Moreover, this would have also negatively impact funds available for other government programs, given the country's fiscal constraints due to the revenue shortfalls, rising public debt, and high debt service costs. ESCOM was unable to effectively service its 350 billion debt liabilities, while simultaneously engaging in critical maintenance as well as attempting to recover from state capture and corruption in the new build plants, namely Medupi and Kusile, which had budget overruns. The recapitalization of ESCOMs by the shareholder is based on the fact that the entity cannot be passed from a generation, transmission, and distribution point of view, as it supplies base load power with economic of scale to the country, which is also complemented by IPP generated electricity. The lack of cost-effective tariffs is also one of the main reasons for ESCOM's excessive debt burden. Together with the reliance on debt to fund the new build program, Medupi and Kulise power stations, and this reliance on debt is a symptom of low capitalization on the part of shareholder or an inadequate tariff part, which leads to the high electricity tariffs. Government support for ESCOM cannot be taken for granted, as the funding is not a bailout in the form of a grant, but is based on conditionality in that the GNU expect improve economic efficiencies and plant performance, including cost reduction. Revenues need to be directed at ensuring expansion of generation, transmission, and distribution capacity. The positive impact of the legislation has been that Standard & Poor gave Eskom a positive credit rating, and Fitch affirmed Eskom credit rating at B with a stable outlook, acknowledging the support provided by the government through this legislation. However, this debt relief bill was not geared towards only solving the debt liability, but also to ensure that the entity can fulfill its mandate of energy security. While finding through this bill ensured that there was no default on debt, the aim of the debt relief through recapitalization was also aimed at ending load shedding, increasing generation capacity by reducing unplanned shutdowns through maintenance and the fixing of defect at Medupi and Kusile power stations. This bill contributes significantly towards addressing Eskom's excessive debt burden and improve the utility liquidity, thereby freeing up cash for critical maintenance that improve plant availability, which in turn reduces load shedding. Since the introduction of the debt relief bill, Eskom has spent 25 billion yearly from its own revenue to improve maintenance. It has also enabled the entity to show a modest operational profit. Importantly, Eskom energy availability factor reached an all-time low of 48%, but has since improved to some 68%, which means increased generation capacity. Whilst there are some who merely reject recapitalization of Eskom as part of a political game or political narrative, the ANC government in the 6th Parliament sought to renew Eskom through its restructuring and to ensure improved performance to end load shedding and provide security of supply of electricity to drive economic growth and job creation. The amendment to the debt relief bill is a continuation of that part. Eskom also needs to ensure that this bill that enables increased revenue also translates into lower tariffs to attract investment and to bring relief to the poorer indigenous households. The ANC supports the Eskom Debt Relief Amendment Bill. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mwali.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members.
With acting chief whip of the MK must be disciplined now. We are sitting there.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members.
It's very nice.
Members.
Actually, buy the something from my.
Honorable Mhlauli, can you please switch off your gadget? Please mute.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, people of this country, as MK Party, we rise to express our dissatisfaction and reaffirm our stance on opposing the Eskom Debt Relief Amendment Bill. The bill being debated today proposes an increase in Eskom allocation from 40 billion to 80 billion for the 2025-2026 financial year, with an additional 10 billion set aside for the 2028-2029 financial year. Furthermore, it seeks to convert these allocations into equity upon Eskom's fulfillment of certain conditions. As MK Party, we understand that operations like Eskom Debt Relief Amendment Bill often appear insignificant on the surface, presented as routine financial intervention. However, in reality, this bill represents a continuation of failed policies that reward non-performance in certain municipalities while punishing those that comply. It is reported that municipalities currently owe more than 90 billion, a debt they have failed to repay despite consuming electricity. Year after year, Eskom has reported these areas, yet none of the so-called proposed solutions for repayment have yielded any positive results. Instead of holding defaulting municipalities accountable, the DA-led government of national unity now proposes to subsidize their debt through Eskom and effectively rewarding failure. When one looks at this bill, it clearly institutionalize a dangerous culture of perverse incentives. It signals to municipalities that non-payment of debts results in government intervention and financial relief. Meanwhile, municipalities that honor their payment obligations receive no recognition, no support, no relief. This initiative sends a wrong message that responsible governance is irrelevant. Instead, the bill encourages fiscal delinquency at an expense of discipline and accountability. As MK Party, we believe that there's a lack of transparency on the implementation and the structuring of the relief. The Financial and Fiscal Commission itself raised concerns about the fiscal ambiguities embedded in this ESCOM bailouts. While this may seem like a rhetorical question, it demands a clear answer. Is this money being transferred as an operational subsidy for ESCOM, or is it simply disguised bailout for municipalities? Instead of ESCOM enforcing strict and practical debt collection methods, the government is now transferring ESCOM municipal debt burden to the taxpayers, which is unfair and unsustainable. It is not the national government's duty to repeatedly rescue municipalities that refuse to meet their obligations. Furthermore, Speaker, the bill fails to impose three conditions tied to reforms and infrastructure investment. The debt relief without enforceable operational improvement is a short-sighted policy that ignores ESCOM's core structural weaknesses, governance failures, corruption, and poor leadership. Not merely debt are at the heart of ESCOM's crisis. It is the MK's party's view that ESCOM does not need another bailout. What it needs is enforced accountability, effective debt collection strategies, and strategic restructuring. ESCOM must be empowered to collect direct from non-paying municipalities. Bypassing corrupt or inefficient intermediaries, defaulting municipalities must face strict penalties, including administration, revenue ring-fencing, and the mechanisms to enforce compliance. The MK Party therefore rejects this bill, and we reject continued bailouts that reward failure and undermine compliance, ignore the need for transparency and structural reform. This bill benefits failing municipalities at an expense of responsible taxpayers and entrenches ESCOM dependency on the government's assistance. For these reasons, the MK Party votes against this ESCOM debt relief amendment bill. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable K.H. Wakelin.
Honourable Speaker, members of Parliament, the ESCOM Debt Relief Amendment Bill will result in a final 70 billion rand bailout that was approved in 23 to be split into two parts, 40 billion for 25-26 to pay off the debt maturing in April 26 and 10 billion in 28-29 for debt maturing in May 28. This is as a result of better financial position of ESCOM. The net result is that ESCOM will receive about 24 billion rand less and reduce the total borrowing need. This support will gradually turn into government ownership of ESCOM as conditions are met. In summary, this means ESCOM receives less government money, which helps reduce the country's debt and interest cost. But it also requires ESCOM to improve its performance and governance to fully benefit from this support and become a sustainable and reliable utility. This will save the country 24 billion, an important step forward compared to the wasteful spending during the 9 Zuma years. It's also important to mention that 6 years and 5 High Court rulings later, a member of this House still owes ESCOM 10 million rand in pension money, plus interest. Honourable Molefe, we want you to pay back the money.
Honourable Wycliffe, remember you speak through the chair. You don't address each other as members.
My apologies, Speaker. While ESCOM's financial crisis is not yet over, recent efforts to restructure its debt aim to reduce not only the debt service cost, but also the capital amount that's owed by ESCOM. Eskom, our state-owned power utility, has accumulated over 420 billion rand in debt, a reflection of governance failures, mismanagement, and political interference. This debt weighs heavily on our economy, raises borrowing costs, and threatening our fiscal stability. What does this mean to all in South Africans? Eskom's massive debt pile.
Honorable Wakeling, can you please take a seat? What is the point of
Thank you,
order?
Honorable Speaker. Will the Speaker on the podium please tell us when his party is going to pay back the money
Order,
of all the wealth
Honorable-
they've stolen from this land,
Honorable
taking
Reddy.
it overseas?
Honorable
They
Reddy.
must pay back the money, Honorable
Honorable
Speaker.
Reddy, you are an acting chief whip of your party seated there. You must be the one who is in order. You can't be out of order. And you know very well that was not a point of order. Honorable Wakeling.
Thank you, Speaker. What does this mean for the ordinary South Africans? Eskom's massive debt pile squeezes out spending to build better infrastructure, develop renewable energy, and create jobs in our communities. It's also the key driver of the massive inflation in electricity prices seen over the past 2 decades. Additionally, the plan to turn Eskom's debt around into a loan that can become equity if certain conditions are met must encourage Eskom to improve its performance and become more responsible, aiming for long-term sustainability and less reliance on government bailouts. The Democratic Alliance has many times proposed alternative measures to merit considerations. These include prioritizing renewable energy procurement and finalizing the implementation of the division of Eskom's 3 entities. However, the challenges still remain, Speaker. Madam Speaker, in a recent article in My Broadband, highlights that Eskom continues to milk the South Africans. Eskom continues to face governance issues, corruption, and operational inefficiencies. Eskom's inflated cost, inefficient operations, and failure to implement necessary reforms have shifted the burdens onto the South Africans. One example is that Eskom, by its own admission, is significantly overstaffed, 40,000 as opposed to 14,000. In addition, as reported in the World Bank, Eskom's cost per employee has more than tripled after inflation since 1994. On a matter of Eskom municipalities, Speaker, municipalities must pay their bills. There are no excuses. Treasury will now implement regulation that will force municipalities to create business units for electricity and water and to ring-fence their budget. If municipalities do not adhere to grants, no grants will flow to municipalities for further development. However, Speaker, municipalities are not the only culprits. In a recent SANEDI investigative report, revealed that both Eskom and City Power ability to measure and bill for power relies on flawed and faulty technical practices. Eskom's estimation practices that are used are not on national agreed upon NRA standards. This has resulted in Eskom underbilling City Power by about 412 gigawatt just on 6 sites. This type of outcome results in further eroding of confidence and trust, not just between the municipalities and Eskom, but also for consumers who do not trust the current system. Load shedding and disruption further complicated accurate billing and data collection. These operational faults threaten to undermine reforms in Eskom's financial sustainability. On a matter of Eskom's monopoly on South Africa's electricity market is gradually diminishing. The utilities reduced energy demand in 2024, partly due to a shift towards self-generation by consumers, has weakened its market dominance. We urge that the full restructuring of Eskom 3 divisions be up and running as soon as possible, breaking Eskom's single buyer model and opening the door for market-driven electricity prices. The question is, will Eskom survive this? The question is, Honourable Minister, what is your plans about doing something about that? We take note that Eskom has appointed the new board of directors on the National Transmission Company of South Africa, the NDCSA, and we also take note of the recent appointment of Monde Bala as the CEO. We will wait with much anticipation on the changes and strategic turnaround he and his new team will bring. In the words of the current chair of Eskom, Dr. Cntd, open quote, "This government cannot pursue a business as usual approach. We need new ideas and new initiatives to unleash economic growth. This means moving away from the old ways." Close quote. I hope these words will become a reality for Eskom as well. and that the only target should be to deal with Eskom debt once and for all. In conclusion, Speaker, while the 20 billion rand saving is a positive development, it's not the silver bullet. We must ensure strict conditions are enforced, governance reforms are prioritized, and Eskom's operational efficiencies improves. Only then can we unlock the full potential of this intervention and secure a sustainable energy future for South Africa. Let us support measures that balance immediate relief with long-term reforms, because the future of our country depends on it. Thank you, Speaker. We support the bill.
Thank you, Honorable Paulson.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the Commander-in-Chief, officials, commissars, fighters of the economic freedom fighters. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. Speaker, on Saturday, the 26th of July, the EFF will be celebrating its 12th anniversary at the Khayelitsha Rugby Stadium. EFF, the most solid voice in defense of the poor and working class in Cape Town, the Western Cape, and South Africa.
Paulson.
You are all invited.
Honorable Paulson, can you please take your seat? There is a member with a point of order.
Thank you,
Adams.
Speaker. The Speaker is being drowned out by the noise over here, Speaker. I literally can't understand what he's saying.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Adams. When I hear that the noise drowned the speaker, I will intervene. Thank you very much.
Speaker, the bill before the House, which is just over 120 words and no more than a paragraph, proposes an amendment to increase a previously allocated 40 billion rand to now 80 billion rand and adds a 10 billion rand allocation for the 2028-2029 financial year. This forms part of the ongoing 230 billion Eskom debt relief that was passed into law in 2023. When the initial act was passed, the EFF raised concerns about the manner in which National Treasury was approaching Eskom's problems. We rejected the so-called strict conditions set by government on Eskom because they prioritize the interests of those who loan money to Eskom over the needs of our people. The National Treasury and the Minister of Finance were not thinking about the people of Tembisa, who are saying enough is enough as they are being burdened with 126 rand electricity surcharge and that they can no longer afford the electricity. This is why the so-called Eskom debt relief was given to Eskom with a condition that the money can only be used for transmission and distribution, because these are the areas that will benefit the privatization process. Not the people of Umlazi, Nyanga, and Seshego. Eskom was instructed not to use any of the money for capital and operating expenditure, even though it was clear that load shedding was caused by poor maintenance. There were individuals working day and night to ensure Eskom's collapse because they wanted Eskom to fail so that their private companies could benefit. It is clear that the National Treasury is working against the people of South Africa. Today, the ANC and DA coalition government sees nothing wrong with awarding a tender to a company chaired by the incompetent Jan Oberholzer, who was at the forefront of collapsing Eskom, alongside the equally incompetent CEO Andre de Ruyter, appointed by this incompetent ANC government. You appoint incompetent people because you yourselves are incompetent. We do not understand why the Minister of Electricity even felt the need to defend the 9.5 billion battery storage tender unless Mulilo, the company awarded the tender, is part of Cyril Ramaphosa's network of family-linked businesses. Corrupt. Eskom was prohibited from borrowing new money, and the relief funds could only be used to settle existing debt. These conditions and agreements were made with those intent on collapsing Eskom against the interests of South Africans and in favor of those greedy friends of theirs. We rejected the Eskom debt relief then, and we reject it now. And on Sunday, we were vindicated when the minister himself said in an interview, Andre de Ruyter was incompetent and that electricity is totally unaffordable for the poor and working class. What is so difficult about giving Eskom money from the public purse and instructing it to expand its generation capacity, invest in new state-owned generation projects, and provide affordable, dependable electricity? Our people need electricity, and the prices they are being charged are not sustainable. It is not their fault that Eskom is in a mess. It's the fault of this government, but the people have to pay for your mess. We have repeatedly made proposals that Eskom participate in renewable projects and bring down the cost of electricity, but they refuse because they want to make their friends wealthy at the expense of South Africans. We need more generation capacity driven by coal. We must cancel IPP agreements. We must rebuild Eskom's artisanal capacity and ramp up maintenance. Municipalities are struggling to pay Eskom debt and are simply passing these costs on to the people. This is absolute madness driven by the ANC. We must direct the PIC and other state-owned financial development institutions such as IDC and DBSA to be involved in building additional generation capacity. Electricity must not be produced for profit. It must be produced for development and the livelihoods of our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Radebe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Inkatha Freedom Party rises to participate in this debate with both caution and principle. The Eskom Debt Relief Amendment Bill seeks to increase the 2025-2026 allocation from 40 billion rand to 80.233 billion rand and introduces a new allocation of 10 billion for the 2028-2029 financial year. This amendment also treats the full 2025-2026 amount as a loan convertible into equity subject to certain conditions. While we understand the gravity of Eskom's debt and its implications for the national economy, we remain concerned about whether this financial support is buying reform or merely postponing collapse. Honorable Speaker, we have long held that bailouts cannot be a substitute for governance. Eskom's operational inefficiencies, governance failures, and historical mismanagement must be addressed decisively. We are further concerned that the bill repeals Section 2, Subsection 3 of the original Debt Relief Act. That clause previously tied disinvestments to strict conditions of reform and accountability. Its removal raises questions about transparency and Eskom's commitment to meeting the necessary performance targets. We must also ask why the cost of Eskom's inefficiencies continues to be shifted to the public. While the government allocates billions in relief, ordinary South Africans continue to suffer under load shedding, rising tariffs, and increasing food and fuel prices. This is not just a fiscal issue, it is a social justice issue. We believe debt relief must be matched by real transformation in Eskom's corporate governance, procurement practices, and labor relations to protect the public interests. We believe that any conversion of debt into equity must come with parliamentary oversight. Eskom must not be a permanent ward of the state, and the Department of Public Enterprises and National Treasury must provide quarterly reports on how the funds are utilized. Honorable Speaker, the South African public is wary. They have endured load shedding, tariffs increases, and broken promises. If we are to pass this bill, let it be with ironclad safeguards
and a clear roadmap for Eskom to become financially and operationally independent. In its current form, this bill demands stronger oversight. The IFP is not opposed to supporting Eskom. We support this bill, but we cannot write a blank check. We therefore urge that this House strengthen the amendment through additional conditions and mechanisms for accountability and performance tracking. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Hendricks.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members of the House, and my fellow patriotic South Africans. As a proud partner in the government of national unity, the Patriotic Alliance rise today with clarity and conviction. We support the GNU's mission to restore trust in public institutions, but we will not shy away from holding the institutions to account, especially when the stakes are as high as they are with Eskom. The Eskom Debt Relief Amendment Bill proposed to convert 80 billion into equity for the year 2025-2026 financial year, adding 10 billion for 2028-29, and removes the oversight clause that once ensured compliance. The House must ask, are we building resilience or are we entrenching dysfunction? We offer our support for relief, but only if it is bind to reform. As a partner in the GNU, we make the following commitments. Equity conversion must come with enforceable performance targets. Relief must translate into improved service delivery, not executive access. We call for quarterly reporting to Parliament and community oversight mechanisms. The removal of subsection 3 weakens the accountability framework. We urge its reinstatement with added provision for independent audits and public transparency. If the state becomes Eskom shareholder, then the community must become a stakeholder in Eskom. Let local municipalities and civil society shape Eskom's turnaround strategy. Ownership must be inclusive. The GNU must ensure that relief reaches the forgotten corners of our countries, from El Dorado Park to Eastern Cape. Infrastructure investment must be equitable, not politically convenient. We call for a forensic audit of Eskom procurement, staffing and executive compensation. Let the GNU prove that partnership means accountability, not protectionism. Honorable members, the Patriotic Alliance does not oppose relief. We oppose relief without reform. As partners in the GNU, we are here to build, not to rubber stamp. We are here to serve, not to shield. Let this bill amend to reflect the GNU's promise, a government that listens, acts, and delivers. We vote with conscience, we speak with courage, we govern with integrity. Salute.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Vessels.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, many years of wrong priorities, incompetence, inefficiency, bad governance, looting, and corruption resulted in a failed national electricity supplier, whilst being a state-owned company which sells an essential product. The madness reached an all-time high when this company encouraged its consumers to please use less of its product, a very unique business model. Also, the basic universal rule of economy, that is that a monopoly can never ever make a loss, was proven wrong by this state-owned company. As Eskom made a loss whilst its operational expenditure ever increased, its capital expenditure was inefficient because it was looted, but was decreased, and the loss just became more and more, and the need to increase its debt, its loans, became unsustainable. The FF Plus remains concerned and cautious about the inefficiencies at Eskom and the slow pace at which the unbundling is occurring and the necessary reforms are taking place. It is too slow, progress has been made, and this bill is a step in a direction to also save money in the long term if the conditions are met and if the necessary reforms do take place. But we have to be cautious and vigilant against the continuous corruption and inefficiencies at Eskom. We can't allow, Honourable Speaker, that we ever again have a national electricity supplier that is completely looted and that does not supply in the needs of our people out there. Whilst electricity is also becoming more and more unaffordable, this should be addressed. But then this debt must be gotten under control and the good governance should be instilled at the state-owned company. The high and unsustainable levels of municipal debt to Eskom remains of concern. And if one goes and reflects on the fact that since 2020, this debt more than doubled, we are in a very bad trajectory and this needs to be addressed. But municipalities are financially unsustainable. And where is the solution then? More increasing the prices, withholding equitable share. At the end of the day, it's the people out there that will suffer due to less service delivery by these municipalities, and Eskom will not get out of the financial situation that it is in if this is not addressed on local government level. We need real solutions, but the FF Plus does cautiously support this bill. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Kobe.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, Action SA expresses conditional support for the Eskom Debt Relief Amendment Bill. While the intention behind this bill is understandable to stabilize Eskom's operations and mitigate further electricity crises, our support hinges on the principle that relief must never be unconditional and it must always serve public interest. The bill retains this principle. It ensures that the debt relief remains strictly conditional. Eskom will only benefit from Treasury's assistance if it meets firm, measurable quarterly milestones. These include using funds strictly to settle debt, avoiding new borrowing, capping capital expenditure, and proceeding with asset disposals. We welcome this accountability mechanism and the assurance that loans are only converted to equity after verifiable compliance, not in anticipation to it. Additionally, Treasury's revised structure helps protect fiscal integrity by opting for conditional loans instead of assuming Eskom's debt directly. Government limits the impact on our debt to GDP ratio. But in the short term, this relief is vital. Without it, Eskom's operational viability is threatened, risking worsened load shedding, more diesel burn, and increased reliance on emergency procurement. However, House Chair, our support does not come without caution or clear demands. Firstly, the 50 billion increase needs explanation, with 40 billion in the 2025-2026 allocation rising from 40 billion to 80.2 billion to a further 10 billion in 2028, which is also unexplained. Action SA demands a full public breakdown of this additional 50 billion, including a quarterly disbursement schedule, capital expenditure plans, and an update on the utilities cost savings and reform achievements. Secondly, the risks of cosmetic compliance remain. Without rigorous and independent oversight, Eskom may manipulate or massage performance matrix to appear compliant. Parliament must play a proactive role in interrogating Eskom's progress rather than relying solely on an internal Treasury task team. And lastly, we object to the current lack of parliamentary oversight in the final conversion of debt to equity. These conversions must not happen behind closed doors. Action SA demands that each tranche conversion be tabled in Parliament along with full evidence of compliance. In closing, Action SA will support this bill on the condition that oversight mechanisms are strengthened, transparency is guaranteed, and the South African taxpayer is not left to carry the burden for Eskom's failures unchecked. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Thring.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The ACDP understands that this amendment bill seeks to amend the Eskom Debt Relief Act number 7 of 2023 so as to provide for the reduction of the amount for the requirements for Eskom for the 2025-26 financial year and to treat the entire amount for that year as a loan convertible to equity upon meeting set conditions. It is an open secret that Eskom has experienced a series of financial and operational challenges caused to a larger extent by governance failures, poor leadership, corruption, and malfeasance, including poor management and high turnover of board CEOs and executives. All of these factors combined have affected the performance of the power utility. In 2029, the chickens finally came home to roost, and with a debt of 423 billion rand, Eskom could not honor its debt obligations, despite the allocation of some 230 billion rand bailout over a period of 10 years. The rationale for this bailout was that failure to meet its obligations could have had a negative consequence for Eskom and the entire debt portfolio of government. This bill uses accounting gymnastics by raising the initial 40 billion to 80.23 billion for the 25-26 financial year, with an additional 10 billion proposed for 28-29, while the total provision amounts to 20 billion less than the initial 110 billion provisioned for in the 2023 year debt relief bill. Eskom management has boldly expressed confidence in its recovery trajectory. Its financial performance in 2024-25 was boosted by the significant turnaround, operational turnaround, when compared to December 25 Q3 results. But the ACDP is aware that the 16% increase in revenue to 264.6 billion was mainly due to the 12.74% tariff increase. It must be recalled that Eskom failed to present its finances on time to the Auditor-General, who lamented that had Eskom implemented its recommendations over the last 5 years, the exorbitant tariff increases would not be necessary. Chairperson, with electricity fast becoming unaffordable, the ACDP called for Eskom to supply quarterly reports in compliance with the Auditor-General's recommendations. We understand that there's a need for urgent reform of municipal debt recovery mechanisms, and we call for a moratorium on further bailouts until measurable operations improvements are achieved. The ACDP rejected the Eskom bailouts.
Thank you, Honourable Thring. Your time has expired.
Today, we can do no other. I thank you.
Let me first just determine, is there a speaker from the UDM?
Yes, there is, Deputy Speaker.
Please proceed, Honourable Kwankwa.
Thank you. We are where we are today because of the too big to fail attitude of Eskom, because of the monopoly it had, especially on the energy generation sector in the South African economy. Yes, we're encouraged by the entrance of new private role players in the energy sector. However, in doing so, we have to ensure that we safeguard the energy independence of South Africa, as this is central to the sovereignty of our country. The United Democratic Movement views this as a vital opportunity to introduce key reforms to drive economic growth, to create jobs and foster greater inclusivity. However, this cannot be achieved by repeating the failed policies of the past, including some of the mechanisms we've put in place to try and hold Eskom to account. There needs to be an introduction of new structural reforms across the board when it comes to SOEs to address underperformance, but to also address critical governance and corruption challenges which still exist to this day, even at ESCOM, despite the improved financial performance. We agree with the proposal that there must be quarterly reporting of the progress achieved after the bailout has been given to ESCOM, because essentially this is what it is, as a way of strengthening oversight mechanisms and ensuring that there's proper accountability for the resources given to ESCOM. We are however concerned that since President Ramaphosa announced the unbundling of ESCOM into 3 separate entities in 2019, the process is still not concluded, and there are no certain timeframes regarding the completion of the process, leaving a gap on the execution of this amendment bill. This poses a new challenge on how ESCOM will structure the government equity injection, the loan to ESCOM among the 3 separate entities, once the unbundling process is concluded, and how these entities will be able to accurately reflect this on the balance sheet. Another challenge, Deputy Speaker, is one of the municipal debt crisis, where there seems to be a one-size-fits-all. It concerns us a great deal that 87% of municipalities approved for debt relief have still failed to comply with conditions, with the top 10 defaulters owing more than 50 billion rands to ESCOM. This is not just a question of ill discipline where municipalities in our view do not want to pay. We can deal with that obviously at a policy level. However, there are many municipalities out there which have limited revenue raising capacity. And because they don't have money to be able to service the debt, they pass over the cost of their maladministration and corruption over to the poor, making electricity extremely unaffordable for a number of poor people in our country who are unable to use the service at all. We need to make sure that, among many things, that ESCOM continues to strengthen anti-corruption measures and clean governance measures internally, and that they are able to be held to account on some of what we may consider, despite the improvements.
Thank you, Honourable
as
Kwankwa. Your time has
mismanagement of
expired.
Kosi, thank you, Mom.
The Honourable Ghana.
Nakens, I'm Thomistul. Fellow South Africans, I rise this afternoon on behalf of my fellow millions of South Africans who are doing everything right, working hard, paying what they can, hoping for a better life, but still find themselves in the dike. I rise for the small business owner that is unable to run a business each time there's a load reduction in a community. This debate on the ESCOM debt relief amendment bill is not just about the billions and budget. It's about a grandmother in Guyana, Chandra Shaholobje, who now chooses between buying electricity or buying bread. It is about a single mother in Mafarana who has to cook over a fire because her power has been cut. It is about every South African who opens their prepaid meter, punches in a voucher, and gets fewer and fewer units with every passing month. We are told that the 20 billion rand will be taken off ESCOM's original debt relief plan. On paper, that sounds like progress. But let's be honest with the people. Year after year, ESCOM receives bailouts, guarantees, and relief. And what do the people of South Africa get in return? Less electricity and higher prices. Just yesterday, Honorable Deputy Speaker, just yesterday, the people of Tembisa had to shut down their township, not because they want to cause chaos, but because they simply cannot take it anymore. And they are not alone. In my home village of Lefara in Zanin, people still wake up without power and sleep in darkness on some days because of load reduction that just can't go away. ESCOM must use the loans and bailouts to deal with the terrible twins of high electricity prices and load reduction. The painful truth is this: ESCOM has been given billions to provide reliable and affordable electricity, but South Africans now are paying twice. First, through the taxes to fund ESCOM, and again, through the soaring electricity prices that are now becoming unaffordable for working families. Honorable members, This is not sustainable. We must stop punishing the poor for the failures of the powerful. We must start talking seriously about an electricity price relief, not for Eskom, but for the people of South Africa. As Rise Mzansi, we will support what is fair, but we will always fight for the dignity of ordinary South Africans first. Nakenza Mtamashtul.
Thank you, Honourable Ghana. Honourable Schlazo Webster.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we're here today debating this debt relief bill on the back of what is a cautious celebration on the assurance from the Minister of Electricity that load shedding has ended. But I want to caution that we must not become complacent in this regard, because while load shedding seems to have ended, there's the reality of load reduction. And for millions of South Africans and poor municipalities, what this means is that the lights are still off. Load reduction is a discriminatory injustice of our electricity system. It's a daily punishment of working class families, and they endure it because substations have collapsed, local grids are failing, and quite frankly, municipalities actually just have no plan. There's no contingencies, there's no warnings, and there are no schedules with load reduction. It's either 1 hour or 6 hours or days without electricity. So for the sake of those South Africans who live under the perils of load reduction, mostly poor communities, the bill does have to go beyond stabilizing Eskom's balance sheet. It's got to confront the lived realities of South Africa's economy, who today are sitting in the dark. And it's not because of just the issue of national demand, it's actually because of the real issue of decay. And so this is where the Distributor Agreement Agency becomes important, Deputy Speaker, because where municipalities default, Eskom must be allowed to deal directly with consumers. Prepaid meters must be rolled out, and the DAA model should bypass local dysfunction in order to give power back to the people in the literal sense and in the figurative sense. South Africa's municipalities now collectively owe Eskom over 109 billion rand, and that figure is growing by 15 billion every year. And so we have to say it plainly that this is Eskom's biggest financial risk. It's no longer the issues of corruption, or at least we hope. It is the issue of the debts that come from municipalities and that non-payment. And so the bill must respond to that real problem, and the real problem on the ground. It must include enforceable conditions for municipalities. It must accelerate the rollout of DAAs. It must earmark a portion of the relief to build local distribution infrastructure, especially in high-risk zones, especially in those vulnerable communities. And it must place Parliament at the center of oversight, not after the fact, in real time. And this is a moment that Eskom can be rebuilt into a reliable, efficient, and publicly accountable utility, because anything less would be a disservice to South Africans. And so we support this bill, but we're saying that it has to empower Eskom to serve the people and for us to not be here with another bailout in the near future. I thank you.
The ATM. Honourable Siate.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Madume Khafeli, the Eskom Debt Relief Amendment Bill seeks to explore the Eskom debt. It seeks to explore the Eskom Debt Relief Bill as a catalyst for market-based reforms aimed at introducing competition and facilitating entry of independent power producers in the electricity market. Deputy Speaker, honorable members, and my fellow countrymen, the task that confronts us today is to provide an opportunity to reshape our nation's electricity future. As South Africans, we have to think of how we experienced a first-hand significant impact in Eskom as in our daily lives. The entity remains a key strategic national asset, and sustainability and capacitation remains firmly in our hands as it still supplies the base of load of power in the country. The Eskom Debt Relief Bill and its fundamental nature is an enabler in the market-based reforms, and it supplies the infrastructure development that is essential for securing our energy independence and unlocking sustainability economic growth. The bill provides the necessary stability for Eskom to meet its debt obligation, but it also creates the headroom and structural conditions necessary to catalyze competition and integrate the independent power producers into a revitalized electricity market. For far too long, Eskom's unsustainability debt burden, exceeding 423 billions at its peak, has hampered its operations and stifles critical investment, particularly in infrastructure development. It also necessitated interventions such as the 9-point recovery plan to ensure that issues of maintenance do not adversely affect the grid integrity. The Eskom Debt Relief directly addresses the crisis by providing 254 billion in structured support over medium term. This injects certainty into Eskom's ability to service its debts and manage debt servicing costs in the long run. Through stability Eskom's finances, the bill frees up the vital internal cash flows previously consumed by the debt servicing. So these funds can now be redirected to its own operations and operational priorities. This allows Eskom to also focus on the planned maintenance to improve the energy availability factor. Deputy Speaker, if you were to examine the structure of this bill, you would have a sense of appreciation to see how this design is explicitly facilitating the restructuring of Eskom by its energy sustainability and critical bottlenecks where our grid lacks the capacity to connect the significant new generation capacity, primarily from renewable IPPs required to meet the energy demands. The Independent Transition Projects program is public-private initiative designed to upgrade a country's transmission infrastructure. According to the 2019 Integrated Resource Plan and Eskom's Transmission Development Plan of 2024 to 2033, over 14,000 kilometers of new transmission lines will be needed in the next decade for support of the extra 53 gigawatts of generation capacity. The transmission infrastructure is an essential highway with which 37 plus gigawatts of the generation capacity, predominantly from the IPP program, starting from 2026, cannot reach our homes and businesses. The Eskom Debt Relief Bill, therefore, directly funds this great expansion, transforming Eskom's transmission into the crucial enabler of a diversified, competitive generation, transmission, and distribution market. The conditions attached to this bill offer a deliberate recalibration of Eskom's role in our energy future by restricting its capital expenditure to specific generation activities only. This makes financial resources available for procuring energy from different resources such as nuclear, renewables, and gas, providing all well-balanced energy mix. It is noteworthy to add that the bill's conditions, while ensuring fiscal discipline, strategically channel Eskom's focus and resources towards ensuring Eskom's remain competitive and it's a generation industry. Deputy Speaker, Eskom will with its resilient and stable balance sheet, can be in a position to prioritize critical investment in modernizing its operation. This includes rolling out smart meters to improve revenue collection and grid management, investing in microgrids to enable local resilient and crucial establishment of functional and independent distribution system operators. Now, the strong DSO is crucial for efficiently integrating distributed energy resources and managing a more complex flow of power. The financial certainty provided by this bill is central to attracting the investment needed for this distribution stabilization, as evident in the public comments made on the bill. Deputy Speaker, as I draw towards my conclusion, the Eskom debt relief bill is necessary. Conditional investment in South Africa's energy future, it's actually valuable, and its actual value lies in the averting a debt default and in creating the financial and structural platform for the market-based reforms we have debated for decades. It offers Eskom confidence to service its debt space, to fund essential transmission upgrades, conditions to support IPPs, and opportunities to remain competitive in the generation space. This forms the foundation of energy security and integration approach to generate distribution and transmission. And all of this objective raised in aimed to be achieved in this bill will not be realized if one of our own, Deputy Speaker, does not see the need to make sure that they do pay back the money that they owe back into this entity. There will not be efficiency, there will not be feasibility, there will not be accountability, and there will definitely be no development if one of our own sees no need and waste more time in judiciary processes that will drag this bill to be beneficiated by South Africans at large. And with that said, Deputy Speaker, this bill remains central to Eskom's renewed operations. The African National Congress support the Eskom Debt Relief Amendment Bill. Bring back the money. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Al-Jamar. Al-Jamar. Does not seem that the member is online. We will then continue to the UAT. The UAT, not online. And good. Not here. Honourable Bateman.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Members, fellow South Africans. The Eskom Debt Relief Act of 2023 made provision for a bailout of 254 billion rands from the National Revenue Fund to meet Eskom's debt and interest obligations and to stabilize its balance sheet. I'm going to say a few words about the Amendment Act this year and then make some observations about Eskom's finances more generally. The amendment bill that we're looking at now of 2025 has the effect of reducing the final two components of this bailout by 20 billion rands. This represents a saving for the fiscus, which has been agreed with Eskom. The payments which Eskom receives in terms of the Eskom Debt Relief Act are loans which are converted to equity, provided Eskom complies with conditions that have been imposed by National Treasury. These conditions have been designed to ensure that the funds are used by Eskom for their intended purposes, to reduce its debt and stabilize its balance sheet. So, for example, Eskom is not permitted to set up any new borrowing facilities except with the written permission of the Minister of Finance. At this stage, only one condition remains outstanding, and that is the sale of the Eskom Finance Company. The sale has been agreed, and it is on its way, or it's with the Competition Commission for regulatory approval. Once a quarter, representatives of Eskom meet with representatives of the National Treasury and the Department of Electricity and Energy to monitor Eskom's compliance with the conditions. This ongoing monitoring must continue to ensure that funds are used for their intended purpose. In essence, the bill is a very simple amendment, and so this debate provides an opportunity to discuss matters relating to Eskom's finances more broadly. So moving on to Eskom's finances more broadly, the 20 billion rand saving for the fiscus follows what Eskom describes as an operational turnaround, which has taken place in the last year. And it's true that unplanned outages in the past 17 months have been significantly lower. And the effect of this, together with increased private generation, has been greatly reduced load shedding. And it seemed at one point as if load shedding was entirely a thing of the past. According to the Eskom CFO, Caleb Kasim, Eskom is about to post its first profit in 8 years. His one caveat is that this excludes the possible effect of impairments of the value of Eskom's generating assets. And furthermore, Kasim does not expect that there will be a need for further guarantees or subsidies from the state. In previous years, we've only heard negative news from Eskom: chronic mismanagement, operational collapse, revelations of gross corruption, staggering cost overruns on capital projects, endless load shedding. The net result was an eye-watering 500 billion rands of bailouts, which crippled the fiscus. So an operational and a financial turnaround and a 20 billion rands windfall is a welcome relief. However, there are significant challenges, risks, and concerns with Eskom which cannot be glossed over or ignored, and I'd like to outline a few of those. The first is the high cost of electricity. Eskom charges now more than 4 times what it charged 20 years ago, even after adjusting for inflation. And this is placing enormous strain on households. It's also slowing down economic growth and job creation. Plus, Eskom is losing good-paying customers who are opting to generate their own power more cheaply rather than be held hostage to Eskom's endless appetite for price increases. There is a limit to how much Eskom can get away with charging. So to reverse the price increases, we need to open up the energy generation market for competition. And Eskom cannot be permitted to drag its heels on this reform. Its heavy-handed tactics towards independent power producers and electricity traders cannot be tolerated. Also, Eskom cannot be permitted to carry on passing on its problems to consumers in the form of price increases. Enough is enough. Eskom is wasteful and inefficient, and it has to clean up its own house instead of burdening South African households. Eskom, clean up your house. Eskom's financial management is a case in point. Eskom has a history of missing reporting deadlines. Its financial statements for the year ended 31 March 2024 were due for 30 September, but they were only delivered for audit in December. Its 2024 audit report highlights breakdowns in controls of various kinds: controls over financial reporting, controls over prepaid electricity tokens, controls over inventories, over irregular expenditure, over fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and over losses due to criminal conduct, amongst other control concerns. And its debt collection is another area of major concern, and that's compounded by the shocking state of local government finances. Here, Eskom will need the support of the National Treasury to deal with the defaulting municipalities. Distribution agency agreements will need to become mandatory, or an equivalent service provided by third-party providers. Smart meter rollout will need to be accelerated. Bulk supply points may need to be moved to prepaid supply in some cases. Equitable shares may need to be attached. Municipalities may need to be placed under administration. We face the risk that local municipalities will drag Eskom down with them if the problems besetting local government finance are not addressed and addressed with speed. So to wrap things up, the Eskom Debt Relief Amendment Bill of 2025 is a green shoot indicating that Eskom is on the up, but there are very real risks, concerns and challenges that remain. The 20 billion rand saving is a welcome boost for the fiscus. The DA supports this bill.
The Honourable Molefe.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Alexander, you wear your ignorance on your sleeve. On the 11th of July, 2025, Judge Tolmay, reading a judgment from a full bench with all the judges concurring, ruled that I do not owe Eskom 10 million rand. On the matter of the appeal. So don't come and show your ignorance here and say, you beg the money on things that you know nothing about. When I'm the fact of the matter, Chairperson, is that in 2016, Eskom's EBITDA was 32 billion rand. Go and check. 32 billion rand. You can Google it even now. Remaiman, EBITDA is earnings before interest, taxation, dividends, and amortization. Profit. It was 32 billion rand. It was a 37.4% increase from the previous year. And between 2015 and 2018, there was no load shedding at Eskom. Load shedding at Eskom returned under the Reiter and Oberholzer. The Reiter and Oberholzer took us to stage 6 load shedding. Why are you, honorable members, not stating these facts and clinging onto narratives that are wrong? Incidentally, in 2016, Transnet's EBITDA was also 32 billion under Honorable Gama. PRASA in 2014 made 547 million trips. In 2024, PRASA made 40 million
Molefe, can you please take your seat? There's a point of order from your acting chief whip, Honorable Reddy.
Honorable House Chair, the rules say you can converse, you can howl, but do it in a manner that does not disrupt the speaker. Now, sometimes the truth hurts. I can understand that.
Honorable
So
Reddy,
please
that is
appeal
not
to the
your
House.
point of order. Your
Please
point of
appeal-
order is on the noise,
Yes.
the high volume in the House, and I will judge whether it is
Thank you.
audible or not.
Thank you very much.
At this point,
It's important
Honorable
information
Molefe,
here. People
Honorable-
must listen. Thanks.
Honorable Reddy, you are now exceeding the point of order. Honorable Reddy, you are now doing exactly what you accuse the other members of doing. Honorable Molefe, please proceed.
Under Honorable Montana here, PRASA made 41 million trips in 2014. This year, or in 2024, PRASA only made 40 million trips, carried 40 million trips. And so these narratives that we hear about Montana, about Gama, about Molefe are not true. We should call this debt relief bill by its name. This is a debt relief to deal with Oberholzer and the Reiter's mess. We must call it by its name. Nibasabani abelung. Nibasabani abelung. Oberholzer was rewarded with a 9 billion rand tender only last year, before he even left as the chief operating officer of Transnet. He was rewarded with a 9 billion rand battery tender related to Eskom. There was not even the observation of good governance that he should cool off for 2 years. He did not have to cool off because He's operating from a position of privilege. The tender was out of kilt with good governance. The King Code of Governance recommends cooling off of 2 years. This did not apply to Oberholzer. And yet, you come here and you point fingers, you beg the money, you beg the money. Let's call it by its real name. They said when load shedding started in 2000, when Oberholzer was in and the Raider were running ESCOM, that it's because the machines had been run down by Molefe and Gogo. The current CEO, Dan Marugan, is running exactly the same machines and is not load shedding. What he is doing is what we did when we were at ESCOM. Connect the dots, as Praveen Gordon would say. Join the dots. Why did Oberholzer and the Raider run down ESCOM? Why are we here talking about debt relief on Oberholzer and the Raider's mess? Nibasaba abelunga.
The Honorable Lekanyane. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, order. Honorable Lekanyane, please proceed.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, good afternoon. Let me take this opportunity and congratulate the chairperson of our standing committee, Honorable Maimane, on his inspirational and magnificent achievement. And I think this will be an inspiration to many South Africans. I see there are many politicians who are becoming doctors. It shows that we have consciously taken a decision that leadership is a choice, and that South Africa has been electing leaders who have not chosen to lead. And now, as leaders who are choosing to lead. Congratulations, Honorable Maimane. Secondly, I want to state it here that when Dr. Ramokgopa was appointed the Minister of Electricity, the appointment itself was laughed at and was even dismissed as ridiculous and in certain corners as ludicrous. But we can see now that the appointment was carefully thought, well calculated, and South Africa is reaping rewards from that appointment. And we must also thank Dr. Ramokgopa for bringing his abilities and skills to the department. Honorable members, in the 31 years that the African National Congress has been leading this country, we appointed South Africans from all walks of life as the leadership of this government to play a role in the development and reconstruction of their own countries, And these are South Africans who, not all of them were members of the African National Congress, but some belong to other parties and some did not belong to any party. They were just ordinary South Africans who wanted to serve their country. There are those who serve this country very diligently. And there are those who, in line of service, there are wrongs and there are mistakes that happened. But what remains is that that government was led by the African National Congress. The ANC has said it many times that we take credit for the successes that we have achieved in this country. And we also take responsibility for the wrong appointments that have happened that put us to where we were in the last 3 or in the last 5 years. We take responsibility for that. Whoever was in a position of leadership in a state department, in a state-owned enterprise, all of them were appointed by the African National Congress. And we take responsibility for those appointments. Where wrongs have happened, we do not want to conduct ourselves like the Bourbon King Louis XVI. When he left office, Chief Whip, he says, "After me, I see disaster." We don't want to speak like Jan Smuts or other leaders who were there. Jan Smuts in 1903, when he was interviewed about the future of Africans in this country, he responded by saying he can only imagine shadows and darkness. We can't give that kind of a response, especially that we are going to school like Dr. Maimane, Dr. Masondo, Dr. Maswanganyi, Dr. Gigaba. We can't give such responses. We have chosen to lead. We must take responsibility. And one of the things that show that we have chosen to lead is this ESCOM Relief Amendment Bill. We can't see shadows and darkness. And we can't even predict disaster to follow us. When we leave offices, we must not leave vacancies. We must leave legacies. Honorable members, the ANC-led government in the 6th Parliament introduced the Energy Action Plan to reduce load shedding, and ESCOM commenced with maintenance plans, which included fixing the defects that happened in Medupi and Kusile power stations. And as I speak here, for sure all of you understand that Medupi and Kusile are now operational, optimally operational. And we take responsibility for the wrong designs that happened at Medupi, where we spent a lot of time with that project not being completed with cost overruns and the corruption that went with it. We take responsibility for that. Whoever was responsible there was appointed by the African National Congress. The main purpose of the debt relief amendment bill is the restructuring of the remaining financial support to better align with ESCOM state majority profile. The previously planned 70 billion advance has been revised to 2 advances, 40 billion rand in 2025-26 to redeem debt maturing in April 2026 and 10 billion rand in 2028-29 for debt maturing in May 2028. This adjustment has reduced the total debt relief package from 254 billion to 230 billion. As of July, ESCOM has received 140 billion in shareholder loans under the ESCOM Debt Relief Act 2023 to support its financial recovery and operational stability. The Minister of Finance has approved the conversion of the 140 billion into equity based on ESCOM's demonstrated compliance with strategic conditions attached to the debt relief interest payments. To date, amount to 1.2 billion. Honorable members, the debt relief has delivered significant benefits in supporting ESCOM's operational recovery and addressing the persistent load shedding challenges. The key outcomes of this have been easing of liquidity pressures, enabling Eskom to redirect internal cash flows to critical operational and infrastructure needs, contributing to improved plant performance and reduced load shedding. Number two, it targeted funding to support generation plant recovery and maintenance, improving operational reliability and energy availability. And lastly, the balance sheet strengthening, enhancing Eskom's credit profile and financial resilience, reducing the reliance on state support and enabling investment in the new generation capacity under more favorable conditions. To safeguard against future unsustainable debt, strict conditions remain in place, including borrowing restrictions, which cannot happen without National Treasury approval. Enhanced financial controls, progress on unbundling and acceleration of generation recovery. The debt relief framework thus links financial support to tangible governance and structural reforms. This reflects the robust oversight and controls implemented by government to monitor the effective utilization of the debt relief and to enable Eskom's continued compliance. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Eskom Debt Relief Bill enabled the entity to finance the action plans and maintenance plan for its own revenue to end load shedding. This means that this bill positively contributed to restoring generation capacity through dealing with debt liability, which enabled increased revenue to be utilized for maintenance. This ensured it ensured an improvement in the energy availability factor from 48% to 68%, and Eskom is intending further improvements of the energy available factor to 70%. This signaled a reduction in unplanned shutdowns and improved plant performance with an increase in generation capacity. The people and the economy are starting to feel the positive contribution which this bill has made as load shedding reached a peak in 2023 of some 333 days. Since the introduction of this bill, there has been more than 300 days without load shedding, coupled with a reduction in the usage of diesel at peaking plants. This is evidence of a plan coupled with the correct legislation and regulation which is working. Chairperson of the House, our aim is not merely to end load shedding, but to ensure that generation capacity is increased to match the increase in demand and ensure inclusive economic growth and job creation. Our aim in reducing the debt liability through this bill is to ensure the increase in generation capacity to enable the implementation of the medium-term development plan. Our aim through this bill is also to ensure that the Integrated National Electrification Plan, which has been a success story since 1994, not only delivers connections to historically disadvantaged communities, but ensures that it is accompanied by electricity supply at the cheapest possible cost. The ANC support this bill, and we call on all South Africans to join us in our resilient march to make the country great.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Honourable Deputy Minister of Finance, Dr. Masondo, will close the debate.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, Honorable Molefe, citing one cause of a phenomenon, a problem, in this case, the Eskom debt, in the midst of many causes, it does not help in telling the entire truth. Because part of the problem of the debt at Eskom is due to, which you know better than I do, the cost overruns in Medupi and Kusile.
as well as the shift from the cost-plus power stations, which generated a lot of costs insofar as generating energy is concerned. And periodization of history is not neutral. You can cite problems that starts in 1994 and apportion everything on the ANC. And as Honorable Khanyan has said, the ANC has owned up the good and the bad. You can focus on the pre-1994 problems to hide the current challenges and problems that we are facing. Honorable members, what this debate shows is that had we not provided the debt relief 2 years ago to Eskom, the rolling blackout would have possibly continued. Our economy would have significantly deteriorated, not only because of the power cuts, but due also to the rising sovereign risk premium, as other speakers have said. And because of this debt relief and other interventions, today load shedding is lower than it has been in the recent past. The load shedding is an exception and no longer the rule. And we agree, Honorable Hlazo Webster, that we have not fully solved our challenges, but we've made significant progress. The debt relief program has provided Eskom with an enabling balance sheet to spend more money in improving Eskom's capacity to supply electricity. This is not just about keeping lights on. This is about protecting jobs and recovering our economy. The bill before us also shows that when we give tough love to our SOEs, as our finance minister will say, sticking to plans rather opting for quick fixes, we realize better results. Honorable members, unlike in the past, where we came before you to ask this House to approve more funds to bail out Eskom, today we are requesting the House to reduce Eskom's burden on the fiscus. We are asking the House to reduce the debt relief program from 254 billion to 230 billion over 5 years, because, as many speakers have said, Eskom has improved its operational performance enabled by the debt relief. The original debt relief plan called for 70 billion debt takeover in 2025-2026. The debt relief is now reduced to 50 billion in 2025, 2026, and 2028-2029, aligned with actual debt maturity dates. This saves taxpayers around 20 billion while providing exactly what Eskom needs. Honorable members, it is when SOEs generate revenue and continue to provide goods and services without continuous bailouts from the government. Eskom is a case in point. Today, Eskom is profitable. It is when tough love is provided that SOEs, it is when we appoint competent boards and executives, and it is when strict conditions that we provide to our SOEs that SOEs can be turned around. Eskom did not receive the 4 billion when it did not meet one of its debt relief conditions. We will also look at additional conditions that members have suggested, but let's accept that Eskom's operational performance has improved. Eskom's finances have stabilized. Now businesses and citizens have regained confidence in Eskom. We agree with Honorable Maimane and many other honorable members that the municipal debt to Eskom must be addressed and must be addressed urgently. Municipalities that are refusing to pay their bills are undermining our efforts to stabilize SOEs such as Eskom. We are developing stringent measures to stop this wrong practice. The 3 pillars we established for monitoring Eskom, i.e. capital expenditure, revenue generation, and debt management, all show positive results. Honorable members, the Eskom's improved financial and operational performance through various interventions shows that effective government works. When energy crisis threatened our country, through decisive action, we have turned the crisis into recovery. I commend that the House accept this bill. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, that concludes the debate. Are there any objections to the Eskom Debt Relief Amendment Bill being read a first time? Honourable Reddy.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The Mkhonto Wesizwe Party will vote against this bill and we would call for division. Thank you.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes. Honourable members, please take your seats. Honourable members, the Speaker has determined that in accordance with the rules, a manual voting procedure will be used for this division. Firstly, in order to establish a quorum, I would request the table to confirm that we have the requisite number of members physically present in the chamber and on the platform to make this decision. Party whips will then be given an opportunity to confirm the number of their members present and indicate if they vote for or against the question. A member who wishes to abstain or vote against the party vote may do so by informing the chair. MK.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Greetings to you and members. The controversies where party will be voting against the Eskom Debt Relief Amendment Bill, with 17 honorable, disciplined, revolutionary MK members in the House and 35 online, with a total of 52 MK members. I thank you.
IFP. Oh, EFF, my apologies.
Deputy Speaker, we are going to fall. In the House, Speaker, Deputy Speaker, we are 9 online, we are 16 in total, 25 who are voting against.
Thank you. IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. On the virtual platform, we are 9. In the House, we are 3, and we vote in favor. Thank you.
PA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Patriotic Alliance, 3 members voting in favor.
FF Plus.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We are 3 members in the House, 3 members on the online platform voting in support.
Thank you. Action SA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Action SA, we've got 3 online, 2 in the House, therefore 5, and we vote in support. Thank you.
ACDP.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. 1 in the House, 1 online in support. Thank you.
UDM.
2 online, voting in support. Thank you.
RISE.
RISE 1 in the House, we support.
BOSA.
BOSA with 2 in the House, we support.
ATM. Not present. Al Jamar. Not present. NCC.
1 in the House, voting against. Thank you, Speaker.
PAC.
1 online, Deputy Speaker, in support.
Hello.
UAT.
UAT, 1 online, voting against.
Good. Good. Not present. Is there any member who wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? It does not seem so. Honourable members, thank you. The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the results of the division is as follows. The ayes, 247. The noes, 79, and no abstentions. The question is accordingly agreed to, and the Secretary will read the bill a first time.
Eskom Debt Relief Amendment Bill.
Honourable members, the Secretary will read the next order.
Second reading ESCOM Debt Relief Amendment Bill.
As there is no list of speakers, are there any objections to the bill being read a second time? Honourable Reddy.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The Umkhonto Wesizwe will object to this bill. Thank you.
The objection of the MKP is noted. Any further objections?
And on the question of division, we won't call for one.
Thank you so much, Honourable Reddy. Honourable Paulson.
Not the objection of the EFF, Speaker, Deputy Speaker.
The objection of the EFF is noted. Any other objections?
Yes, please. Note the objection of UAT.
UAT and the NCC. Noted. And with those objections agreed to, the Secretary will read the bill a second time.
ESCOM Debt Relief Amendment Bill.
The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The Secretary will read the 10th order.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Finance on Revenue Laws Amendment Bill.
I now recognize the Honourable the Chief Whip.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and I move that the report to be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? Honourable Reddy.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The Umkhonto Wesizwe Party will reject this bill, the Revenue Laws Amendment Bill. Thank you.
The objection of the MKP is noted. Honourable Mkalipi.
Deputy Speaker, please note the objection of the EFF.
The objection of the EFF is noted. Any other objections?
Thank you, Speaker. Note the objection of UAT.
The objection of the UAT is noted. Any other objections? And with those objections, it is agreed to. The Secretary will read the 11th order.
First reading debate, Revenue Laws Amendment Bill.
The first speaker is the Honourable Dr. Maswanganyi.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, Ministers, honourable members. I hereby present the report of the Committee on the Revenue Laws Amendment Bill. On 1st September 2024, the government introduced reforms to the retirement savings regime by establishing what we call the two-pots retirement system. Under this system, retirement savings are categorized in three components: the vested component, savings component, and retirement component. This regime came into effect through a progressive piece of legislation enacted by the ANC government during the 6th Parliament and administration. Nevertheless, concerns were raised regarding the implementation of this legislation. Consequently, the Minister of Finance introduced the Revenue Laws Amendment Bill to address the concerns raised by workers, pension fund administrators, SARS, and the National Treasury. The 2025 Revenue Laws Amendment Bill introduces the following key changes. 1, clarification on the timing of the seeding amount calculation, providing certainty to retirement fund members and administrators. 2, optionality for retirement funds to determine the calculation date for seeding amount, either 31st August 2024 or the last day of the election month, as per fund rules and communication to members for those eligible to opt into the two-pot system. 3, clarification of the definition of members' interest in each of the three components, specifying that the components must be reduced proportionally by applicable Section 37D deductions. 4th, alignment of the definition of retirement annuity fund to ensure consistency with the intended objectives of the reform And lastly, fifth, alignment of the definition of retirement annuity fund to ensure consistency with the intended objectives of the reform. Deputy Speaker, let us commend the significant progress made by the ANC government in implementing the two-pot pension reforms since September 2024. For the first time, workers have the opportunity to access a portion of their savings without needing to resign from their jobs or withdraw their entire funds. While workers can obtain relief once per tax year, this approach is expected to enhance long-term savings rates. We are encouraged by the positive response from workers to these progressive reforms, with millions submitting applications for relief from their pension and provident funds. The two-pot pension reforms and the 10% increase up to 30,000 rand have provided relief to millions of workers, offering access to a third of their future savings when needed. Pension fund administrators have reported unprecedented numbers of calls and applications from workers. We are pleased that over 57 billion rand has been paid to more than 3.5 million workers. These pension fund reforms are among the most transformative since the democratic breakthrough in 1994. These hard-won reforms mark the first step in a journey to place workers' needs at the heart of the transformation agenda and to ensure pension and provident funds support workers throughout their careers into retirement. As with transformational changes aimed at improving the lives of millions, there will be challenges and no shortage of confusion from right-wingers. This will dissipate as reforms reach millions of struggling and indebted workers. It is our responsibility as representative of the people to ensure that workers' needs are addressed. While we acknowledge and celebrate these achievements, we are infuriated by the revelation that over 7,700 employers have failed to pay their workers' pension contributions during this relief process. The most significant violations have occurred in the municipal, security, and cleaning sectors. This behavior constitutes fraud and theft, and it must be addressed with the agency by law enforcement. The FSCA must take firm and decisive action against these delinquent employers. Deputy Speaker, the committee reaffirms the importance of inclusive public participation and commends stakeholders, including individual citizens, for engaging in the legislative process. However, the committee notes that submissions not referencing specific clauses are difficult to incorporate into technical deliberations. It therefore recommends that Parliament improve its public participation mechanisms, such as using plain language summaries of bills, submissions, templates, and orientation sessions to help stakeholders prepare clause-linked inputs. Public hearings were held on the 1st of July 2025 with submissions received from various stakeholders. On 8 July 2025, National Treasury and SARS presented the response document to the committee, which outlined all public comments and deliberations by the committee on the bill. Deputy Speaker, the public submissions on the Revenue Laws Amendment Bill reflect a wide array of technical and policy-related concerns raised by stakeholders. The committee notes that stakeholders expressed broad support for the two-pot retirement system implemented on the 1st of September 2024, citing its potential to improve retirement outcomes and liquidity access for members. However, stakeholders emphasize that the effectiveness of the system depends on resolving certain technical issues. The committee notes stakeholder concern regarding the restriction in paragraph 6B of the second schedule of this bill, which limits fund members to a 1:1 transfer on withdrawal. This change removes the pre-existing option to proportionally split transfers across multiple funds, thereby potentially affecting member flexibility and annuitization options. National Treasury indicated that this provision will be reviewed in the next legislative cycle and justified the restriction as a safeguard against premature commutation. The committee considers the matter to be a substantive and recommends that it be reviewed with agency in consultation with stakeholders. Deputy Speaker, concerns were raised regarding the inconsistency of the use of the terms nominee, dependent, and beneficiary across the Income Tax Act and the Pension Funds Act. While National Treasury declined to replace nominee and dependent with beneficiary, the committee supports a comprehensive review in subsequent legislation to ensure legal coherence and administrative certainty across statutory regimes governing retirement funds. Deputy Speaker, the committee notes the inconsistencies in the effective dates between the 2024 Taxation Laws Amendment Act and the 2024 Revenue Laws Amendment Act. Although SARS began implementation from 1st September 2024, National Treasury confirmed that 1st March 2025 remains the applicable date. The committee accepted this clarification, but recommends that Treasury and SARS improve inter-bill coordination to avoid confusion in future legislative process. Deputy Speaker, the committee processed the bill clause by clause, considered and adopted this progressive bill. In conclusion, Deputy Speaker, let me indicate that by having access to a portion of their retirement savings, workers can better navigate financial challenges and reduce their reliance on debt or other forms of financial assistance. I therefore move that the National Assembly adopt the committee report. Now, Keynes. Yeah.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Van Rooyen.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. The bill before this House deals with changes in some of the definitions within the 1962 Apartheid-era Drafted Income Tax Act, an introduction of some minor technical changes within the so-called Freedom-era tax law regime. Since all these muted amendments are more technical in nature, allow me, House Chairperson, to delve more into the lessons learned during the 2025 budget process as the so-called GNU administration tried to give effect to the provisions of these pieces of legislation. It is in this year's budget process wherein the question on the balancing of powers of lawmaking by Parliament as the legislature and delegated lawmaking powers to the executive was brought back to life. When VAT increase was going to be effected on a certain date, just because of the announcement made in the budget speech by a heartless and uncaring minister, we were reminded of the provision of this apartheid-era drafted legislation. Honorable Chairperson, Section 5, subsection 2A and B of the Income Tax Act allows the Minister of Finance to alter the income rate by virtue of the date determined by the minister. In terms of this act, this power to alter or amend tax rates by virtue of an announcement will remain in force for a period of 12 months from date announced, subject to Parliament passing legislation giving effect to that announcement. In simple terms, Honorable Speaker, it means the tax rate, whether accepted or rejected by Parliament, as we have seen in this financial year budget process, will be in force for 12 months from the minister's announced date. As we all know, in this year's budget process, trillions were lost by businesses as a result of this weird provision. Government also lost billions as a result of this madness. Over the years, this Parliament have delegated more powers to the executive. Hence, this madness is also prevalent on how Finance Minister sources loans for our beloved country. Section 66 and 77 of the PFMA allows the Minister of Finance to source loans without Parliament scrutiny. By this legislative provision, Parliament allows our nation and future generations to be indebted without extensive interrogation of the details of the debt the country continues to incur as a result of these mighty loans. Speaker or Honorable Chairperson, as the seventh Parliament, we can't allow the forced marriage of the so-called GNU executive nor its spineless minister to be taking such serious decision for our country without our robust oversight. As MK Party, we are working on changing these legislative provisions. The so-called GNU hardly agrees on anything. If it was in of their masters, the real forced marriage architectures, the participants could have long left their abusive relationship. As much as South Africa wide control media portrays the Minister of Finance as the most incorruptible, South Africans are not fools. They know who was at the forefront of the failed VAT increase. They know who unleashed a regressive fuel levy on them. They know what causes the increase in food, transport, and production costs. As much as councillors in a rural municipality don't know what caused the increase in electricity rates, our people in Tembisa know that fiscal consolidation and austerity measures caused their sufferings. Hence, they've lost hope and they are taking it to the street. The working class agrees on its assertion that the Minister of Finance should have been censured on his failure to deliver a pro-poor budget. They further told us that we shouldn't trust him because he failed to give them appropriate answers on the mismanagement of their pension funds while serving at South African Clothing and Textile Workers Union, commonly known as SATAU. MK Party, Honorable Speaker, cannot support these amendments because it's our conclusion and assertion that these amendments are not necessarily meant to deal with issues of enhancing revenue tax laws that are meant to empower our system of government. But these amendments are meant to entrench laws that perpetuate unaccountability and, of course, promote debt entrapment of our nation. So, as MK Party, we are not in a position to support these amendments.
Thank you, Honorable Alexander.
Thank you, House Chair, honorable members. Today we examine a critical piece of legislation and the technical complexities before us within the Revenue Law Amendments Bill. The bill is about fixing technical problems which our new retirement system, which came into effect in September last year. Last year, we introduced the two-part retirement system, the system that splits people's retirement money into three parts: money you have saved, money you can access before retirement, and money for your retirement. This builds a South Africa where you control your financial destiny, accessing help when you need it, and securing a comfortable future for your retirement years. Honourable House Chair, when we started the new two-part system, we wanted to give South Africa flexibility, particularly around financial emergencies. This was a good idea. However, some challenges have presented themselves and need clarification. Fund administrators and the ordinary South Africans need clarity on when exactly to calculate the starting amounts, which dates to use for different calculations, and which deductions should work across, and how the deductions should work across the three parts. This bill looks at providing clarity to these so that people can understand exactly what to do. The bill makes three fundamental improvements. Firstly, it makes clear when retirement funds can calculate the starting amount for each person's account. Secondly, it gives the retirement fund a choice to whether they can use either the 31st of August 2024 or the last day of their chosen month for calculation. And lastly, it explains exactly how monies will be deducted for things like maintenance payments, which needs to come off proportionately across all three portions of the retirement savings. Honourable House Chair, the Finance Committee heard from big retirement funds, people and experts that work with pensions every day, and ordinary people like you and I. And what did they have to tell us? Well, they worried about the new transfer rules. When you change jobs, you used to be able to split your pension monies into different funds. You may have wanted some here and some there, but now the new rules, you can only move everything into one fund. People don't like this because we're taking away their choices. There's also a confusion over the use of words. One law calls a family member a nominee, another law calls them a dependent, and a third law calls them a beneficiary. We're talking about the same person. No wonder there's confusion. Fund managers don't know which words to use, and ordinary people don't understand what to do. You know that sometimes how we get asked on different forms to fill in our address. They're all slightly differently worded, but different. Same problem here. Different laws, but they need to match up properly so there is no confusion. These technical issues need to be fixed. The bottom line is that people want the system to work, but right now we have bumps in the road. Honourable House Chair, the concerns need to be addressed, and National Treasury urgently needs to review the transfer restrictions. South Africa should not lose flexibility in managing their retirement savings. The terminology issue needs to be fixed in the next round of tax law changes, which is important for legal clarity. House Chair, despite these concerns, we will still support this bill because this bill affects millions of South Africans and their families. It helps fix the problem with the system that is already making a real difference in people's lives. The two-part retirement system represents our commitment to helping South Africans balance their immediate needs with long-term security. These technical improvements will make the system work better for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honourable Maotwe.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, let me take this opportunity to greet the President, the Commander-in-Chief, Honourable Julius Malema, who appeared yesterday in the East London High Court on frivolous charges that even the prosecutor admits he has failed to prove. There is no evidence linked to our president. But because this is political persecution, we're not surprised that 5 years later, this case continues, a waste of taxpayers' money for nothing but a political witch hunt. We say to the President and Commander-in-Chief, who will be addressing the masses on Saturday, the 26th of July, as the EFF celebrates the 12th anniversary, we say, Comrade President, stand firm, truth will prevail, and history will thank you for your decisive, courageous, and fearless leadership. Honourable members, the Revenue Laws Amendment Bill before the House is nothing but fine-tuning the rules that govern how people access and manage their retirement savings, what is known as the two-pot system. We're not surprised that the National Treasury is obsessed with these administrative legislative amendments. The Treasury is busy financing an imaginary deficit through tax collected from withdrawals under the two-pot system, forcing people to steal from their future. We, as the EFF, rejected the two-pot system from the onset. because we want that it is not a solution. You cannot fail to grow the economy, collapse state institutions, and subject the poor and working class to worsening economic conditions. The cost of bread has gone up, the price of petrol has gone up, electricity, transport, education, airtime, data, all have gone up. Yet instead of growing the economy and creating jobs for our people, the National Treasury and the ANC government are failing to address the real issues confronting our people. There are people who contributed to the Transkei Government Services Pension Fund, Buputatswana Pension Fund, Venda Pension Fund, and Siskai Pension Fund, who have never received a cent of their money. These people have been in this struggle for over 30 years, fighting to get what is rightfully theirs. Many elderly citizens have traveled long distances to petition this very parliament for assistance. Some of them have slept outside the gates of parliament, braving cold weather, hoping to be heard. Many have died waiting for their money. Many are being swindled in rural villages by unscrupulous individuals promising to help them access their pensions. Even after the National Treasury made promises and referred to non-existent outstanding reports, we have seen nothing happening for our people. It appears as if the National Treasury is simply waiting for all the beneficiaries to die. This deliberate neglect extends to the financial sector, particularly insurance companies that took money from the workers of Buputatswana, Venda, Siskai, and Transkei, the so-called TBVC states, and have never been held accountable. These are companies such as Old Mutual, Sanlam, and Liberty Life, who benefited from pension deductions during the apartheid Bantustan era. Yet today, there is no comprehensive record of restitution or repayment. These financial institutions pocketed the savings of black workers, of teachers, nurses, and police officers under oppressive regimes and then abandoned them during the transition. Despite the countless submissions made to Parliament and the presidency, there has been no thorough investigation into what happened to these funds. The silence of the National Treasury on this matter is not ignorance, it is complicit. Instead of demanding the return of these funds or launching a forensic audit of these insurance companies, the National Treasury protects them as if it were their spokespersons. The Financial Sector Conduct Authority, which is supposed to regulate the insurance and pension sector, has done nothing meaningful to bring justice to our people. These companies are treated as untouchable pillars of the financial elite, when in fact they are beneficiaries of colonial and apartheid theft. If we are serious about justice, we must compel these companies to open their books and account for what happened to the pensions of TBVC workers. The time for hiding behind legal technicalities and outdated legislation is over. Yet we are here, obsessed with perfecting a system that should not even exist in the first place. As if things are not bad enough, it is the National Treasury, the Minister of Finance, and the FSCA that have turned a blind eye to our employees who deduct pension contributions from workers but fail to pay them over to pension administrators. This is absolutely shocking. It amounts to defrauding workers of their money and their future. Instead of fixing this problem, we're wasting time on non-issues. There are more than 7,000 employers who commit this fraud monthly. Some, including municipalities, have defrauded for more than a year. It is the security guards, the cleaners, and gardeners who wake up, try to withdraw money from their two-pot savings, and are told they cannot because their employers have not paid their contributions. We do not need modest amendments to legislation. We need to send a clear message to those people who exploit the vulnerable. We propose the following urgent interventions as the EFF. Any employer who fails to pay over-deducted pension contributions should be barred from doing business with the state. They must not be awarded any tenders. Tender requirements demand compliance with all statutory obligations. In the case of municipalities, municipal managers and CFOs must not receive their salaries if their outstanding pension contributions are not paid. There must be criminal prosecution of employers who steal pension workers' money. There must be transparency around all pension deductions. It must not be based on voluntary disclosure. It must be made the law. There are things the National Treasury should be obsessed with instead of chasing tax revenue at the cost of the workers. This is the very same department that has stolen the future of our children by accumulating unsustainable debt.
Thank you, Honorable Mahotwe.
430 billion rand.
Your time is now expired. The next speaker is the Honorable Adebe.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The Inkatha Freedom Party stands in support of the Revenue Laws Amendment Bill, but we do so with critical engagement. This bill may appear technical at face value, but in reality, it speaks to the heart of a new retirement regime under which millions of South Africans are now living. The implementation of the two-pot system on the 1st of September 2024 was historic, but it has not been smooth, nor has it fully addressed the deep financial insecurity facing working people. The bill introduces crucial amendments to the Income Tax Act of 1962 and correct key provisions in the Revenue Laws Amendment Act of 2024. These corrections were overdue. We must ask, why are we fixing these issues after implementation rather than before? Had the necessary public consultation and the readiness checks been thoroughly conducted before the two-pot system was launched, Parliament might not be sitting here in 2025 rushing through retroactive legal cleanup. House Chairperson, while the law is changing, for many workers, very little has improved. Workers over the age 55 on 1 March 2021, particularly those in preservation funds, are still unclear about their rights, despite the fact that their ability to elect to join the savings component is time limited. The 30,000 rand cap on initial transfers into the savings pot is arbitrary and restrictive. Why should a worker who has served diligently be denied more flexible access, particularly in today's difficult economy? Even with these amendments, fund administrators remain overwhelmed and delays in processing withdrawals are widespread. The burden is falling on workers, not the system. Where is Treasury's accountability in ensuring this reform is not just passed, but actually delivered? The bill corrects the law, but it does not correct the inequality in South Africa's retirement system. Millions of South Africans in the informal sector still have no pension coverage at all. Women, domestic workers, and low-income earners still face retirement poverty with or without a two-point structure, and many of those who now qualify for early withdrawals are using them for survival, not savings. These are systemic problems that require policy coverage, not just statutory cleanups. The IFP supports this bill because we must make the system work, but we reject the notion that the post-implementation fixes can substitute for real engagement with the public. We call on the Minister of Finance and National Treasury to provide annual reports to Parliament on the operation and equity outcomes of the two-pot system, review the arbitrary caps and exclusions affecting workers' choices, and commit to universalizing pension coverage in South Africa so that South African workers, formal or informal, is not left behind. The bill is necessary, but is not enough. The IFP supports the Revenue Law Amendment Bill as a corrective measure, but we remain vigilant. Retirement reform must serve the people, not the system. The long-term dignity of our workers demands more than technical precision. It demands fairness, transparency, and compassion. I thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Peterson.
Thank you, House Chairperson, honorable members, members of the public. As the Patriotic Alliance, we commend the committee's inclusive public participation process, including the hearings held on the 1st of July 2025. The committee's recommendations reflect a commitment to transparency and responsiveness. However, Chairperson, the Patriotic Alliance notes several unresolved concerns. The bill currently limits withdrawal transfers to a single fund, removing flexibility for members to split transfers across multiple funds. Treasury has committed to reviewing this in the next legislative cycle. Inconsistent use of terms like nominee, dependent, and beneficiary across the Income Tax Act and Pension Fund Act requires harmonization. The committee recommends a comprehensive review in future legislation. Honorable members, the Patriotic Alliance supports the committee's recommendation that these technical refinements be prioritized in the next legislative cycle, but we also call for a deeper interrogation of how these reforms affect working class South Africans, especially those in informal employment and historical excluded communities. The PA supports. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Beasley.
Chair, just under a year ago, legislation was passed to reform South Africa's retirement system through the introduction of the two-pot system. Today, we consider amendments to that framework which seek to improve its implementation and effectiveness. The rationale behind the two-pot system remains sound. It aims to strike a balance between long-term financial preservation and the urgent need for liquidity in the present. But the way it's being used tells a much deeper story about the state of our economy. Recent data confirms that over the past year, South Africans have already withdrawn more than 57 billion from their retirement savings under the system. The most cited reason for the withdrawals are deeply troubling. 48% of people access their savings to cover day-to-day living expenses, while 46% use the money to pay off debt. This is not simply a story of financial planning. It is a glaring red flag that the cost of living is crushing South African households. And it speaks directly to the failure of this government of national unity to give direction to a stagnating economy. Speaker, there's a common myth that middle-class South Africans are coping, but the evidence shows the opposite. Many of the 7.5 million registered taxpayers who keep our revenue system afloat are under immense pressure. These are the teachers, nurses, civil servants, and small business owners. They are not the wealthy elite, and yet they carry a disproportionate share of the tax burden. Many are repaying mortgages, car loans, and small business debt at the same time, and interest rates remain painfully high. Recent figures show that over 70% of their income is going just to service this debt. We are seeing a surge in defaults on home and car loans, with even middle and upper middle income earners turning to debt review in record numbers. This is not sustainable. It's a symptom of an economy in distress. At the same time, food inflation continues to hammer the poorest and most vulnerable. Bread, maize meal, and meat prices have soared. Households in the lowest income brackets, who spend up to 50% of their income on food, are bearing the brunt. They cannot borrow their way out of this crisis. They are simply going hungry. So yes, it is deeply concerning that millions of South Africans are now forced to sacrifice their future security and retirement just to survive today. The nearly 2 million South Africans who have drawn down their retirement savings early deserve better. They deserve an economy where they can provide for their families and retire with dignity, not one where their only lifeline is the money meant to support them in old age. Speaker, in conclusion, Action SA supported the original two-pot legislation because we recognize the real struggles South Africans face. And we will support the bill before us today, which seeks to improve the workability of that system. But we do so while urging the House to face the uncomfortable truth that too many South Africans are living on a knife edge, and no retirement reform alone can fix that. We need urgent and bold action to get this economy going, reduce the cost of living, and restore financial hope to South Africa's poor, middle, and working class. I thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Swart.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the primary objective of the two-pot system is to provide flexibility for fund members to access their retirement savings during emergencies without necessitating resignation, as took place in the past. Now, the ACDP supported this pension reform as we believe it strikes the right balance between long-term security and immediate needs, recognizing life's unpredictability. And it permits fund members to access a portion of their savings during crises. And this change ensures the retirement system remains responsive to diverse financial needs, supporting both long-term financial security and immediate assistance during emergencies. However, we share concerns about the number of people that have been forced due to economic circumstances to access their financial savings, which obviously impacts their future financial situation and their savings that they'll be able to draw down in the future. Now, Parliament passed various revenue law amendment bills to deal with the tax implications of withdrawing benefits under the scheme. When benefits are withdrawing, either upon retirement or withdrawal in the case of emergencies, they become subject to taxation. Now, the amount of tax payable was sadly a great shock to many persons who withdrew funds under the scheme, as they received far less than they were expecting. It's interesting that SARS collected 12 billion rand from tax in two-pot withdrawals, roughly double what it had expected. In addition, 43 billion in two-pot withdrawals added impetus to the economy. The 2025 revenue laws bills introduces further technical amendments dealing with taxation and clarifies the definition of members' interests. This, the ACDP supports. However, we do call for increased public awareness and education campaigns to inform retirement fund members about the features and benefits of the two-pot retirement regime, particularly the tax implications. This will empower individuals to make informed decisions. We also share the concerns that economic growth is required to prevent workers having to access these retirement savings. Lastly, we believe it is scandalous that certain employers did not pay over pension contributions. We agree that there must be criminal prosecutions against such employers. They must also be held civilly liable to compensate the employees affected by this. The ACDP will support this bill. I thank you.
Thank you. Is there a speaker on behalf of the UDM?
UDM supports the bill. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Then I recognize the Honorable Ghana.
Nakhenza mtshama wexitulu ni le ka dokodela mtshama wexitulu Maswanganyi mi temu ku mi kombela hi mi seketela mi nge hi mi seketela Maswanganyi mara hi ndlela leyi the reasons or the conditions that necessitated the introduction of the two-pot system remains with us. And it is the cost of living. If the cost of living does not go down, the need for the two-pot will be there. But here's the thing, and I was talking to Honorable Thring, because sometimes his cycles I run. It's like drinking cold drink during a marathon, Comrade Runner, Mason. You think that a cold drink will quench a thirst. It does not, and it will never. So what am I saying, honorable members? Is that whilst a two-pot allows workers to withdraw, it offers an immediate relief, but it's not sustainable in the long run. Because here's the thing, you can maximize the amount of money that you can withdraw. And once you have maximized, the only option is for you to resign and cash out. So we have introduced this so that people do not have to resign so that they cash out. But that need has not left us. The debt at some point will have to come back. Because if you withdraw to pay off the debt, it means that you are not affording your life. That's why you have built on so much debt. Now you have paid off the debt, but your lifestyle has not changed because the cost of living continues to grow. So we need to relook in terms of the economic side of things. Because if those conditions that necessitated the two-pot system to be introduced do not change, then in the medium term, the two-pot system will cease to be a solution. In the long run, we know it's not a solution because people are taking from their retirement. And when they reach that age, they'll have nothing left to live on.
Thank you. Dr. Maimane.
Bagaetsho dumelang. This bill speaks to a South African. This is a South African who has been working for much of their lives, and now they find themselves in difficult financial positions. Honorable members, let's recognize that the conditions of our country are such that for too many citizens, they find themselves without work. They find themselves living in high levels of poverty, with more than half our citizens living below the upper poverty line. They are confronting an economy that is growing at a very stagnant rate, at less than 1% in the last decade. They are living in conditions, as Salga describes them, that many household owners are incapable of being able to pay even municipalities. This is the person we are talking to. And I would like to recommend, honorable members, as we deal with this bill today, we don't deal with it technically, but we deal with answering the question, what is the dignity of this person that we're trying to give to? At first, Deputy Minister and both Deputy Ministers here, I think you'll agree with me. It is high time now that we think hard about how do we help South Africans understand their financial conditions, both in the short term and in the long term. I think financial literacy and financial understanding must be as paramount as knowing your HIV status. It will help you understand your financial transactions over a long period of time. And we need to be able to put that in place. When you read reports about what South Africans end up doing with some of the withdrawals they make. The second is that BOSA wholeheartedly endorses the view of the two-pot system. We're clear about the fact that it is a way for citizens to be able to get short-term relief. But having said that, I think we need to think hard about how we tax the process of this relief. It is common cause that as people make withdrawals, they become shocked to discover that 36% of emergency withdrawals are highly taxed. And so they find themselves in this crisis where they're withdrawing and getting some significant taxation that comes with it. Whilst this might be part of the process of doing this, but what we cannot do as a government, we need to recognize that people are withdrawing in the place of emergency. We cannot say to people, we care about your crisis, and then tax the relief like it is the same as a luxury. So we support it. We support this bill. We support it. And we urge that we use plain language in explaining it to our citizens, as I've spoken earlier. We'd like to make it clear that as Build One South Africa, we think that there should be much more digital accessibility for public, especially young income learners, to learn about retirement policy, etc. So in conclusion, honorable members, let's be clear. This is a withdrawal that workers use against the defense against poverty. So as we support this thing, we're saying let's make it fair taxation on withdrawal. Let's give transparent timelines for future corrections. Let's make a retirement regime that restores public trust and financial dignity. And let's ensure that for many South Africans, as they know what their financial status is, this is not just a mere reform. It is an imperative to restore the dignity of all South Africans.
Thank you. Is there a speaker on behalf of the ATM? If not, then I call on Al Jamaa. The PAC.
PAC supports the bill, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The UAT.
Thank you, Chairperson. The UAT reject the bill.
Thank you. Good. If not, then I recognize the Honourable Dr. Burke.
Mr. Chair, much of the content of my address today has been covered by speakers from the IFP, the PA, RISE, and even ASA. And I wish I could tell the House that the Revenue Laws Amendment Act is interesting, exciting, and vital to our country's future. But unfortunately, it's boring enough to put an accountant to sleep. And while I want to be clear that the DA supports this legislation, there's something sad about us needing it in the first place. In essence, this Revenue Laws Amendment Bill is an attempt at fixing technical mistakes in the so-called two-pot reforms to our retirement system. You'll also remember, Mr. Chair, that this retirement reform is in turn a response to the financial desperation haunting our country. Even for those with jobs, disposable income is a myth, meaning that when emergencies strike, many have no rainy day fund, and based on a decade of nearly zero economic growth, there's now zero hope for many people that they will be able to put aside savings for such emergencies. And so we've ended here with a stopgap solution. The two-pot system, which this bill aims to reinforce, is akin to the cadre class in South Africa, barely noting the gaping hole created by the iceberg of corruption, which is rapidly sinking our country. Looking up just enough from the clinking of cadre cocktails to throw us a life jacket. The equivalent of letting them eat cake, or should I say, give them two pots. You see, we in the DA are not against life jackets. It's just that we're aware of the cold water. What does it say about the desperation of our country that we've had 4 million withdrawals in less than a year, with 500,000 South Africans dipping into their pots a second time? Our GDP growth for the start of 2025 is 0.1% or 10 basis points, which begs the question, Mr. Chair, if South Africans didn't tap into their futures to pay for their present, would we now be in a recession? And that brings me to today's bill. This legislation is basically the National Treasury saying, whoops, sorry, there's a few little mistakes, little imperfections in the previous approach. Not to worry though, here's a patch that will fix those exclusions. Except it seems that patch itself has problems. National Treasury has already told the Finance Committee that the law we're reading in front of this House today itself will need fixing on as many as 3 issues. You see, the life jacket more or less works, but this patch will need a patch. It will require more time from Parliament's Finance Committee, which has no shortage of pressing oversight that it needs to conduct. It will require more time from Treasury, who surely have enough other matters, including a comprehensive expenditure review to focus on. And on that point, I'd like to ask the absent Minister of Finance, and at the risk...
I'm not absent.
Order, honorable members. Honorable Burke, you stand corrected. Please proceed.
I stand corrected, Mr. Chair. The virtually attending Minister of Finance, at the risk of firing shots like the ANC seems to be firing the executive, could you please, Mr. Minister, when you next address this House, use your speaking time to tell us if, in between finding funds for the national monologue, you've actually appointed the agreed-to person to head the spending review. Has that happened? So, Mr. Chair, our country stumbles, trapped inside an economic and ethical crisis. Yet here we are, debating the bill that itself needs fixing. Our pots are not full and running over. They're as hollow as the words of many of our politicians. We live in a country where we now need 2 pots, and unfortunately both of them are empty.
Thank you. Honorable Molefe.
House Chairperson, let's call a spade a spade. The problem in South Africa is that you have the majority of the people who were oppressed by an erstwhile crime against humanity that have been declared by the financial sector to be high credit risk. Credit is not available to them. And so the economy can't grow without credit.
the economy can't grow without small business people being able to borrow money to start another business, small business people being able to borrow money to start a business, especially in a country that has 41% unemployment. The only hope is that those people will somehow get credit and start financing some economic activity. But that is not available. And the reason that is not available, and let's call a spade, is because our financial sector is untransformed. The reason the credit is not available is because the structure of the South African economy is still the structure of the apartheid economy, where black people live in Guguletu and are high risk, and white people live in Bishop's Court and are low risk. Black people have got money in the banking system, but that money is not available for them to get as credit. So what do we do as this August House, as the National Treasury? We say, those of you that want credit, go and withdraw your own pension so that you can start a business. No, it doesn't work like that. We need to confront, to take the bull by the horns and say, we need bigger access to credit. We need bigger access to credit. And what has happened with this two-pot system is an indication precisely of that problem, of the absence of credit or the unavailability of credit. We cannot take people's future consumption spending today, take their future consumption spending that is in their pension and allow them or encourage them to use it today. What's going to happen when they get old? What's going to happen when they get old and they don't have pensions because they used it in the two-pot system, which later on we are going to patch again and have another technical fix to make it a three-pot system, and so on and so forth. Rather than saying, leave your pension alone, go and get credit. Go and get credit and do whatever you want to do. That is a fundamental problem of our problem in South Africa. And so we need to take on the financial sector on and say that, please, you have to transform and start providing more credit. Honorable Houseperson, there is another crime that is being committed, and that is the employers that are not paying over the money, the pension fund money of their employees over to the pension funds. And that issue came to Parliament, and it has been reported to the police. We've even asked a question in this House, a written question to Minister of Police as to how many people have been, how many employers have been convicted or even charged for not having paid, because our law makes it a criminal offense not to pay over the pension fund money. And the Minister of Police, Senzo Mkhunu, responded to our written question and said, no convictions have been recorded. And so I challenge Honorable Maswanganyi that we should revisit this issue. We should take up this issue of the employers that are not paying over people's pensions to the pension funds, and that make sure that Honorable Gwede Mantashe ensures that police investigate these maladministration, and that we do get the conviction of those employers that have not paid over their pension fund contributions to the pension funds. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Seko Harte.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Deputy Ministers in the House and the Chief Whip of the largest party, members of this August House. Let me start off by correcting the fallacy that has been stated here, particularly by my colleagues. Firstly, that the powers and the functions of the Minister of Finance are actually established by the Constitution, Chapter 13 of the Constitution of 1996, adopted in May and amended in October 1996. So it's not an apartheid created constitution. It is not. It is the powers that are derived from this constitution that was adopted in 1996. No, just to clarify the fallacy, because it looks like you do not understand this constitution and where the powers are coming from. It is important to make it a base for you to start speaking about the powers and functions of the Minister of Finance.
Order, honorable
Second,
members.
Chair. Secondly, House Chair. House Chair. The second fallacy is in terms of the role that is played by the two-pot system. Because it is important to understand why the stakeholders up until they came to Parliament and to make sure that this two-pot system is actually implemented. The ANC supported it, but it was because of the debt-burdened workers who came and said it would be important for us to have access to the money. So they're actually loaning themselves the money because of the interest that they're going to be paid. Just to clarify you, unfortunately, some of those workers who took their pensions to some of these financial institutions, some took to the building society in Venda, and some proclaimed saviors of these people helped themselves with that, with those savings. I'm just trying to clarify that there are those self-proclaimed saviors who know what happened to those savings by those people. Having said that, House Chair, it is very clear that South Africa is one of the countries with an effective retirement system which covers over 16 million pension fund members, with the private sector having over 12 million members. Our history, which we all know, of colonialism and apartheid, excluded the black majority from the real and true benefits of the pension fund system. Today, as we speak, we have one of the deepened and mature pension fund system which cover all workers of South Africa. This is a significant gain by the African National Congress Democratic Government that has restored the dignity of the workers through a comprehensive social security system that provides social protection for workers who in the past sold their labor only to be retired without adequate pension fund, if any. Since our democratic government led by the African National Congress, we have increased the depth of our capital markets as pension funds invest their resources in the South African economy and abroad. The government pension fund employee, the government pension fund is one of the largest pension fund schemes in the world, enhancing our national savings as a country. Honorable House Chair, we must always bear in mind that the pension fund's assets managed by the Public Investment Corporation, which are currently above 2.6 trillion, are a product of the sweat and toil of our workers, particularly in the public service. It is therefore incumbent that these assets should be contributing to the overall well-being of workers through supporting the growth of industries and capitalism firms that requires investment to protect jobs. The South African labor movement has advocated for the principle of leveraging the pension fund savings to cushion workers from the high cost of living and for their livelihood purposes. The two-pot retirement system has also demonstrated that reforms of the pension fund which enable a withdrawal do not negatively impair the sustainability of pension savings. We must therefore recall that many workers, when faced with various social and economic challenges, have also resorted to withdrawing their pension fund benefits. This places such workers in a precarious position, which result in the state bearing the cost of providing an old age grant, as such retired workers lack adequate pensions, if any, at that point. The introduction of the two-pot system cushioned the impact of the cost of living for many workers who use the fund to reduce their debts and also respond to various household needs. This is not sufficient to resolve. We know this is not sufficient to resolve all the problems of the workers, but it's a significant measure by a caring ANC government through the calls by progressive unions and Labour Federation COSATU. I hope we do understand that. We must further develop other financial mechanisms that enables workers to leverage their savings for the financial products through a guarantee. For example, the Pension Fund Act 19, Section 5, Subsection A and 37D allows for an alternative form of housing finance where the loan is secured by your retirement fund savings instead of mortgage bond. This can be expanded to other critical aspects of life, such as student loans, commercial investment loans, and other financial instruments so much needed. The ANC has always advanced the objective of restrictive measures in order to improve the living conditions of all South Africans. A further focus on other elements that need to be enhanced to enable the two-pot system to be effective and optimal in its benefit for workers is important. This requires a focus on administrative charges that the pension funds charge to its members, which have relatively generated a lot of revenue for pension fund administrators, and the level of tax applied to the two-pot withdrawal, which is currently at the normal tax rate of the workers, which is significant. And a consideration should be made on easing the level of taxation, as this reform serves as a cushion for workers and also has a direct positive impact on tax revenue, as seen in the 2025 budget. This should be considered in a balanced manner in the interest of the workers. We also call on all workers to be circumspect of their consideration of a two-pot withdrawal, as it does impact on the overall pension savings, which are critical for the retirement period. This requires workers to always take a balanced approach based on their financial planning and financial resources. All members, one of the negative impacts of the local government that is not financially sustainable is the reality that the default in various financial obligations, including the employer contributions for their pension funds, endangering the livelihoods of workers as it risks workers losing their benefits. These circumstances are non-compliance with Section 13A of the Pension Fund Act that requires that, notwithstanding any provisions in the rules of a registered fund to the contrary, the employer of any member of such a fund shall pay agreed amounts to the fund in full. The review of the white paper on local government is an important process that the ANC has advanced after the recognition of structural factors impacting the financial sustainability of municipalities. In other circumstances, financial mismanagement in municipalities lead to some municipalities defaulting due to poor prioritization of fiscal leaks. we need to develop mechanisms that ring-fence critical obligations from defaults as they have an adverse impact on the livelihoods of municipal workers. The Pension Fund Adjudicator as a statutory ombud scheme founded in 1998 to resolve pension fund-related complaints in a procedurally fair and economical and expeditious manner should heighten its work. The Pension Fund Adjudicators received a total of 2,349 inquiries on the two-pot system and 239 complaints with 163 matters resolved, and they need to therefore continue to resolve those issues. The relatively low levels of complaints reflect that the two-pot system was effectively implemented by various pension funds. The private sector is also a major contributor of non-compliance with Section 13A, particularly companies in the security sector, which is also constituted by a high number of low-income earners, and this requires a sectoral focus to address specific limitations in the sector and resolve the precarious conditions of security guards who work under risky and fragile conditions. The African National Congress supports the Revenue Laws Amendment Bill, which is more of a technical bill to enhance the administration of the two-pot system. This includes aspects that relate to seeding date and ensure defined application by respective funds, and changes in definitions of the components of the system, and to introduce a proportional reduction of the components of the fund in the circumstances of a withdrawal. The ANC will continue to advance measures to transform the financial sector to work for the nation and serve as a source of creation of an equitable society. And as we continue to strengthen our system and transform the financial sector, the National Treasury ought to increase its developmental focus on private pension funds to optimize the social and economic impact as reflected by the role of the PIC. And therefore, the ANC supports the bill. Ke a leboga.
Thank you. The last speaker is the Honorable Sir Rupin, the Deputy Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The Chief Whip of the MKP has asked me to be brief, so I will be as quick as I can. Chair, I think it's important that we understand that this bill has a fair amount of history to it and where it comes from. It's not a vacuum. It wasn't just put together last year. It was former Minister Mboweni during his, I think, final MTBPS that floated the idea of creating this in the context of COVID, when household savings were entirely depleted and we needed to enable people to be able to access emergency funding. So the system was launched in September 2024, and it has had an impact on the economy and the people of our country so far, because it's revealed that there is a demand for this kind of reform. And it's clear that we needed this flexibility to prevent workers from quitting their jobs, because a mere 9% of retirement fund members choose to preserve their retirement fund savings when they change jobs, and we've got to change that. So the two-part reform has prevented countless workers from resigning just to access their pension funds. This, in turn, has helped provide necessary financial support for them to respond to arising emergencies for financial pressures. And by mandating that part of savings must be preserved until retirement, we're also trying to provide financial security and stability as individuals reach retirement age. I think Honorable Maimani made the point strongly about financial literacy. And that is why it's important that we ensure that there's sufficient preservation in the system so that people don't deplete their financial savings for retirement in their entirety. So we seek to balance short-term financial flexibility with long-term retirement security. We've allowed families facing financial emergencies to now have dignified options rather than taking on expensive and destructive household debt. And this came about because, unfortunately, in this post-COVID environment, for too many South Africans, their only savings account is their pension fund. And the environment of low growth, this is obviously deeply troubling. Now, what are we trying to achieve with these amendments? Firstly, we're fixing the date confusion for older members. The government became aware that several funds drafted their rules to reference 31 August 2024 and communicate this date to their members. Members of Provident Funds who were 55 or older on 1 March 2021 were caught in some administrative confusion. Some funds calculated their seeding amounts based on 31 August, and others used the date that they opted in. This created uncertainty and inconsistency. The proposed amendments provide a clear solution, but providing flexibility by allowing both approaches to be valid. If your fund calculated on 31 August 2024 and you acted on that information, it stands. If your fund used the opt-in date, that is also valid. Now, why does this matter? For one, it means that fund members or administrators acting in good faith are not unduly penalized. And by providing legal certainty, we want to ensure that everyone is protected. The members wanting to make withdrawals, as well as administrators and managers of pension funds that want to stick to the letter of the law. Secondly, we want to ensure that there are fair maintenance deductions. One of the aims of the proposed amendments is to clarify the law under which the two-part system operates. When maintenance orders are deducted from pension fund benefits under Section 37D of the Pension Fund Act, the law was not clear as to how this should work across the three components of the two-part system. Our solution is to allow for maintenance deductions to be applied proportionally across all three parts, the vested, savings, and retirement components. This ensures fairness and consistency so that children and former spouses depending on maintenance payments can get clarity and certainty. No one should be disadvantaged because of these technical and legal gaps. Thirdly, we're aligning technical references to make sure that while there are some minor but important discrepancies that existed between the Revenue Laws Amendment Bill and the Taxation Laws Amendment Bill regarding the same provisions, we align these two bills to prevent confusion or legal challenges, because legal coherence protects fund members from costly disputes and delays. Now, there were some various issues raised in the debate, and I want to respond to some of them. The first is on firms not paying over their pension fund contributions. This must be dealt with, and the rule of law must run its course. There was a criticism against the Treasury and the Minister of Finance, particularly in relation to municipalities not paying their funds, and an accusation that the Minister is doing nothing. This is not true. The Minister got a report on 18 municipalities that had not been paying their pension contributions and has invoked Section 38 2C of the MFMA and Section 2162 of the Constitution. Of course, when we invoke these matters, then the Minister gets criticized for going after municipalities, but quite rightly, it's to make sure that they pay over their pension fund contributions. Now, this bill was never intended as a substitute for growth. It was, as I said, proposed during the COVID era to help people access emergency funding as household savings were depleted during that pandemic era. It's for catastrophic emergencies so people can withdraw funding without destroying their retirement savings. So we implemented this reform. We've been monitoring its impact. We're listening to stakeholders, and we're making adjustments to ensure that it works fairly and more efficiently. And yes, we are patching, and some of the patches will need patches, but that is the iterative nature of doing something the country has never done before. And the truth is that this has delivered some measurable gains, and given the trade-offs inherent to any policy reform, it provides a solution to a real issue that South Africans faced. The initial withdrawals of up to 40 billion rand provided relief to millions of households without destabilizing financial markets and the broader pension fund landscape. This reform has allowed a form of debt relief that steers those in need of short-term cash away from high-interest debts and loan sharks and other things out there, and in the process of improving their financial health and their household finances. The gains may be incremental, but they are real. And the gains have been made while preserving as much retirement security and reducing job resignations as possible while enabling people to access emergency funds. So I urge the House to support these technical amendments with the same spirit of collaboration that made the original two-part system as initially proposed by Minister Mboweni possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, that concludes this debate. Are there any objections to the Revenue Laws Amendment Bill being read a first time? Honourable Reddy.
Thank you, House Chair. The Umkhonto Wesizwe Party will be voting against the Revenue Laws Amendment Bill, and we will be calling for division. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please record the objection of EFF.
We'll record it, and you'll have your opportunity during the division as well. A division having been called, honourable members, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes.
Allowing the House to reconsider their vote. That's what second reading is all about.
No, we don't make things on the fly. They are there. Because I can hear you that you're just on the fly.
You can't call for the division. That's right.
You can indicate your objective. The division has already been.
Order, honorable members, please take your seats. Honorable members, the Speaker has determined that in accordance with the rules, a manual voting procedure will be used for this division. Firstly, in order to establish a quorum, I would like to request the table to confirm that we have the requisite number of members physically present in the chamber and on the virtual platform to take this decision. Party whips will then be given an opportunity to confirm the number of their members present and indicate if they vote for or against the question. A member who wishes to abstain or vote against the party vote may do so by informing the chair. Honourable members, having confirmed that the requisite quorum is present, we will now proceed. Is the UDM still present? Thank you. Rise.
Cancer. There's one in the house, and we fully support the report.
Thank you. Bosa.
Bosa with 2 in the House votes in support.
Thank you. The ATM. Al-Jamaa. The NCC. The PAC.
1 online and PAC votes in favor.
Thank you. The UAT.
The UAT, 1 online, we reject.
Thank you. Good. Okay. Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Order, honourable members. The result of the division is as follows. The ayes, 247. The noes, 79. Abstentions, 0. The question is accordingly agreed to and the Secretary will read the bill a first time.
Revenue Laws Amendment Bill.
Order. The Secretary will now read the 12th order.
Second reading, Revenue Laws Amendment Bill.
Honourable members, as there is no list of speakers, may I inquire whether there's any objections to the bill being read a second time? Honourable Reddy.
Please note the objection of the MK Party. And we call for no division. Thank you.
Thank you. You don't need to inform us if you call for no division, but thank you for the suspense. Honourable Mkalipi.
Please note the objection of the EFF.
Thank you. Are there any other objections? With those objections noted, the motion is accordingly agreed to. The Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Revenue Laws Amendment Bill.
Honourable members, the bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The Honourable Chief Whip of the largest party.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I'm really standing up to move that the 13th order of today's order paper is stand over in terms of rule 123, subsection 1C. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections? Oh, Honorable Reddy, you can't keep us in suspense when we ask whether there's objections. Honorable Reddy?
Honorable, how, please.
Order.
Honorable Pammy Majudina is paid to come and distract me. And I urge you to please call it to order. And you
Yeah.
can't put it in front of me looking so beautiful like this. No, we as MK Party, we are going to object. We are going to object.
Thank you. Honorable Mkalipi?
Chair, we object to that proposal from the Chief Whip, but we want to know why. What is the reason?
Honorable members, no, the rules doesn't allow for that. The objections of the MK and the EFF will be noted, but with those objections, the motion is agreed to. Honorable members, that concludes the business of the day. Members are requested to stand and wait for the presiding officer and the maize to leave the chamber. The House is adjourned.